Yesterday, we saw Forsaken versus Red Reborn. As what we all have expected, Forsaken still hasn't been able to catch up with how the game goes in the league. And however, they have lost 0-2 to Red Reborn. They are the only team that had been a losing streak since the start of MPL, and hopefully they can re-strategize their gameplay and perform in today's games.
Next up, we have Evo's SG versus Kick Fam. The great rivals back in MPL Season 3 Grand Finals are going up against today. However, after being defeated by Team SMG a day before, Kick Fam doesn't seem to adapt to this meta yesterday too. In the first match, Pokemon proved that he is a better Khalid user compared to the other teams. With his Khalid, he managed to win a 1v3 fight in such an intense situation, and winning this fight had made Evo's SG take down Kick Fam's Crystal. In the second match, Kick Fam focused on the wrong target, which makes Evo's SG have a better setup to take their revenge, and there goes a beautiful 2-0 to Evo's SG.
Enough with yesterday's recap. Today, we are going to enter into today's matches here. First up, we will have an exciting match. It is going to be our top Malaysian and Singapore teams, Todak versus Resurgence in the first match. Can Resurgence stop Todak in their winning streak this season? Followed up next is we are going to have Team SMG versus Divinity Esports. Last but not least, the battle of the bottoms, Forsaken versus Bosskurr.
Hey, welcome back to another round of the Mobile Legend Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. I'm Leonard, also known as Yolali. Joining me once again is going to be Terrence, or also currently known as IC Baby 1-2. We have a lot of amazing games. This is the third day or the last day for week number 5 inside of the regular season. A lot of action packs we have seen, especially after the release of that patch. But of course, all of these amazing setups is all thanks to our amazing sponsor, Udo, the official digital telco, followed by our official media partner, IGN, and all these amazing graphics is currently presented to you by Moontun. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and speaking of which here, I'm looking forward to see how today's matches is gonna go, because why? To start things off, we have our Malaysian and Singapore Titans going up against each other. Resurgence versus Todak. This is a sight to behold. We all expected to Todak kind of lose to Red Reborn earlier in the previous weeks, but guess what? They defied all odds. They have an undefeatable streak all the way through. And coming this week here, the only team left in their stopping them in their tracks is going to be in the top 4, which is going to be Resurgence here. Resurgence currently in the top 3, and we know all the top 4 teams are currently bowed out to Todak, except for Resurgence. So this is going to be the moment where will Resurgence overcome their odds?
I mean, whether they overcome their odds, it literally all comes out to see how we play later on. For sure, I am not going to be biased because I cannot decide. I am a big fan from both teams here. Both teams having the time of their lives. They know exactly what they want to go for. And of course, with this new patch, I am very excited to see what kind of stress or surprise they're going to be able to show us and you guys as well.
Yeah, we've been seeing glimpses of moments of replays from other regions as well regarding this new patch. And there is a lot of different. There's not much difference here between the previous patch and the couple patch. Only a couple heroes and also the playstyles. But that's the thing. Things may change from over time here. However, for today, for those of you watching at home, this is going to be the match that's going to be played today. To start things off, we have the Singapore Titans Resurgence going up against Todak. And right after that, we will have Team SMG going up against Divinity Esports. And last but not least, we have the battle of the bottoms, Forsaken versus Bosskurr.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, today all 3 BO3 games is literally a battle between nations, between Malaysia and Singapore, definitely living up to the MPL Season 6 region for sure. And I'm totally excited for all of the following games. Seriously, each one we need to have to do a little bit of research and anticipate where do they actually stand. For example, first BO3 of today between Resurgence and Todak, sure, standings dictates they are top 1. They are the best. and Resurgence is in third place. But is that really enough to tell us that Todak is triumphant among all the rest of the teams here? So with a fresh start, with a new patch, and of course see Resurgence Todak coming back into the second last week of the regular season, I think this is the grand time where both of these teams is currently back at the starting line, and now we can fully do our full notes on who is actually top dog.
Well, let's talk a little bit more on the positionings as well here, because Todak, they have a decision here. Do they win Resurgence or do they lose to Resurgence if they choose to decide on that as well? Because if Resurgence wins this game, they will be on second place and they will not meet each other in the grand finals for the playoffs, because first place is going to fight against fourth place on the upper brackets, second is going to be playing on the third place here. So if they win them, they will force Resurgence down. Or do they want to do they really just insist of like, you know what, Evo, stay on the fourth place, we want to fight you right off the bat? Because we know time and time again, people just tend to avoid playing Evos as much as possible because they adapt extremely quickly as well.
Very true.
So it comes down to that kind of things, but I think that's a little bit too in-depth in that regards here. But before that, let's talk about let's give a little bit more insights on what we're trying to say here. As you can see, this is going to be the current standings for you guys. As you can see, Todak is on the first place, Resurgence on the second place, Red Reborn on the third place, and also Evos SG on the fourth place. So, like I said as well, if Todak wins Resurgence, there is a possibility that they get pushed down to the third place or maybe even the fourth place if Evos SG catches up. Or do they just want to relate, you know what, we're okay losing to you guys, stay on the top two, we want to play against Red Reborn in the playoffs as well. That could be a possibility, but of course it's all just theory crafting from my end.
I mean, definitely for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, what Taro was beautifully analyzing here is actually meant for the players. But either way, coming back to regular season as well, these are your top four. And of course, all these teams here, especially the top four between Todak, Resurgence, Red Reborn, and Evos SG, they came into the prime where like we don't just want to enter towards this playoffs, we also want to try to achieve and fight all these amazing teams to show who really is the strongest one, even if it's just regular season. So now this team is definitely going to be giving an itch or mercy at all. Very prime example is we saw Matthew yesterday during the interview for Evos SG intro video, and he says he just want everyone to suffer and burn in the darkest pits of Taurus. But anyway, coming down to the fifth place here, we have Team SNG with 0 points. They're currently back at the starting line, literally at the borderline between both of these teams here. And then continuing on is Orange Rivalry Esports, who has -1. Geekfam, after having their loss to Team SNG, they actually dropped down. Then followed by the bottom three is Divinity Esports, Bosskurr, and Forsaken. Definitely Forsaken has, alongside with Team Bosskurr, they have a lot of games to really try to win for themselves. They really want to climb up the ladder. Forsaken just a little bit more perilous for them because they have a total points of -11. That's a lot of points to reach a cover ground here.
Yeah, Forsaken, it's going to be really tough for Forsaken to actually make a comeback here, but let's do a little bit of mathematical calculations here, okay? Maths here, right? So Bosskurr is currently in the 9th place, and for them to actually stand a chance of making the top 8, SMG needs to beat Divinity Esports clean 2-0 to maybe even stand a chance for Bosskurr actually crawl back into the top 8. Meanwhile, if SMG throws the game and Divinity Esports wins 2-0, then it's going to be a different story here, because eventually Bosskurr, I don't think it's possible for them to actually make it in the top 8 here. They need to win all their remaining matches 2-0 if they want to actually stand a chance.
Oh man, all this maths is making my brain hurt so
I know,
much,
right?
Man. Because we're doing maths based on assumptions, right?
Yeah.
We're just saying like, alright, if they lose this, if they win this, then possibly they can try to win for themselves. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be showing you a quick intro video for the first BO3 today. It's Resurgence versus Todak. Production, take it away.
Bersama-sama dengan KZP ku akan nak larikan diri, tapi nak lari mana, tak boleh lari mana. Sikit akan jadi mangsa seterusnya. Scorpion pula akan join, aku pun nak join juga, tetapi tarik atau Crystal akan dijatuhkan dan kemenangan diberi.
Cikgu berikan fokus kepada Crystal, tapi tidak ada bantuan. Sikit lagi, komen dengan attack dan pasukan
Todak, recently they changed a new coach, so I feel we have to go and learn and see what they can do.
Tim kita orang antara bila lawan dengan RSG, skor kita orang yang paling tinggi lah, yang boleh beat RSG.
Currently, I feel that most of the time MYSG strategies are actually following teams like Philippines or the Indonesian meta. Hopefully, we can create our own meta so that people can learn from us also.
Bagi saya, untuk meta MPL season ke-6 ni agak memudahkan kerana wujudnya sistem 10 ban. Kita boleh memilih untuk counter ban ataupun respect ban lah enemy hero. Kalau kita tengok patch di S1 server memang ada banyak perubahan lah yang akan datang. So kemungkinan regular season dan playoff ni akan berubah meta.
I feel we do have the advantage in terms of strategy because Todak, recently I heard they changed a new coach. So I feel we have to go and learn and see what they can do from this regular season. And also they are a well-experienced team. But I feel my team overall is better in terms of mechanics and gameplay.
For me, as a coach, untuk menentang team Resurgence ni, based on hero pool, insyaAllah kita boleh. Sebab terlalu banyak hero yang overpowered sekarang.
I feel that Todak will probably focus more on our tank player, KCP, because he's the kind of player that actually makes the game a lot. So he will create a lot of problem for them. So probably they will focus more on him.
Bagi saya, tim RSG akan counter meta kami dengan antara pick ataupun ban hero support lah. For me, support dia memudahkan untuk kerja hyper roam, farm dengan dia lebih memudahkan untuk tim tu pegang game tu.
It's great to see Federer back in action for sure, back to the coach. We also, I believe it was week number 3 when we both got together, and you're like,
Federer?
is that Federer? And
Oh, Kolia. I'm like, okay, it's for Federer. My bad.
But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is both of your player lineup with their logo, beautiful graphics, and instantly coming to the right side, exactly. Notching for sure. Just to give you a quick surprise, that there is your members for Resurgence here. It's KZP, Sana, Sync, LY4, Jason, and Fossa. Now, we assume Resurgence, of course, hopefully they has this pure dream of being the first team to not only win 2 MPL seasons, but of course be a 2-time winner in a row as well. So big dreams, and of course they have the skills to really man up and back it up here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious here. Who are they going to be setting up for the roster as well? Is it going to be LY4 playing or Forza playing as well? Because we did see a glimpse of moments where Forza actually appeared. And guess what? They stormed the competition with Forza playing on the marksman, which was kind of insane as well, of how quickly they were able to just swap out and adapt to each other's playstyles. However, meanwhile, let's take a look at Todak as well. No strangers into his roster swapping as well. We had Formaze and Stu also swapping out in between once in a while to see whether or not if we are going to be switching up their playstyle, which was interesting to see as well, because Todak, they have so much experience in coming to this tournament. And like we said as well, we are looking at the clash of the titans, the top 2 going head-to-head against each other, finally after a long journey of 5 weeks.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. But I mean, that's going to bring out our player stats here for Resurgence, of course. It's going to be LY4, Sing, Jason, KZP, and Sana with their most picked hero, followed by their total KDA for it. And definitely nothing else to say for LY4 with his Yushin so far. He has been one of the few best Yushin players we ever seen inside the season. And of course, just as a side note, and of course, free information for you guys, LY4 loved to play Yushin back in the day. So the fact that he actually came out way more stronger back inside this patch and this season, LY4 is very satisfied seeing the return of the Grand Admiral himself.
Oh yeah, and speaking of last season as well, they did actually try to bring I think it was LY4 was bringing Yishun Scene even back in Season 4 as well. But it just didn't work out because the meta then was a different meta, and now him being one of the veterans and also much experienced player on the Yishun Scene, is no surprises that he's got 30 kills, 5 deaths, and 23 assists overall throughout his career here in Season 6 playing Yishun Sin. So that's a pretty impressive stats for them. However, here's a fun fact for you.
Fun fact, boys. Love it.
KZP has 6-16-49 on the show, and I was actually looking forward to see how much deaths he has on the Diggy.
I mean, for sure, yes.
We did see it from Rumpo though.
Yeah, we saw
so
Rumpo.
I was like to compare like, hey, what about Rumpo's stats and KZB stats?
That is very true, but then again, KZP only has played the DG finisher only once.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, he only died like 17 times inside that game. But either way, enough with Resurgence. Here is Team Todak with Daryl Liner and most big hero at Total KD. With that, we have Chiku, Formas, Moon, E1, and X-Ray. Now, I'm really interested for this entire lineup. So, I mean, besides, of course, the hero picks, I really want to see a 1v1 between both Chiku and LY4 because LY4, long history with Yisun Shin. Chiku definitely keeping up with the meta and as the hyper carrier for the team, he also needs to try to master this new marksman Yisun Shin. But look at the difference. The only KD between both LY4 and Chiku is a very slim difference of just 1 to 2 points here.
Yeah. Speaking of the hero pools as well here, because if you think about it, because Formace is going to be playing this game, so Stu is not going to be playing as well. Are we going to see Formace playing on the Yuzhong? Because we hyped it up. He was the MVP for those matches as well in previous weeks.
True.
And seeing how it's been nerfed, yesterday we did see Evo's still bringing back the Yuzhong.
Yep.
It still worked out.
Yes.
Do you think we will actually see similar playstyles coming from Toda against Resurgence? Or are we going to see something different as well, which we have been debating as well? The jungle role, Hellcurt being picked up here and then. Are we going to see maybe a, I don't know, I'm just hinting a Karina, but I don't think we will see it this game.
The thing is this, right? Like the Yuzhong, despite being nerfed, right? It may have probably lose its place as a super priority pick here on the ban. But the reason why we saw Yuzhong being picked yesterday as well, because its entire kit still really works out. The only difference is that you just cannot play Yuzhong as aggressive as you used to, because now with a long cooldowns, he may not be able to sustain, especially when he gets caught on guard or gets surrounded by 2 or 3 more opponents in this team. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing up the head-to-head stats here for between both of the teams here of Resurgence and Team Toda. Terrence, I'm going to let you start first. Which one you want to start with?
Well, we can start comparing both teams' play styles right off the bat here. Both teams have equal amounts of unique hero pick, but at the same time, these 32 hero picks here proves that Toda and Resurgence actually have very, very similar pools. If you think about it here, almost every single game they play, they always pick the same heroes. The only 2 exceptions that I can think of would be the Garokacha from Resurgence and the Baxia up on Toda instead as a not really a priority pick, but more like a niche pick. But other than the heroes, they have very similar hero pools. Whereas in terms of team fight potential, you can see Toda has lesser average team damage compared to Resurgence, which plays more on team composition. Whereas based on these stats alone, we can see Resurgence is the team that actually loves engaging on a full front team fight gameplay compared to Toda, who loves to go for those kind of pick-off potentials.
True. And at the same time as well, like, I'm pretty sure some people is going to be noticing like, hey, how come their average kill participation is 60%, but the first blood rate is always just like 53 compared to Toda, who has 81. Mainly because you must also understand at the same time, Resurgence, they always play, I wouldn't say they haven't changed, they haven't adapted. Previously, when they first came into the first 2 weeks of the season of MPL Season 6, they were sticking with a style which they were very comfortable with from the previous season, which was playing around LY4. Mainly, in other words, they're just going to farm until when they hit that mid game, when the LY4 has enough items, then they will start looking for fights, then they will start participating and sticking together and try to close things out, or if not, if they couldn't close out towards the mid game, they will farm even more and then try to end it towards this later stage of the game. But Resurgence has been adapting, they have been transitioning as well. We even see LY4 picking up the Roger and playing a little bit more aggressive with that early plays, because we all know Roger early game damage is also significantly strong. So I'll love the adaptation coming from the side of Resurgence as they're slowly changing it up. Today, on the other hand, very aggressive, especially E1. Every time that first blood rate or any kill participation is all pretty much set up by E1. That's pretty much why it makes me and Gideon kind of question ourselves, where was E1 in the previous season? So Toda being very aggressive this time is really amazing. By the way, bing, bam, boom, there's your head-to-head for the players this time between Jason and Moon. I know you love Jason. Take it away.
Yeah, Jason has been stepping out of his game. By far one of the most consistent majors throughout the entire league itself as well. he's never failed to actually step up the game and actually clutching some of those crucial moments when they need him the most, especially when LY4 could not carry the entire team. They always fall back on Jason as a comeback plan.
True.
However, from the side of Moon, is that very similar as well from Todak. This is by far the two strongest mage in MPL Season 6 regular season by far. They're going to go head to head, and you can see the comparison between the playstyles coming from Moon as well as Jason based on the KDA. You can see Moon has 82 kill percentage. Very aggressive plays coming from Moon. However, from the side of Jason, he has more assists in that regard. So playing a little bit more supportive and also passive coming from Jason. If you pay attention to the average goal per minute, they always like to drag the game out late for Jason to come out online, whereas Moon will go for those kind of early aggressions.
I mean, it's totally understandable as well, because remember, if we take it to the account of Resurgence kind of play style, which is just always trying to farm around, play around LY4, and remember, with their adaptation as well coming for the change for the rest of the members, especially KCP, who's constantly being the playmaker for Resurgence, setting things up for themselves, Jason is always ensuring that, fine, if LY4 is farming, and if KCP is setting up a lot of great fights, I'm going to be ensuring that I'm going to be farming just enough to get all those items to be such a dedicated, not just as a mage support, but a mage nuker when the situation calls for it. Whereas for Moon, on the other hand, he is playing a style, although yes, his dedicated role right now inside this season is the mage support, but he's been playing a very similar playstyle as he was playing prior, before when the mage started losing out throughout the match.
I agree.
Because he has always been, previously he wasn't the mage support, he was a mage
Core,
carry.
exactly. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of they're going to play as well, because if you think about it here, Moon plays very aggressively. His Selena has popped off time and time again. Jason is going to be playing the late game kind of mage style. So both teams have different approaches to the mage styles, but at the same time, before we get a little bit more into this drafting stage here, let's take a look at the map predictions here. We're going to see Jason, Moon, going to be in the middle lane here. Sing somewhere, going to be in the jungles potentially. KZP roaming around potentially, and also LY4 will be on the goal lane alongside Chiku. And this is kind of interesting. We know that Todak loves to have Chiku to kind of set the tempo and also roaming around as well. But of course, this is not the confirmed laning phase into the game. It's just a prediction coming from our end. And it's very straightforward, I guess. It's pretty straightforward, but I'm a little bit curious here. Are they going to stick with the 2-2-1 strategy, or are they still going to stick with the 1-3-1 strategy?
The thing is this, right? Like, both of this team is the kind of team that literally learns to adapt. They watch other regions as well. They understand what kind of strategy they want to go for. Especially the existence of what Moonton has really changed inside here on the Line of the Dawn, which they literally clearly state to everybody in the patch, sharing is not caring. We do not want you to share. We want everyone to be designated only in one lane, to be having only one hero alone. And jungle started bringing back towards inside the game here. Now, we have been talking, or I've been discussing with everyone as well, that with this, after reading the patch note, I'm already suspecting it's going to be like a 1-1-2-1 or a 2-1-1-1. We've seen some teams still sticking with that 1-3-1, but both the support and tank support, they actually opt to get the Wounded Mask. It worked out, because it doesn't really steal that much gold in the XP, but you slowly lose out towards the other lane, which is EXP and gold.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious to see how they're going to be laning later as well. Before I get into that here, we can take a look at the audience predictions here. It seems to me, Todak, 73% audience prediction, and Resurgence, 27%. This is not what I'm expecting here. What happened to Resurgence fans? Come on, guys. Like, I know Resurgence fans are insane, but 27%? Really?
The Malaysian pride is getting a little bit strong here
like,
on the
I'm a Malaysian as well, but this stats should not be like this. This is by far should be this top two team with a 50-50% ratio, but 73% to that is kind of ridiculous for me.
I mean, there's a lot of reason to come into the mix as well. Although, yes, I agree. I was actually expecting like a 50-54, 50-50.
Wow.
But in this case, it ends up being 27-73. I guess people are just going based by stats. At the same time, that Malaysia pride, everyone's rooting for a team, because time and time again, we've been seeing the Singapore team always overwhelming the Malaysian team. So seeing the first time we're seeing a Malaysian team actually like overwhelming consistently the other Singaporean teams, I think everyone's like their fire and their hope for a strong Malaysian team that's been very consistent, that's going to be constantly triumphing over Singaporean teams. Everyone is just going crazy. They're like, they can do it, they can try. But remember, this is Resurgence. So if you guys are not careful, there will be a threat to be bite back.
Well, let's take a look at the drafts begins here because right now teams, they have to adapt to the new patch, and let's take a look at how they ban this as well because I'm curious how are they going to be playing the top and bottom lane. But right off the bat, Resurgence banning off the Ling, respecting Chiku here. So they are going to be starting off with their early opening of denying Chiku's hero pool here. So it's pretty clear cut here. Todak knows this. They have to focus on the things that they need to do here because Resurgence does have the first pick and they can't exactly shut down LY Force Yi Shun Sin. So if they do ban it off, Resurgence is going to retaliate immediately in that regards.
The thing is this, right? Even if they ban out the Yi Shun Sin as well, there's still other heroes because like you mentioned before the drafting, the hero pools from both of this team is insanely huge here. But Resurgence gonna go with the second bans with the Chang'e, try to minimize the amount of that mage new potential coming from the side of Team Todak. But at the same time, they also prevent Jason from getting himself that Chang'e second ban. But most importantly, I love the fact that they instantly go for this Kali ban because they totally understand the fact that even if we let it go, we cannot allow Resurgence to get that first pick. But Hellcat out of the picture for good reason as well. Not only is he great at clearing out that jungle, but he's, I won't say rotations anymore because this is no longer rotating because he is actually jungling. So his gang potential with the Dark Knight Falls and of course with his first kill, Shadow transitioning, absolutely insane and can be quite deadly towards the marksman who is going to be laning inside that gold lane.
Well, Resurgence right now is having very aggressive bans here, just showing Todak that they want to dictate the entire pace of the draft themselves here, forcing Todak into the situation where they have to ban heroes that Resurgence want them to ban here. In this case, Uranus is up in the pool as well, which obviously Resurgence is going to take it off finally here. They've denied one of Woon's heroes, one of Chiku's heroes immediately here. Todak has not been able to do so. Pretty safe pick here. Banning the Khalid, banning the Hellcat here just because it's currently kind of in the meta where we see Hellcat going to jungling, which is nice. But Todak, they have not been able to ban any of Resurgence heroes yet. So this is going to be the third pick here. How do they reply?
The thing is this, right? They still have two options they can try to opt for here. Either the Hilda or the Esmeralda because
or even the Farsa as well.
Farsa, can be an option, but I think they want to try to play around with this jungle laning phase a little bit more. Hilda, early game aggression can be quite nuisance when you're trying to go for that jungle. And the Esmeralda, not only is she a great lane harasser, but she can also be a jungler as well. But in the end, just for safe measures, they will ban the Farsa. That means they'll just lock down this Esmeralda.
It makes more sense here just to ban the Farsa, just because compared to the two OP picks, Esmeralda and Hilda is much better as compared to picking between Farsa and Esmeralda, or maybe Farsa or Hilda. So I think they definitely want to just pick off the Hilda right off the bat here, taking the Farsa, denying one of Jason's heroes once again here. Considering this, Sing will be playing on Esmeralda. Jason does not have the Chang'e, does not have the Farsa. Todak, they will start things off with the Cho. Very safe picks so far, very flexible, and they will immediately pick the Hilda, so no more OP picks. And Resurgence, do they immediately find their mage pickups here? Because Todak, they have not showed yet. Yeah, I'm still looking for to see if we are going to see the Karina. However, Resurgence retaliates with the Baxia and 1-1 pickup. Okay, this is my first time seeing Resurgence on their Baxia. I was expecting like Garrod Kacha, but Todak, you know, no A1 Baxia right off the bat. But and Todak replies with a Diggy. Wait.
No, it's still,
I don't think he's going to be defeating Diggy, man, alright?
It's still holding, he's still hovering over the Diggy, but then again, even at the same time, if he were to pick the Diggy, they're going to be able to counter a lot of CC, but I think they just want to make full use of that passive to be just a huge nuisance inside that jungle. But either way, now that I think about it as well, for this third final ban being this Farsa, totally understandable why they actually went for the Farsa, because in this case, they just totally understand, they're like, you know, it's fine. If we don't even ban Esmeralda or the Hilda, either one of these teams is going to be able to opt for themselves. So getting rid of Farsa to get potential magic nuke for the team fight is going to be a huge thing, and Yuzong will be the final pick coming from here, a team Todak, which is also pretty great.
That's a pretty good pick here, just because of how a nuisance he can become as well. From side Resurgence, it's hard to actually shut down the Yuzong based on the Baxia, Esmeralda, and the 1-1 here. Yes, you can argue that Baxia kind of reduces the passive coming from Hilda, which is great. But now, going to the next phase here, we do see the Natalia being banned. We do see the carry being banned as well, denying more of Chiku's heroes here. And what is Chiku going to play? Okay, the Roger is still in the pool, and it seems like Resurgence are trying to force them to play a Roger pickup, but they will ban the Ruby coming from Todak. Resurgence, I think they need to ban the Roger, but at the same time, they have to be worried here. What mage is Todak going to play? Are they going to stick the Kagura up on Moons? Do they have enough damage to set up for this?
They can. I believe in this case, they really want to stop. If you really want to stop Todak from really making a whole mess of Resurgence lineup, they can try to opt to ban out the Valyria for themselves.
Why do I have a feeling they're going to pick the Karina?
Oh no, but they ban out the usage hit, all the hyper carries out in the first place. All hyper carry out in the first place. So that means Roger is still in the pool. Or then again, Todak, they can still opt for the Lancelot, but it's going to be a really difficult one since it's going to be really difficult to get on top of that 1-1 with that Dawn Rose.
I think 1-1 is still okay, but yeah, we've totally forgotten about the Selena. We saw Moon Selena in the previous weeks. It was
very scary.
Very, very scary. And in this case, Resurgence, now they realize they messed up the Selena, but the Kufra is still available if they want to go for the pickup here, but they need a fighter. So it seems to be they're hovering on the Atlas and also the Kufra, but what is going to be their next roster here? They need an offlane fighter coming from Resurgence, and Tamus is still available, but for the split push potential to actually fare up against the Yuzhong, I think Tamus is a little bit better now, just because of how much nerves they bit onto his Yuzhong. But Resurgence, they're hovering on the Arkai instead.
I mean, they can either offer the Arkai.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
oh, whoa.
yes.
Tigreal, what? Tigreal Cyclops?
Hey, I mean, why not, right? Why in the world not? Remember as well, Tigreal with his ultimate implosion as well is going to be able to lock down a lot of the members and really control towards his backline. And remember, you must also take into account, they have two primary engages here, both Bosskurr and the Esmeralda. So in this case, the Tigreal, his main role in this game is just mainly to be a nuisance inside the lane and defend this 1-1 with his ultimate. This is going to be constantly keeping Todak in check and remind them, if you want to get towards my backline, you want to get on top of 1-1, which is already so difficult to catch, you will have to deal with this Tigreal first. And the Cyclops, I believe they went for the Cyclops, it's just mainly just to control, because let's be honest, whenever I see a Cyclops face, I'm already expecting a very aggressive Cyclops. In other words, once he gets that level 4, he's going to be constantly throwing out that star power lockdown to assist the team to really snipe and assassinate anyone as much as possible.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting here. Like last week in the Tigreal, that was just like as rotation. Going for the setups is great, but for a rotation-wise, it's definitely hard. But you can argue that Tigreal is one of the tankiest tanks in this game as well, just because of how his passive works. So it definitely just negates a lot of damage, especially from the Hilda's burst. So I'm looking forward to see how they actually tackle that as well. With the Gusion pickup to deal with the Esmeralda, looks pretty 50-50. Both teams has had their marks, had their picks, and they are going to be playing a game of chess in Mobile Legends right now, as who is going to be taking the first blood. Because as of now, we're going to the land of the Dom with game number 1 in a top tier battle between the best of the best in the regular seasons.
Best of the best for sure. And KZP going to be on that Tigreal. Going to be really interested how we see, because it's been a while since we see Tigreal coming into here on the land of Dawn here in Season 6. By the way, this is going to be the first Tigreal ever be picked as well. And 1-1 for the side of Resurgence is not going to be the first time for sure. It's going to be the second time. So it's just how they're going to be like, oh, KZP being already such a nuisance. There's the Sacred Hammer. And he actually did it to reset the blue. His main goal is not to steal the blue, but just to buy a little bit more time. Sing on the other hand, this time it's going to be not going to be a jungler Esmeralda, as the Bosskurr is going to be Sana, who's going to be jungling in that lane.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting here from KZP as well. He's going to reset once again. He doesn't care. He flickered. He's been wasting time. KCP doing twice in a row, but at the same time, he's going to get trapped as well. But Formaze will get the first blood as a return. So that's going to be a little bit of a goal there, but Todak has completely lost out 2 creep waves just because of KZP's plays. Nicely done there coming from Resurgence.
Dude, and the best one, beautiful engagement coming from the side of Sana with the shield of Unity. Almost got a lot of damage on top of Chico. He instantly has to fall back, so does E1. But look at it, all the nuisance and annoyances coming up for KZP. Actually, look at the level difference. Sana is already level 3, he's the jungler. Same goes for Moon, but he just hit level 2 only. So much time is being wasted here, and that's all thanks to KZP's nuisance play.
Yeah, with the Cyclops in the pool as well, he's going to be able to actually knock onto his turrets really quickly as well. KZP just lying in the lane here. The bush hits onto his once again. Is it Formaze going to catch up with him? Drops him low, but Cho's not in the setup. So another trap comes in. Sana is there in the vicinity, but Chiku, is he going to extend? Chiku will get the kill. Meanwhile, Formaze on the backline is getting dived, but cannot be finished off. However, Leonard, guess what? Chiku on the Cho, he's going for the escape. Can Jason kill him off?
It's going to take some time as well, but E1 definitely not too far behind. Remember, this is a Hilda, but eventually Jason will be able to pop Chiku off. But either way, remember, this is going to be a hyper carry Gusha, and for the first time, Moon, we were talking about as well. We have seen him as a mage support. It's been a long time since he's been a mage carry, and now he's back to the mage. But Moon instantly gets one tap away by LY4, resetting him his entire farm back by even more longer time.
Yup, Resurgence here, they're doing fantastic work as well. With the Cyclops pickup, it's kind of a little bit interesting, but at the same time doing much work here as Todak. They do not have enough damage here, but meanwhile, on the bottom side, Resurgence is going to start a poke on towards the additional boss as well. More goals coming into a sing, and Todak, they're losing even more gold. Trap comes in, doesn't happen, the arrow doesn't connect. Formaze trying to go for the assist, but look at this, X-Ray and Formaze going to be playing on the same game.
Anyway, Sana's going to be rolling right into the mix here, but E1, then again, they also fully understand this is a Hilda, an early game Hilda as well. It's going to be really tough for them to really burst her down. But anyway, here comes the rotation towards this top side here, as KGB was able to hold back E1, but she could finally manage to get back towards his lane. But LY4, he's already level 5. He's been uncontested or even pressured here, and he even got one kill for himself here. So looks like Resurgence definitely having the best start inside the game, although the kill score is pretty much very even out. But here comes the network, beautiful engagement coming from the side of X-Ray, and Moon finding Cyclops, finding Jason here, will be able to shut him down, but Sana will be able to trade things off. It's going to be for a 1-for-2 inside here in the middle lane.
Ooh, nicely done here from Resurgence. They split, they mirrored each other, but at the same time here, the damage output coming from Resurgence was just far too great as compared to Moon, who was able to just one-shot everyone here, whereas Resurgence, they have so much AoE control, and because of this, now the turtle buff on the red and blue buff up on Sana. Wait, what?
I mean, because he is the jungler, he's constantly jungling around.
Baxia?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Why in the world not? But either way here, Sana getting ready to steal the blue buff away. Abyssal Arrow's gonna be fortunate. He actually steals the blue with the shield of spirit. Sana showing all his vengeful spirit as well. Gonna be putting Moon in such a hard and delicate situation. And look at the difference between both of their junglers here. 2-level difference, and all because of KG really knows to set things up. But anyway, LY4 able to cut things off, but Chico still managed to land the way of the Dragon. But remember, LY4 is going to be the 1-1. He has his own personal purify, and here comes the crossbow of Tang. But Chico will barely get out alive. He has to disengage anyway. But KGB coming in with the Sacred Hammer, going to be pulling E1 all the way to the tower. He used the flicker, but it's not going to matter. This is Hilda in the bush. He will be able to outrun this beautiful Boxer or Sana with that Shield of Unity.
What a clutch play there coming from KZP here, making full use of the new changes towards Tigreal, whereas you can pop the implosion animation before actually flickering here, giving that instant cast animation. Todak did not expect that, and because of that, they were able to disengage completely because of that clutch save coming from KZP. What a play.
What a play indeed. Moon really trying his best to really keep up with the farm. But then again, look at the rest of the team. Beautiful shutdown, but there's a trade-out coming from both teams of Resurgence and Todak. 4 men go for the rotation. Sally was not able to connect the Abyssal Arrow, but this is an Esmeralda, or in this case, this is just Sync. They know they cannot kill him, and instantly they have to disengage. And Sana rolling back towards his middle lane to try to hold things off.
Yeah, at the same time, Sana is holding by himself here. Todak, they doesn't really care. He pops the turquoise here to actually cut the creep waves, and Todak, they can't do much. Resurgence is still getting control of their lanes. Meanwhile, they're sending down bottom the LY4 to go a little bit more from, and Sig is gonna try and poke onto his A1 and potentially steal off the red buff as well. And Todak, I don't think they can actually contest this here, as the turtle is gonna be on the bottom side as well. Which do they do? Contest the red buff or lose the turtle? They have to decide now. What Resurgence, they're taking full control of this map.
All the controls definitely taking onto the mix here, and I also love the fact that Chico totally understands that he cannot join in any of these fights just yet. He has to farm, he has to catch up, he needs to get all the items, not all the items, just the necessary item needed to at least be a matter towards any of these crucial team fights, because that's a lot of front line to deal with, and even trying to use the Way of Dragon on a 1-1 is nearly impossible because he has his own personal purify.
This is interesting from Resurgence. They actually put Sana jungle emblem as well. This is a core Baxia, and I don't see much he's doing, but he's doing actually pretty okay considering how disruptive he is in this team fights here. And I'm a little bit lost by this, but Todak, I'm pretty sure they're even more lost than me as well.
By the way, here comes the way of Dragon going to be jumping out on Sing. Esmeralda's going to be able to steal quite a amount of shield and sustain. Soul Spike going to be dropped out by Moon. Going to be doing significant amount of damage. But there's the control. There's the Jikudo, but it's not going to be enough because Sing still able to get out of this. Still doing quite a amount of damage. He's so low HP, but he's regenerating. He's going to be able to juke one of the arrow, one of the spikes as well. He's still able to sustain, but sadly the swap fight will finally get the win. But he bought so much time. So much people had to ultimates and hero spells was committed for him. And now here comes the Black Dragon actually trying to use his Dragon to go all the way towards his bottom lane to try to save this tier 2 tower. But then again, it's not enough. He gets a little bit down low. Sana popping out the ultimate, trying to reduce any health regen. And KTP all alone, despite even though he has the push, but it's still not enough, despite being the tankiest man in the game.
Wow, overextension coming, but Chiku lying in wait, goes in for a pop as well. LY4 is down to the HP. Chiku goes into Flicker, takes him down. That's going to be a nice retaliation coming from Todak. The punishes coming from Resurgence here as Sana, with the over-aggression, tries to trail the fire with the Popoisacois to do much damage from X-Ray, but X-Ray not taking the bait. Jason, meanwhile, taking the arrow as well. But a clutch with the Trunker, saves from Sick as well. Goes into retaliation, takes down the trade-off. Chiku in some trouble. Likewise for Moon, and they have to disengage from this fight. Moon gets caught out from Sana, and that's going to be him getting taken down. What a clutch coming from Jason.
Oh, really well played by Jason, holding down the line. And that's pretty much why it's very important to constantly check that score screen to see what kind of itemization upon your opponent team here. I believe they found out they had the Winter Trunken. I believe they wouldn't be played that so aggressive either, Terrence.
Very early in Winter Trunken as well, right after the Enchanted Talisman. So this is going to be not a lot of damage coming from Jason here, so playing a little bit more defensive. However, Formate's getting caught out here, could not burst him down and will get punished for this as Resurgence goes for a trade-off. Sana, meanwhile, joining up with Sing, is going to try and steal this blue buff, and Todak is in no position to actually contest this right now.
Stealing a lot of shield as well. Definitely going to be able to gain at all. Sing just making full use of their ability from that Esmeralda. But now coming to the mix here, they're going to be trashing towards this tier 2 tower. And Team Todak, they know they can't even try to contest this at all. Each member constantly just trying to farm it and try to split push each of the lane in hope for them to see if they can pick up any members of Resurgence. But Jason holding down the bottom lane by himself was able to do quite an amount of damage towards X-Ray, but he's still waiting. He's waiting inside the bush. Sadly, Jason's not going to be able to connect his top by 4, but here comes the reinforcement from Sana. Actually committed the Black Dragon, but sadly in the face of KGB as he drops down the hammer. But now coming back towards his middle lane, Moon not just had to commit the flicker as he tried to dash away. Beautiful timing with the Abyssal Arrow, trying to slow things down. But then Sana, he's a box here, popping the ultimate, and instantly from Jason, he's going to be popping on Moon to let him see the moons and the stars.
What a play there coming from Resurgence as well. Going for the reply there, going for the split push. Todak getting desperate to actually close out this game just because they do not have the late game potential. Chiku trying his best to actually go for a split push. He's going 1-1 against Sing, but look at this. Sing is just outplaying him as well. Wave the Dragon just to push him away, and likewise with the Purified, Chiku manages to sidesteps away, flickers through the wall, and he's going to be safe for now as Todak, they're trying their best to hang on. But meanwhile, as the game progresses here, little do we know, our LY4 from Resurgence is getting a lot of farm as well. And this time, they're going to be giving the red buff finally towards LY4, which has been taken at least 3 sets of buffs from the side of Sana.
A lot of control coming from the side of Team Resurgence as well. And the thing is, no matter what, how many shields that Team Todak members is able to pull off for the now, it's not going to be enough. But here got the star power lockdown, and once again, exactly what I was saying, the Cyclops, they had to play very aggressively, and in the hands of Jason, who just loves to set things up with the team alongside with his teammates, it's a beautiful role and hero pick for himself.
X-Ray on the meanwhile here, going for the split push. They need to buy time for this Black Dragon. Finally pops it off. You can see Sana already catching up with him as well. He goes from the stun, but unfortunately he can't seem to keep up as well. X-Ray dropping pretty low as well, but no follow-up available. So great disengage there coming in from X-Ray. But on the meanwhile, they've got him low enough. If they pop the Black Dragon, this is time for the Lord as Resurgence replies.
Definitely trying to reply this at all, but then again, they know they have no Black Dragon, they had to disengage, but they know Esmeralda is not inside in this fight, so they want to see if they can try to steal this Lord Ray. And remember, but beautiful coming with the way of the Dragon, Lord is going to be secure for the side here of Team Resurgence. Top side on the other hand, Sing trying to buy enough time and trying to slow down 3 members on Team Todak. He always doing it, he's taking so much shield, he's still going to be able to shut down 4 mans, and he's still going on. Chiku X-Ray easily has to fall back and back towards the bottom lane. We see our dear friend E1 instantly gets popped and bursted down. But Moon, he's in the juice. He finds LY4 and instantly assassinate him before he could have a chance to retaliate back. KZP, unfortunately, nearby, he couldn't save his teammate, but LY4 say it's totally fine. Keep pushing towards his middle. 2 members of Team Todak is down for the count, but they will be up very soon. But I believe they still have enough damage to at least try to break down this middle inhibitor.
This is going to be a long Lord there coming from Todak as Chiku is split pushing for their fight, but the Lord is going to make one towards Crystal as well, but the star power lockdown catches on the Moon, drops him though. Winter Tracker being used from Jason and he's going to get focused down as well. The Lord still alive, half HP, Sing trying to survive this as much as they can. The Tigru goes for the implosion, but unfortunately no follow-up available and instantly gets bursted down. So that's going to be a great defense coming from Todak, but Resurgence, they are applying a lot of pressure. They take so much objective out of this team fight.
Dude, it's really amazing what Sing and Sana has been doing inside this game. Constantly split pushing, constantly pulling attention, and Sing with the Asmarella, absolutely insane. By the way, Chico Sing doing a significant amount of damage towards Chico. Chico is ever so low. He's still able to secure the top tier 2 tower, but instantly the rest of the team has to disengage and fall back because they're like saying themselves, this is Asmarella, this is Sing. Just run away for your life because look at the amount of barrier he has on his HP.
Yeah, he is so strong, but will the arrow connect? Seems to me it will not. Queen Wings up on Chiku finally here, so it's going to be a little bit more aggressive for Todak. But at the same time, Black Dragon as well on the bottom side as X-Ray goes in for the push as they are still continuing to go for the split push as Moon tries to go for a pick up, but KZB catches him. Implosion is there as well, and Moon instantly gets bursted down by Jason. And that's going to be Todak losing another member here as A1 needs to back out that fight. Sing giving chase here. Will he go for the follow? Sana still lurking around, looking for the right targets, but seems to be they will completely ignore him and rush 5 men down mid and aim for the crystal with no Moon allowed.
Okay, beautiful engagement with this wall, but the rest of the team trying to do their best to just clear out that minion wave. But KTB doing his best to hold down the line. He's not really taking it all, but here comes the Sacred Hammer just to buy a little bit more time. And Sing, they're stealing a lot of damage, but they're still able to trade things off for 4 mans and KZP. Black Dragon transformation will be coming to try to hunt down LY4, but LY4, he's cutting that back and forth. Here comes the star power lock that's going to be dropping down for X-Ray for as long as possible, and instantly, there goes the shutdown. There goes the dragon has been slain. Now the rest of the team is slowly chasing down the rest of the team. Chiku playing the sneaky game in hopes that LY4 comes in the mix, but LY4, he learned his lesson because he remembered what Moon did to him for the last time he walked near a bush.
Yep, speaking of which, LY4 farming a little bit more, but at the same time, Todak, they're still barely hanging on. Will they be able to make a comeback here? A1 does not have enough stacks here. He's got to go for the Dominance Eyes and also the Oracle. So a little bit more defensively, but as the Hilda, he's not been able to do much in this situation here. Going for those pickoff, and Jason has been extremely annoying these situations here with the Winter Trunket. However, on the top side as well, Sing, they will scout out A1. Here's the follow-on, the arrow connects, but where's the damage here? A1 can slowly getting bursted down, and Jason will pop his head off.
Now this is where we start seeing the fact that like Hilda starts falling off in the late game, especially if your team is not really equal in either the levels or even ahead. So now picking the Hilda is slowly falling behind the hands of Team Todak here, but the rest of the team of Team Resurgence, they are getting prepared to mow down the rest of the team here while they try to split push because the Lord is going to be coming out in exactly 5 seconds.
Yep, as you can see, they are going to be knocking on the doors on the top side as well. You can see Todak, they're trying to hang on as much as they can. The Lord has pretty much exposed Resurgence. They have to go for the fight. X-Ray goes for the Black Dragon, connects the dot on the backlines as well. But where's the follow-on? They are barely tickling him here. Do they want to commit into this? But Formace, he's going to get caught out here. Comes Sing from the sides. The falling star move catches onto the implosion as well to catch 2, and Todak, they lose 2. A1's gonna be next. Here comes the crossbow tanks. They get another one, and they're thinking about closing this game. They get 2.
2 is definitely all they need as well. And Sing, he's diving under the crystal. He doesn't care because he knows he's stealing so many shields. Chico doing his very best to try to zone him out as long as possible. While falling star jumps on top of Chico, but Chico's still able to sustain and able to run away to heal out. Boon on the other hand, he barely gets out, but Sing is keeping that lock back in the fountain. And actually on the other hand, he's trying his best to get on top of LY4, but the amount of control, the amount of holdback by KZP with the Sacred Hammer is doing so much control until the point where X-Ray is like, I cannot get on top of LY4. And now Chico trying to bait him out like a fish in a barrel, trying to force LY4 to go for the hunt and chase him down. But then again, Resurgence, they're happy they were able to take down that boundary hitter. And with that, before they seal the deal, they're going to be taking away this enhanced law. But now Moon picking up the Divine Glaive and hoping for that with that additional magic damage, he should be able to try to burst down at least 1 or 2 members of Resurgence.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy law here coming from Resurgence. Arrow coming in as well from Todak to check things out. But unfortunately, they can't seem to catch Jason in this kind of situations here. Meanwhile, from the side of Resurgence, they have so much towers available. You can see Moon trying to cut, you can see Chiku trying to cut the creep waves on the south side as well, but it's just not working out. There's still 2 outer turrets in the vicinity as well, but Chiku will get scouted out. Here comes Jason as well, but eventually he takes it down, drops his HP a little bit half, but here comes KZP from the sides. He sidesteps his way, KZP using his momentum, and Chiku will sidestep his rotations.
Anyway, E1 going to be having a lot of shields being stolen away from Sing. But then again, this is just an Esmeralda. Constantly stealing a lot of shields. Moon trying to do his best to do as much damage as much as possible. But Sing has a lot of items. Very tanky. And Sana constantly zoning them up. But remember, this is an enhanced lot. Sana Hilda is going to be falling as well. Now this is the final defense. Actually gets towards his back line. Finds LY4. But KTB with the second hammer with the implosion as well. Going to be trying to control him as much as possible. And LY5 pumping out the crossbow attack. That will be a killing spree for Sing, and Chiku gets on top of L4 with the Weight of the Dragon, but sadly he has his own personal purify, so Chiku will sadly be, all his efforts will be into no avail. Sana zones out Moon, connects the shield unity, but in the end Moon dives in with a flicker, instantly assassinating our dear friend LY4. But the minions, they're hitting the crystal, they just had to hit it more. Sana comes in with the back door, he's hitting it with wheels left and right, and they will get it.
That's going to be a road kill. And as KZP, Sana finished things off with a bang. Resurgence takes this game very convincingly. Great stuff coming from Resurgence. But at the same time here, Leonard, the jungle Boxia has been a really annoying throughout the entire game.
Okay, the thing is just now, because like you brought it up, like you're wondering, like, oh, very curious, Boxia core jungle. That's very curious, Leonard. Now I can totally answer you right. Remember yesterday I was mentioning like what makes a good jungler. I said the bare minimum is you're a hero that's able to sustain in the jungle. If you're able to clear the jungle and sustain, you're an amazing jungler. But if you're able to sustain, clear, and able to gank amazingly and have really amazing gap closers, then you're an S-tier jungler. And in this case, Resurgence realized like Boxia, he can clear, he can sustain, but most importantly, he can get on top of many people, and it's going to be taking that, literally going to be forcing a lot of their opponent heroes to commit flickers or their own major disengagement or engagement spells just to try to run away. So in this case, Resurgence come in with the thought like, alright, Boxia, great gank, great jungler, will go with this. Whereas for Team Todak, they're like, alright, we need a jungler, but also Gushan can go for the jungle too. So let's quickly check on his highlights, brought to you by Yudu, powered by Cellcom.
Yeah, I really like how they actually play the camera Resurgence here. Before we get a little bit more into the points of why they've actually picked the Boxia here, which I did not expect as well. Because the Porpoise Turquoise on the jungle emblem, okay, he's going to be able to jungle pretty quickly with the Porpoise Turquoise, but look at this play right here with Sana and X-Ray, okay? Sana wasn't exactly just trailing X-Ray as well. He's making sure he does not miss his Porpoise Turquoise. He's just spreading around as much AoE to kind of prevent X-Ray from actually doing any more damage or just staying around just cost chaotic, because the fire coming from the Porpoise Turquoise is going to do a lot of damage, also reduce all his HP regeneration. So if X-Ray actually sticks around, he's going to die eventually here. So great usage there coming from the using the Porpoise Turquoise to actually trail around the X-Ray as well. And you can see a couple moments where actually X-Ray disengages as well. It was a really nice close gap there coming from Sana in case he wants to try anything funny here. Meanwhile, this clutch play from Sing, he single-handedly manhandled 3 guys, took so long, bought so much time, got a single kill, and get out of that fight uncontested. That was just insane.
I mean, that's just Esmeralda, right? It's just one of those situations you just be like, oh, it's just an Esmeralda, you know? And at the same time, they see who's using the Esmeralda, they'll be like, oh, it's just Sing. But anyway, this last conclusion of this combat as well, we saw how many times he managed to get on top of LY4, but this is a 1-1. He's going to be able to disengage and get out of the situation. And I love the the rest of the members of Resurgence as well, totally playing around with the positioning. I know X-Ray, I believe he just got a little bit too greedy. I'm pretty sure he came with a thought like, alright, maybe I could just try to disengage, or at least maybe I could try to get the kill on LY4. What X-Ray can actually try to do was, instead of going straight for LY4, he can actually try to surround Sing and try to ball him out, because we see on the minimap as well, Chiku and even E1 was on the way. They're not close enough, so X-Ray should have tried to at least to buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, you can even pay attention to this as well. As X-Ray goes in for the dive, right? Like, he was just surrounding on all 4 peoples, but look at how quickly his damage actually fell. Like, his HP was just dropping with just so much damage being dished out by Jason as well. And it's understandable why they needed him to actually kind of set things up for the team from side of Todak. But every time they go that, they're actually being countered for Resurgence, as Resurgence Sync and also KZP was diving the backlines time and time again. And look at this, even X-Ray in this particular moment here, a little bit messed up there, could not flicker over the wall, but that was a little bit too late by this stage of the game, because Resurgence, they know, hey, if X-Ray comes in, the rest of the team won't be able to follow up, because they have to defend against the Lord, they have to defend against KZP, they have to defend against Sing, which, as already proven in early stage of the game, 3v1 Sing, no problem for Sing.
Definitely for sure. By the way, loving how they ended the game. It's just our dear friend Sana just hitting the freaking crystal from the back line. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the scoreboard with the itemization coming out from both of this team. Now, I just want to not to say correct you, just more like add a point to what you were mentioning about the box here, right? So what exactly happened in the early game was he didn't really commit the ultimate too much, just to farm. I think the main goal was just to, once he hits that level 4 inside the jungle, he's just gonna go and gank around. And he's, like you said, the positioning of his total poise, absolutely insane. Constantly making full effect, especially on those heroes who really depending on that health, regen, and shield. Just put a huge dent to a majority of hero. And with the existence of Sing with the Esmeralda, stealing even more shields here. So really rough game for the side here, Team Todak.
Yeah, I like this pickup coming from Sing as well. Like, he went for a actually different kind of approach of itemizations here, where he actually opted to go for Enchanted Talisman, did not actually withhold to rush the Oracle. Instead, he actually gotten the Feather instead, and then he went for the Holy Crystal. Then only he transitioned into a more tanky role here, which which was interesting, because this is not a very common build, but at the same time, it actually worked out for them, considering how he dictated the tempo. He wasn't exactly getting dive time and time again. He just needed damage, and they got the damage, because we know the playstyle coming from Resurgence here. If you look at Jason and also Sync, right? Yep. Jason, instead of going for the traditional damage item, he went for the Enchanted Talisman and then rushed the Winton Dragon as the second item first.
Yes.
As compared to Sync, who rushed the damage item first and then went for the defensive item later on. So Sync and Jason kind of swapped their roles a little bit here in the early stage of the game, relying on, hey, Sync, you're going to do a little bit more magic damage for me here. They're going to die for me. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get dive a lot. I'm going to get a Winter Trunket, which we saw early on, Clutch, where they were caught off by surprise by Todak, where Moon landed a perfect arrow, went in. Hey, there's a Winter Trunket. They came and the counter engagement came in, and Resurgence won the entire team fight. So that was really a great understanding of itemizations coming between Resurgence and the communications between Sync as well as Jason, which was nuts. But of course, let's take a look at the stats as well. We can see Rich Guy is going to be Sync, 731. The carry Sync as well. Sandbag going to be X-Ray, and the forgotten one, Sana. And look at this, Sync, 122,000 damage done.
Definitely for sure, because he's not only sustaining and stealing a lot of shield just to survive longer inside the fight, but he's also doing quite the amount of damage. He also picked up a lot of magic damage item for himself, and seriously, coming for the side of Jason with the cycle as well, getting the Winter Trunket, because he just totally understands the fact that there's literally 5 heroes on the side of Team Todak, which is literally going to be jumping on top of you there, and he also fully understands, they want to jump on the 1-1, it's going to be really tough, so they won't try to catch LY4 unless they know the situation really calls for it. So the next best thing would be Jason, who his disengagement is really poor, he's very slow. Although yes, he has a lot of damage and able to lock down one person, but he cannot lock down all 5. He can only lock down 1 instead of all 5. So in the end, he goes to the Winter Trunket just for that little bit of that security. But here comes the lineups, right? So instantly, we can see Resurgence and Todak, they totally understand this jungle meta. They totally understand this is the kind of lineup and even the laning phase of how Mutu is truly trying to go for. But before I talk about that, let's quickly bring out the MVP. Your big boy himself of the Resurgence here will be Sing with that Esmeralda, who did a total of 6,000 damage here. And of course, 24% of the total team goal. But remember, he only died once.
Yeah, he was really nuts as well. He was doing so much damage, making sure he has full control of the entire game as well.
Right.
Sing undeniably the MVP for this game as well. But at the same time, I really want to point out the fact that besides all the how beautiful that the Resurgence actually played the game here,
Right.
I want to mention the point that from the side of Todak, they were really lacking in the marksman department. Like, they do not have a Roger, they do not have anything. They rely on Chiku on the Cho, which, like I said, is a single target burst fighter. Whereas from the side of Resurgence, they have the 1-1, which is kind of undervalued from side LYO4, but did the right thing. They just went a little bit defensive. They have so much animations, which just could not deal enough damage here. So you can see that Todak was eventually struggling. They were banging on winning that early phase engagement with the Selena, with the Gushen, but just could not do so because KZP did a couple of really interesting plays by just delaying the buff. That's one.
Yes.
Two, the clutch early Winter Truncate from Jason just delayed their entire momentum, which denied any kind of potential comeback possibility from the side of Todak just because of how crucial the timings was. They needed those kills to build up the momentum. They needed those kills, but it was instantly to get denied by Resurgence. It was very good understanding coming from Resurgence.
I mean, definitely for sure. Like, at the same time, like, Chico really cool they decided to swap things up as well and bring Moon as the mage carry back towards this game because it sort of fits because they really needed a jungler that can sort of fits multiple roles here. They needed someone to do a lot of damage, they needed someone to also clear out the jungle really fast, and Gushen seems to be the answer, and it just fits right up Moon's alley. The only difference was Gushen is, like I said, although there is certain requirements to be a really great jungler, but even sometimes, if you can find out, for example, you can sustain, you can clear, you can gang. Yes, Gushen fits all three, but there's also a fourth option, a fourth requirement, which is considered quite minor, but very important as well. Can this jungler, can this hero really survive the onslaught of being harassed? Remember, Bosskurr, even no matter how much you harass him, he can still get away and still can sustain. Gushen, on the other hand, if you harass him or pressure him a little bit too much, it actually punishes him really hard. And KZP, he knows he doesn't have to do damage. He just has to delay because in the end, they cannot constantly babysit Moon inside the jungle. They have to go back to the support, even has to go back to the lane to really farm out and sustain for himself.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious here to see what kind of drafts that could be happening here as well coming from Todak because they did not have enough damage in game number 1 here. In game number 2, they definitely need to ban. Yeah, definitely they have to ban Esmeralda. It was, like I said as well, during the third place, it was definitely Resurgence opening with a very, very aggressive draft pick here. But now it's coming to game number 2. This is where I think Todak is going to have the first pick. This is where they have to retaliate and reply. How do they drop this? But seems to me they were immediately first ban KZB. They know how annoying it became. And it's understandable here because they were caught off guard by the flicker implosion animation for the instant cast time. And I think throughout the weeks as well, we had a discussion. Tigreal back in the meta is if his implosion can be casted instant. And Moonton's answer was, yes, we can make him instant, but only after he casts his animation and then go in for the flicker.
The thing is this, I think they banning out the Tigreal is just prioritizing the Esmeralda overall because they still feel they can try to deal with the Esmeralda. They just ban out the Tigreal because he just plays a very similar role to like what a Hilda actually plays in that early game. Very tanky, able to be doing, can be quite the nuisance as well. And most importantly, when it gets towards his late game, comparing between both the Hilda and the Tigreal is able to sustain way longer, control way better compared to the Hilda. Although yes, she can do a lot of damage, but it's still not going to be enough. But then again, Todak at the same time, they didn't opt for the Esmeralda ban either, mainly because they know they're on the blue side, which has first pick and first ban. So that ban opportunity will be in the hands of Resurgence because they know they do not want to give away the Esmeralda to the side here of Team Todak.
Yeah, as you can see, the Esmeralda pickup was a big nuisance, Khalid as well, but this time Todak actually respecting KZP's pick with the Tigreal, which was something they were not prepared for.
I mean,
however, there are other things that he can be do here. I wouldn't be surprised to see KZB bringing the Franco pickup if he actually decides to go for it. But KZB, like I said, they're smiling as well. During the introduction video as well, they did mention they will be prioritizing on KZB, a very annoying tank player coming from Resurgence by far. And he has never failed to actually prove to us that he is one of the strongest tanks in this tournament himself. And now, Resurgence, they're one game away from stopping Todak's winning streak permanently for good. And as of now, Todak, they gotta be thinking hard here. What do they do? Because Urena's being banned. They need a hero out on X-Ray or 4 maze as well.
They can pick a Cho right here. First pick Cho here is totally understandable too if they really want to go for it, because they really need playmakers and engaging heroes right now. But then again, banning up both Bosskurr and Tigreal, they are getting rid of all this engaging hero. Right now, Resurgence, in their mind, I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, no, I'm calling it right now. If the situation calls for it, KZP will pick the jaw hit. He's going to be such a huge nuisance for it. But Team Todak prioritizing the healer overall, because that early game aggression is a little bit more dangerous compared to the Cho.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Todak and Resurgence, they have to be... Todak have to figure out as well what are they going to be picking on Chiku as well, because they have been figuring... They have struggled to find Chiku's hero in the last game as well. I'm surprised they did not go for the Roger. It was a desperate attempt to actually go for the double Meech setup just to deal with the Esmeralda. But like I said, Resurgence was so prepared for this. And this time, Resurgence, they'll pick up a different playstyle and they will open up with the Bauman pickup as well as the Chang'e, which was previously banned from Todak in the first game.
Now with Jason, with Chang'e in the hands of Jason as well, they're gonna be even more a nuisance. Like if they thought Bosskurr was a nuisance inside the jungle, right, being invading them constantly, wait till you see Jason on the Chang'e, who's gonna be even able to harass from a distance safely as well. Now Team Todak, they had to really come up with a way, right? They see Resurgence locking down their side lane, locking down the main support. Now they had to try to figure out how well they want to deal with this. They can try, if they want to jungle, they can still try to opt for the Yisun Shin, because he also can jungle really back and forth with the passive. And don't forget, he can also run away from themselves. But of course, I'm calling it either a Yisun Shin and a Cho. But it looks like they want to try to opt for the Claude.
Wow, Cho Claude pick here coming from Todak, a little bit more mobility here. And this is going to be a Chiku Claude, finally something that we are comfortable seeing him as playing as well, because throughout history as well, we've seen Chiku try out the Cho marksman, or was at Cho core in this regards, but it just didn't work out in the previous seasons here. But this time, their reply from Resurgence is going to be on the Natalia. So the silence there is going to be a huge factor that Chiku may need to worry about. As Resurgence, you can see Singh, he doesn't care. He is like, you know what, easiest game of my life. And well, LY4, he's already prepared to, you know, close out this game and take a nap.
Dude, I love it. You know, Resurgence thought this through about all the potential jungle heroes that could be a great ganker as a jungler. So Natalia, not only is she great at engaging with her ultimate with the Hunt and the Silence, but mainly also because she is really great at clearing. She can sustain with a smoke bomb, because a smoke bomb literally prevents all basic attack on top of her. So barely she can sustain and mitigate all our damage inside the jungle, inside that early game for herself. And I wouldn't be surprised if if Singh, in this case, decided to tell himself, like, you know guys, I don't need to go to the first wave in the mid lane. I can just go to the jungle myself. I don't have to do it. By the way, I love this. I love the fact that Todak actually banned out the Helka. This allows one more ban option for the side here of Resurgence, because I was expecting Resurgence to ban out the Helka just to make things a little bit easier for their team here.
Yeah, the Kadita ban, that's a little bit questionable here, but at the same time, they did fix it a little bit more.
It's just that escape and nuking potential for the side of
yeah, definitely.
So and that's pretty much why they
at the same time as well, coming from Todak, what kind of mages are they going to play? Because as of now, they're worried about the double assassin coming up from Resurgence. They have the Natalia. This is going to be a roaming support Natalia, most probably going to be played by KZP, I think. But at the same time, it's tough to actually decide, because Resurgence, they are going to be banning the Link. They do not want to see the Link at all, and I'm surprised Todak is going to be considering to pick the Link at all in the first place, just because of how the jungle is going to happen here, because Cloud is going to be on a safe lane. Okay, maybe they need the jungle here, so definitely Todak needs another hero for them to play, but Roger will be banned off. Yisun Sin is still in the pool though, so Resurgence, they definitely don't really mind this. They can still opt to go for the 1-1 and also the Yisun Sin if they want to. They need a front line though.
I mean, frontline now, there's still Kufras and many other heroes into the mix as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
They just need to try to find someone that can really control and lock down the Claw, because with the battle mirror image as well, he's able to not only make fights very offensive, but very passive at the same time. But once locking down this Yisu Shin, this will be a jungle. Sorry, no, scratch that. It is going to be a purified Yisu Shin, not the jungle one.
Nah, it's going to be switched later on, but it might be a retribution jungle Yishun Sin in this regards, just because of how effective Natalia can be in the early stage game.
I mean, it could
but
be a Natalia
at the same time, they might send Yishun Sin on the gold lane as well, so it's a little bit tough to decide. But Todak, their reply is gonna be on the Ruby here. The Ruby to deal with the Yishun Sin, a great way to do with it.
Dude, this is a really great call as well, because Todak also realized that Resurgence, they not only need a controller, but a dedicated initiator as well. So instantly,
They need the mage.
Instantly hovering over the Ruby, if they pick it right now, that just forces Resurgence to pick another hero.
What mage are
like
they gonna
a
play?
Kufra for themselves.
No way they're gonna go for the Gushen again, right? They have
No,
to go
it's
for
gonna be
Harif.
Harif.
Yeah, okay.
It's totally fine.
Yeah, this is super greedy, but I think it's workable just because of how limited their control is. Because from the side of Resurgence, Natalia can silence with the Harif is great, but no one else can stop. You can see the faces and saying, okay, we're okay. I think we messed up. We need something to stop this this Harif. Are they gonna pull the what's that called?
There's Kufra?
Mincitar back in the final pick.
No.
Mincitar, maybe just to do with Harif.
They need someone really mobile and can really
Kufra as well. Yeah, Kufra is pretty okay. Not the best, but yeah, they need one more frontliner here, and Kufra is pretty okay in this situation.
I mean, they have no choice. It's the only option for them to go for. So, especially since they took away the Jawhead from their south here. So they have to literally opt for the next best thing, which is the Kufra. So they're playing in hopes that, okay, they're going to be playing very aggressive about this, and they're going to be constantly punishing and harassing Moon inside the jungle, because remember, Harry really literally dictates and dedicated on that blue buff. So let's see how aggressive they can be inside when we see inside the game here.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I see a Kufra going all the way towards the last phase of the game here, but that was a great draft here, and I'm really seeing both teams now much more 50-50 as compared to game number 1.
Yes.
Game number 1, it was all about late game coming from Resurgence. They need to stall this game, but in this game here, it might go either ways here.
True. And the thing is, like, really unfortunate we're not going to be seeing the Jawhead on the hands of KZP, but for good measure as well, they have the banding up because they actually third pick the Natalia and an assassin, so they do not want this Natalia to be constantly pressured at all. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into the race here between Team Todak versus Resurgence in this second game. Will this be the comeback? We shall see on this beautiful graphic on the Land of the Dawn between both Team Todak and Resurgence.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious to see who is going to be playing on Natalia. Ladies and gentlemen, here is going to be Sana playing on a Natalia and Moon playing on the Harif. So no surprises there. There's going to be solo mage damage coming in from Todak. They are going to still be sticking the lane on 1-3-1 from the side of Todak. Meanwhile, Resurgence, they're going to leave Jason all by himself, and Sana is going to be starting the jungles as well as they send up KZP up top to babysit on towards LY4.
I mean, definitely for sure. They really need to try to harass, even try to put force Chiku out the lane as well. He's taking a lot of damage. And remember, oh, here comes the jungle invasion, but Natalia is going to be the jungle here. He picks up the retribution for himself. So this is going to be a really, really scary matchup for against Team Todak. But then again, none of the supports is going to be harassing. Moon inside the jungle, so he should be having a really casual farm here. It now comes down to whether who's going to be able to get, who will be taking the initiative, and who's going to be getting on top of who. Now we're going to be seeing a slight skirmishes towards this top lane between both of the supports and hyper carries of both of this team.
Yeah, but as you can see, Chiku overextending. LY4 goes in for the bash as well. A1 will retaliate, drops his HP a little bit too low here, and KZP will push him back, and LY4 regrets his decision there, and he's going to be extremely careful right now because A1 is going to be setting his eyes out for him. Chiku on the meanwhile from the side, Sana comes in, he's going to try and finish well. Chiku sidesteps his way back to the tower, and KZP goes in for a snipe. He eventually goes for the kill. KZP managed to disengage from that fight as well. Great snipe there coming from Resurgence.
Oh, really, really good stuff there for sure. And the best part about it, he actually, on the side here, Sana actually force the tower to retarget back on top of him, allowing KGB to not be hit by the tower and instantly flicker out towards safety. Moon getting harassed a lot by Sana. Jason on the other hand, definitely not having the fun time against Ruby. But let's see this 1v1 matchup between both the carry. But here comes the Zama first of all, followed by the Chrono Dash. Sana trying to run for his life, but Sally eventually, he's actually barely going to be able to. He's going to solo, but eventually he will fall to the hands of Moon.
Yeah, that is something they need to shut them down here, especially up on Sana as well. Sana opting to go for the jungle emblem here, so a little bit more greed coming in from Resurgence. As you can see, Resurgence, they always play for the late game in favor of LY4. So right now, they're still playing it slow. Todak, they need to make use of this situation here and go in for the capitalization here. Blazing Duets being expanded to clear the creep waves coming from Todak, so no objectives yet. X-Ray forcing the flicker as well as Sing manages the sidestep and forces out the rotations, but Moon, here comes Moon. Examine Force being used as well. Can Sing survive? No, he will not. And that's going to be another kill in the hands of Todak. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, Resurgence, they will go in for the answer. They can't seem to finish off A1 as Formace is a little bit too tanky. KZB dropping his HP a little bit low, and Formace goes in for a reply, goes in for a swipe. Jason's going to be next. He's super low, but here comes Sana for the rescue, and they will go in for the retaliation. The Meteor Shower on top of that won't be enough to finish him off, as A1 is going to get focused down, dropping so low, but looks like they will give up and continue back towards the farm, as Todak is going to be replying with the turtle.
They're definitely going to be able to secure this turtle for themselves here, but Sally Singh will not be able to use the little counter to steal away the turtle, because in the hands of the Retribution, especially with Moon, they're definitely not going to be giving away such an easy turtle to the side here of Resurgence. But then again, really well played coming from the side here of Moon, who just constantly just keep farming for himself, because he knows his gank potential really isn't that great unless his team is really able to set things up for him. Whereas Sana, he's been constantly ganking around, but suddenly, unfortunately, after he went for the gank towards his top side to get that one kill, and when he wanted to go for the counter jungle, Moon was having his ultimate and literally one level above of Sana. But anyway, enough of that early game analysis. Let's slowly get back to the game between all of these teams.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side as well, Sing, they are going to be diving on Chiku once again. Sana making sure he's there. Chiku sidesteps his way. Formace is there to go in for the assist. He does have the Iron on Fender here, but at the same time will not use it, as the tier 1 is still slowly being focused down from the side of Resurgence. So Todak, they will disengage this. Likewise for Resurgence. Meanwhile, Sana, he does scout out X-Ray. They have to be careful. Jason immediately backs off for the retreat. And Chiku trying to drop 1 HP. Sing, once again, almost killing him off. But this is still a great play there coming from Sing, as he forces Chiku back on the lanes here. Meanwhile, on the sides as well, Moon goes in for the Examine Force. Unable to finish off Jason here. Sana in the vicinity with the silence to buy a little bit more time. But Formace will catch him off guard. And that's going to be Sana down for the count, as Todak gets a 1 kill.
Very beautiful kill here. By the way, here comes E1 X-Ray hiding inside the bush. He just want to see a beautiful opening for himself. Here, remember, he's the Cho. All he wants is get his hand on LY4, but E1 doing significant amount of damage, constantly juking back in and out of sight of that bush to make use of that passing for that shield and HP regen. But in the end, it's going to be so difficult for KZB to deal with such a man who can constantly have a free healing. Even Tyrants are going to be coming to the side here on X-Ray and the minion wave, just to try to force him back instead of breaking that tower.
Oh, and meanwhile, Sana, he's hiding in the bush. He sees X-Ray. Seems to me he's setting his targets up to the backs as well. X-Ray looks for him, and here comes the Meteor Shower. X-Ray pops the flicker as well as Sana is going for the execute. Can he go for it? The Way of the Dragon is there. He forces him back, but eventually will bow out. Moon not in time to go in for the save as well. A1 from the sides. Eventually, here comes Formace, catches him off guard, and once again, Formace goes in for the return fight. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Sing! What was that?
Oh man, now that's what I call spinning to win, baby. Woo! He literally spinned it, and thankfully enough, that one moment, that extra last damage as well from that last spin was just enough to kill him and instantly get back that HP. By the way, second turtle will be taken away from Resurgence, as Team Todak is going to be safely secure for themselves. We're looking at a total kill score of 5-4 here. Todak currently in the lead by 1,000 gold. When we Sing gets gone on and going to be holding on as long as possible, dropping down the leader counter, but here comes KZB. Mount of Shock also going to be committed as well, but sadly KZB was not able to follow up with the Tyrant's Rage. Sana all alone, getting a lot of damage. Even with the slow coming out from the Harry, he instantly has to fall back, but KZB here to do his best to slow them down.
Well, great clutch there coming from Formace to immediately stop the Tyrant's Rage from actually being committed here by stunning him on the sides here. But meanwhile, the game's pretty close here. Great play coming from Singh earlier on to actually take down Chiku from the sides. But meanwhile, KZP going for the catch again. He sees him. He's all around. But at the same time, Jason is there to provide the assist. So he's not going to be committing too much into this fight here. Meanwhile, Todak, Chiku, he's died twice. He needs to get some farms, and Resurgence, they are going to be setting their targets up on Chiku very shortly here. Meanwhile, Moon trying to pull some sort of aggression down bottom, but Resurgence, they're not responding. As you can see, top side, they don't care about the bottom lane. They only care about shutting down Chiku because here comes Sana. They are going to focus now. Blazing Duet is there, but do they have the damage? Sana eventually takes him down. Here comes the Way of the Dragon, but it's not going to be enough as Resurgence, like I said, they set their eyes up on Chiku. E1 tries to retaliate. 4 mains from the sides as well. Can he catch us off? No, he will not. He goes in for a pull, but no, the Iron Fender misses, and LY4 sidestep his way through. Resurgence, they are going for the fight, but meanwhile, Moon will catch off Jason all by himself here. As Sana, he wants to continue for the fight, but looks like that will be all as Resurgence, they've set their objectives, they got that what they wanted, and they are going to back off.
The thing is, they really needed Jason, so really well played coming from the side of Moon on not just assassinating and sniping him away, but also just keeping his presence back towards that middle lane. But unfortunately enough, cases happening for the side for the team, as well as Singh will be instantly picked off from the Iron Fender coming out from 4 mains.
Wow, Todak, they're trying to buy as much time for Chiku. Like I said as well, Chiku died 3 times. Not the greatest situations here. 4 mains gotta try and find Sana as much as he can, and it seems to me Sana has been completely dodging this Ruby all the way through here as Resurgence. They have a little bit of they've lost a little bit more of towers here, but at the same time, now KCP tries to go in for the snipe, and that will be X-ray down. So great snipe here coming from Resurgence.
Like despite that Chico died like 3 times, but he has been solo farming and gathering all these resources for himself. So he's still 1 level ahead of LY4. So that's pretty much why you see LY4 trying his best to just quickly farm throughout the jungle, try to keep up with the rest of the team, because Team Todak is just constantly asserting dominance bit by bit, and this will be the 3rd turtle taken away from Resurgence. We're looking at a goal difference of 2k and 2 towers, and Team Todak is 2 towers ahead of Team Resurgence. They find 4 masses, they dive to the mix as well, coming from the side here of Sana, but it's not exactly who they want to aim for either. KCP gets pulled back, gets control. Here comes the Zaman Force as well as Moon. He wants to try to do as much damage on the side here of Jason, but yet he will be able to pick off KCP, and with the Mountain Shocker coming from the hands of LY4, he will be able to allow his team to figure out what's the game plan here, and they will be able to disengage.
Ooh, mistakes were made from side Resurgence. They overestimated their damage towards 4 mains, and guess what? Not enough damage, immediately regrets the decision, but fortunately for them, they only lose KZP, and also, well, not really fortunate anymore. They will lose the tower as well, top.
A lot of objectives being taken away from Resurgence here. Team Todak just constantly, this time it's their turn to be asserting that dominance. LY4 currently level 10, but Chico is 2 levels ahead, so is Moon. We're looking at it, by the way, here comes our Fender, going to be able to catch on top of KZP, and here comes the Blazing Duet towards the back line, but instantly with the Tyrant Race, he's going to be able to shut down Chico, but X-Ray seeing the grand opening for himself, instantly kicking LY4 back to the fountain here, and with this as well, there goes the top inhibitor, and potentially even the game as well. Singh trying his best with the cycle suit to clear out the mini waves to try to buy enough time as much as possible. Here comes the Way of the Dragon, going to be able to lock down Sana. Singh trying to tank this out for as long as possible, but Moon with the Zaman Force and the Chrono Dash is going back and forth, but then again, Singh able to hold on the line because it was his main goal was just to clear out that minion wave.
What a clutch there coming from 4 mains, man. Like, he was able to get the right targets, disparented all the entire fight. X-Ray from the back lines as well. This was something that Resurgence did not expect at all. No control whatsoever in that engagement. Resurgence, they have to be careful now because they've lost their top side turret, and Todak, they are going to continue to apply the pressure here as Moon slowly but surely starting to hit like a truck. He has the concentrated energy, and a little bit tough for Sana to actually pick him off. Sana has been struggling his way through to find those pickoffs here as 4 mains constantly searches him out. Meanwhile, bottom turret is going to get taken out from Todak. Resurgence, how will they defend against this? As Todak 4 mains all by himself. Tyrant's Reach expanded to buy a little bit of time, but was it worth it? Because meanwhile, Todak is already making work on the Lord. Will they go for the snipe? Sana a little bit late. Unfortunately, not going to be happen. Sing tries to go for the leader counter, but he will get caught up instead, and Todak will man up himself.
But anyway, Meteor Shower going to be committed to try to secure the red buff for the team here. But E1 instantly saw that coming and he was willing to tank it out because he is that tanky. Performance on the other hand, speaking of tanky, he's actually holding on line for quite some time though. I'm offended was committed towards his L1, was able to get on top of it as well. But look at it, 4 people diving on top of 4 mans and he's still able to sustain. But they have to quickly fall back because there is one siege guy hitting the throne here. And KZP tries his best to hold on the line. Actually, taking quite the amount of damage towards his tower. Here comes our fighter and the Tyrant Rage. They're going to be locking down Moon. No more dashes for you, but he still survives. Sorry, scratch that as LY4 will be slicing and he's dicing by Jason. Getting caught by Chiku with the battle mirror image, but the Lord will be chopping his enemies of Resurgence down to size. They're doing a really great job about it, and Chiku melting down Sing. Mountain Shock is going to be coming to that as well, but Chiku still alive. The biggest danger of the team here, and with that, 3 inhibitors on the side of Resurgence will fall.
Yep, it's up to Sing and LY4 to defend against this here, but X-Ray will get the way of the dragon, and that's going to be Sing down for the count. Chiku will shred him to pieces here, and this time Chiku is going to try and finish off LY4. He's tagging the tower, but no, the team will focus on the crystal, and that will be Todak taking it to game number 3, winning game number 2.
Oh, just really well played stuff coming from the side of Team Todak as well. Like, they totally understand what they were lacking and what they were trying to go against. And the thing is, there's just too many areas to really try to pin, to fully pin down Resurgence. So Team Todak, what they decided was, alright, we will start reducing the amount of options which you can have to try to engage us until the point where they had no choice but to pick up the Kufra. And then now Resurgence was in a position where, like, if we're not in the lead, we're gonna start falling back by so much because we see on side here Team Todak, their entire lineup, a lot of early game aggression, a lot of initiation as well, a lot of engagement too, more compared to the side of here of Resurgence. So really unfortunate here, but well played coming from the side of Team Todak with that drafting.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, the way they played it was so smart as well. Against Resurgence, they were just constantly making sure that Chiku doesn't get their farm. But meanwhile, Todak is like, you know what, Chiku, he can handle himself. We are going to go for the objectives. Time and time again, they'll be splitting all the towers, which was kind of surprising here. Like, Resurgence was just not responding that. They were getting desperate time and time again, making sure that Chiku dies. But it was a great play there coming from Resurgence, but at the same time, Chiku was buying so much time on his own as well. Even this play, yeah, okay, it's arguable he lost his fight, but he was constantly buying time that Sana doesn't pick off the Harif on this team fight. But for Maze, what a player as well, because he's put a SYNC strat right there. He single-handedly man-fights so many people and still managed to get the kill as well.
I mean, that's some really amazing stuff for it too, because like they totally understand like what Resurgence was really lacking and what they really needed for themselves. So instead of banning out the Ruby, which they know they cannot ban anymore, they actually opt to pick it for themselves, and it really worked for them too, because they also needed a dedicated initiator and controller. But here's part though, Sing able to just at the very last spin as well.
Yeah, that was kind of questionable, honestly, because like in that particular fight, it was supposed to be Chiku killing him, but Sing was able to last hit that one final creep and getting that initial health. And after getting the kill, pops his health a little bit more, able to finish off Chiku and get a little bit more HP. That was just really, really unfortunate for Chiku because he was just focusing on the creeps as well. It's just unexpected at all.
I mean, definitely for sure, definitely it's so unexpected too. But either way, this is also one of the few engagements as well where they actually jumped on 4 miss instead. And what happened after that when Team Todak realized that, okay, Kufra, no more, he has his Tyrant Rage, but I don't think he's going to be committed towards an open field. So instantly they were able to punish KZP. They were big enough and strong enough to also do quite the amount of damage. And look at the Blazing Duet, despite Chiku getting popped off. But remember, in this game, with the existence of the jungle as well, it's not a tank jungle, it's actually a mage carry jungle. So there is 2 damage, massive damage source here. Of course, the rest of the team, there's a lot of damage coming from the rest of the team, but that's pretty much why I dictated and call it 2 damage, two big main damage sources here. So even without Chiku, Moon was still able to step up with the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, you can see Resurgence, they were trying out the new rotations, right? By sending the Natalia up in jungle to get the 4 to go in for the steamroll. He was at one point going for the steamrolls, but like I said, his rotations and also his skill cooldowns are a little bit too far off to actually continue to steamroll, and Todak perfectly understands that as well. So that was a great start there for just making sure that Formace is constantly roping, where we expect Formace to be usually playing on the off-lane department, right? So in this case, Formace, he was doing the right things, making sure that this Natalia doesn't go out of control. He was always keeping Sana in check. So great stuff coming from Todak to build up the momentum, and they finally close up the game. So the final fight there, they bought enough time for Chiku, and Chiku closed up the game. Great stuff for them, but the MVP stats here is going to be A1, but I'm a little bit curious here on what the production actually thinks about who the MVP is. But let's take a look at the itemizations as of now. Like you said as well, Moon was the jungler as well. He actually went for the Pillager's Axe and then traversing into was the concentrated energy and also Calamity Reaper, so more damage sustained coming in from Moon. So whereas Resurgence, they actually relied on the Natalia to go for the jungles instead, which we saw Sana had a couple of huge success in the early stage, but still could not find any more as he was shut down by Formace.
The thing is this, right, you must also understand is that I believe Sana, I wouldn't say a big mistake, I think it's more like he forgotten as well, because remember at the same time, while Sana was going towards that gank on top of Chiku towards the top lane, he actually split, even though yes, he got the kill on Chiku, but the EXP was actually split between 3 members here, so he wasn't able to hit that level 4 which he was trying to intendo. And after that, he was also hoping at the same time that Moon wouldn't be hitting that level 4 before him. That's pretty much why at that bottom lane with that red buff, he actually went for the jungle evasion at level 3. But what he didn't know was that Moon was just jungling the entire time. He didn't go to the lane, he didn't go try to go for any ganks. He basically, in other words, he didn't waste any time because he knows that Harith needs to farm. So by the time when he went for the jungle evasion, he realized that, okay, I'm in trouble. Moon is level 4. I'm out of position because he did find it at the river. He actually realized it when he went quite deep into the jungle. And that's when the rotation came in.
Yeah, I just feel bad for Sana though, because if you see just now, he was one of the poorest hero in the game.
Yes.
And he was forced to actually get a secondary roaming masters to get a little bit of gold, just because of how hard was it for him to find farm, as he's not been able to successfully get any kind of kills, just because of Formace making sure that he has the roughest time. Even that jump onto his hip onto Formace wasn't something that he did not expect, because the damage output was just so minimal in these kind of situations. But meanwhile, before we talk a little bit more on that kind of fights here, let's take a look at the stats coming in here. You can see Chiku being the rich guy, carry as well going to be Chiku, Sandbags going to be Sing, and also the forgotten one going to be Formace. And sorry, in my mind, he's not forgotten at all. He's did the right thing throughout the entire game.
I mean, he's just been farming as well. Like, okay, now we can look back at the post game stress as well with the kind of lineup composition as well, because remember, like I said, Team Todak went with the lineup where they started reducing all the potential engagement, all the potential early game engagement and nuisance as well. And the one last one standing as well, which Resurgence was also lacking, because they actually banned out the Jawhead away from themselves here. So what's the next best thing? Who's a great controller, who's a great engager, who can also be a huge nuisance with that flicker combo? That was the Ruby. And Team Todak also needed another initiator, a guarantee initiator too. So they're like, you know, fine, let's take the Ruby. That way Resurgence has no choice. What was left for them was pretty much just the cool front. So I wouldn't say that Resurgence got outdrafted. I think the right word to say is that Team Todak just decides to focus on one area that Resurgence was really good at and force Resurgence to be out of position. By the way, MVP for game number 2 will be Moon with the Harith. And of course, he's going to be not able to do a lot of damage inside the game, but he prioritized more on that farm, because look at the entire lineup of Team Todak as well. With the Battle Mirror image, we got Ruby, we got all kinds of players that can actually back off away from the fight and disengage really well. So Moon didn't have to prioritize too much on his ganks, because he's so assured his teammates will not die that easily. unless the entire team or Resurgence had to commit a lot of men, which is exactly what they did towards that top lane on Chiku. And with that, Moon can just casually farm in the jungle, and that's pretty much why he hit that level 4 faster than Sana.
Yeah, I can kind of agree that Moon was able, the MVP as well, just because of how in the later stage game where we saw Chiku was struggling, right, in early phase, he was the one doing the objectives, pushing the towers down bottom, and he also got the right pickoffs here. Every time he popped the summon, probably he slowed down multiple heroes and was able to do a lot of damage. Even in that final few fights as well, he was in that situation, popping the ultimate, making sure that everyone is slowed in this situation, and they forced KZP to run up in his face, where he eventually couldn't finish him off, which was really nice off. They just forced a lot of commitment, and Moon was able to set things up for the entire team. So that was beautifully done coming from him, and he deserved the MVP slot.
For sure, him getting the MVP slot for himself here. Now this third game, the first game, testing the water. Game 2, understanding what your opponent team is going to go for and try to ban out what makes them really great. Now the third game, dedicated bans here. Now even Resurgence has to be very directive about this. They're like, you want to ban our engaging heroes, we're also going to try to take away a few that makes you really great. And I think in this case, Resurgence got reminded twice, by the way, twice, from game number 1, game number 2, that the fact that Moon wasn't just a mage support, he's a mage carry. So even if Chiku were to fall back, there is still the secondary role here. There's still the second, the third, and the rest of the team. So this game, third drafting phase, I'm really interested in what Resurgence can try to pull here. And maybe just really unfortunate about the Jawhead bit. I knew they might try to opt for the Jawhead pick or ban for themselves, but just to secure this Natalia, they had to ban it out.
Yeah, and coming into this game 3, I'm really curious here what they're going to take here, because for now, we can kind of assume that both teams, they have a rough idea of each other's playstyle, and they have to figure out what do they do in game number 3. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be going into a very short break before we go into this game number 3.
Yeah,
but for us to actually figure out here right now is that you can see first game, Todak, they were experimenting. They were trying to see what they were trying to do. Resurgence, they got a little bit confident in game number 2. But at the same time, they were also experimenting with their drafts in game number 2 with the lanes here, because game number 1, you could see they were just sending 2-2-1, sending KZP to be a nuisance with the Tigreal. But game 2, they actually switched up where they played a little bit defensively by sending KZP up top to actually protect the LY4, and also from the side of Sana to just go in for the roams here in the jungle. So it was a little bit different kind of approach, but from the side of Todak, they were experimenting with the Cho. Game number 2, they came back strong, and it seems like game number 3 is going to be the final deciding moment where, hey, do we still want to experiment, or we just want to head straight up win the game?
I think the lineup for game 1, game 2 was a little different, because in the first game there was no marksman at all, so they were totally fine leaving LY4 to solo that lane and allow KZP to fully roam around with that Tigreal in the early game. But anyway, we're going to be talking about that later on, because right now we're going to be taking a quick short break. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go away for too long. Don't forget to drink water, because we got more fantastic game coming right after this. See ya.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mono regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Udo. Being with Udo is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
hello, you amazing folks, and of course, thank you all of our amazing viewers, and of course, all the famous teams fans for joining us here for the English stream. I'm Landon Lee, also known as Yoda Lee. This is Terrence, also known as ICBB12. Most importantly, have you guys drank enough water? Because that first BO3, which is not even ended yet, we still got a third game. Absolutely insane. We're screaming, you're screaming, everyone is screaming because we have no idea how this game is gonna turn out.
Yeah, speaking of the game to come here, for those of you watching here, once again, this is MPL-MY SG Season 6. It is sponsored by our official digital telco, Udo, and all this amazing graphics is brought to you and presented by Moonton. My name is ICBaby12, like he said as well, but I have a very, very great, important message for you.
Alright,
okay? Who do you think, okay, hear me out, huh?
Alright.
Who do you think is gonna win game 3?
Wait, hold on, let me get my...
Like I said, I just told you.
Let me get my very Chinese...
Okay.
Korean Chinese beard out, you know.
Who do you think is gonna win game 3?
Very tough call. You know. But the stars and the feng shuis are telling me that I have no idea. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna be the guy that sits on the fence. I'm not gonna be a jerk. Okay?
That's the thing. The fans already have the answers right on the screen as well. We have Todak with 73% thus far.
That is true.
Amazing comeback on game 2, but game 3,
I'm pitting. I'm giving my thoughts more towards Team Todak. I'm gonna go with Team Todak with this one because
I don't know, man. I think Resurgence has a chance as well, but
you know what? How about this, right? Because I also can't decide between either two. I don't like you forcing me to pick one side because I don't like picking a side. Okay,
you gotta pick a side.
I'm a guy that sits on the fence. I'm sorry, but either way, I will only decide once I see what KZP is playing. If I see KZP on the Joy Hair or Altars, hands down to Resurgence. Because I'm already seeing LY4 lying down on the bed. That's pretty much like, seriously, we saw on the player cam as well, LY4 is on the bed, but of course I think he's pretty much unwell, so...
No, bro, that is LY4 using the bed strat, bro.
I know, but he got a patch on his head.
You need the bed to be better in this game, bro.
I know, that's why I thought, when I saw LY4 lying down, I thought, okay, things are about to get real, Resurgence going all in. But then when I saw a patch on his head on the second game for the player cam, I was like, oh, he's actually not well. So
I'm pretty sure he needs to take it off to go Super Saiyan. Because why, ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to go into its game number 3 between Todak and Resurgence, and this is going to be the draft very shortly here. But let's take a look at whether or not are you gonna get your Jawhead or even your Atlas on KZP?
It's Altars. Get it right. By the way, yes, Resurgence starting on the blue side, so they have first pick and first ban. They instantly go with the Chiku's ban here, with the Link follow-up with the Cho. Todak totally understand with the Esmeralda, but I wouldn't be surprised if they want to go for the Selena ban here this time.
Well, the Selena ban. Okay, the Selena pickup from side Todak wasn't really a big threat for Resurgence. They had a reply for that in game number 1. Game number 2 is going to be a different story here. As Todak, they have to figure out what do they need to do here because they had to win on game number 2. Okay, they can still stick with their strategies, but Resurgence, they have to figure out what they are going to be playing here because Sync on the Esmeralda was able to do much more than the Belmont. Yes, we saw a couple of sick plays coming from Sync, but there was so much limitations on the Belmont. It was towards the later stage of the game here, where there's just not enough control in this regards. But Resurgence, they're banning the Hilda, banning the Cho, banning the Ling. But what is on the side from Todak now?
I can tell you this: if they don't ban this Uranus, then Resurgence will lock down the Uranus for themselves. But there's so many bans that Team Todak wants to go for, and now that Team Todak just realized we can only ban one. Who do we hate the most? Who do we fear in this case here? And who are they willing to let go? And remember, Resurgence, whatever the last man they pick here, Resurgence is going to be trying to opt the ticket for themselves, and Team Todak will retaliate back. So I'm looking at Uranus is a definitely respectable one for sure. But if they want, they can also try to get rid of the Bosskurr. Oh, actually, I was about to say Tigre, not Bosskurr.
Wow.
They get rid of the Bosskurr because we saw it as well from game number 1.
Wow.
A lot of nuisance, a lot of farming potential, and that gang was absolutely insane. But instant retaliation, Resurgence locks down the Uranus, but Team Todak hovering over that Altas, and the same goes, it's going to be the Diggy.
Yeah, but speaking of the jungle strategy, right? Remember how game 1, they actually set up the Bosskurr in the jungle coming from Resurgence? It worked out in a way. But game number 2, they tried a Natalia and it didn't work out. So it seems to me Todak, they're actually worried about this jungle strategy that Resurgence is trying to come up with. And in this case, the Boxer definitely worked out, but the Todak, they will answer with the Tigreal and also the Ruby. Ladies and gentlemen, first phase pick from Todak. This is something interesting. Ruby and Tigreal priority picks. Okay.
You must understand as well, because losing the Cho, losing the Hilda, losing the Boxer and the Esmeralda, there's not much initiative frontline or control heroes that's left inside the pool. And instantly Team Todak, they're like, Resurgence, we saw your past game. We know you like control. We know you like to be very initiative about the game because they have been very aggressive too. But bring it to Zaz, bring it, because Zaz just makes sense in so many ways. But
Respect.
Either way, yes, in the end they go with the
But okay, this is the thing. Never in the history have I ever seen Tigreal and Ruby first phase pick in MPL-MY SG3.
I mean, it's the same case as
first phase pick priority on a pro game.
I know, dude. It's totally understandable because it's the same case where in MPL-I where they instantly lock down both Uranus and Atlas, or the Atlas and Kufra, because they want to have this really great control and initiating heroes. And in this case, after Team Todak witnessing the plays coming from Resurgence and knowing full well the strengths of both of these two heroes, they're like, fine. This too is a core and amazing initiative and control. We'll take them for themselves here, and Resurgence, just for good measure, they'll take the joy for themselves.
Chiku. Oh, it looks like they are not going to be picking Chiku's hero from side Todak. It's going to be Moon Harif all the way through here. So they're going to be prioritizing on taking the mages here. Meanwhile, Todak's next phase ban, they are going to be banning the mages away from Resurgence, and also Resurgence respectively going to be banning the marksman from the side of Todak. So Yishun Sin might be the one to be just taken out of the game just because of how Resurgence played it in the last game here. But Todak, they're saying, I don't really care about the Resurgence. We are more afraid of the Roger, which was understandable just because of how Roger is able to just shred down Harif early on in this stage of the game, whereas Yishun Sin is going to come out a little bit later than the Roger in this case. But Resurgence, seems to me, they have to figure it out. They have the Jawhead as control, they have the Uranus for the nuisance, they have the Claude. But what is going to be the majors here? What do they ban? Looks like they will start to ban off the carry. They do not. It looks like they might actually want to go for a little bit more of a tanky draft coming from Resurgence. So do not want to be shredded from the passive coming in from carry.
I mean, then again, also banning on the carry because they already have both Uranus and the Jawhead. That's already two main tankers inside the game. So getting rid of the tank shredder is really great. But also at the same time, they're just trying to minimize any marksman that's really great at disengagement here. So Team Todak falls out with all the mage support bans. But remember, Sicilian is still in the pool. But
Chang'e as well.
A lot of control heroes is still in the pool as well, followed by the Veil, who just got a beautiful buff for himself without reducing that cooldown.
Oh yeah, we did see Jason play Veil before. Are they going to pull it out? But seems to me they will ban the Yishun Sin. They are not worried about the Roger. Todak, they may consider go for a little bit offensive here, but Tigreal a little bit aggressive. That's something I do not expect much, but looks like they are sticking with the Yu Zhong. So no Baxia available. And we saw how annoying the Baxia is, right? When you want one, when I think it was 4Maze was struggling with the Yu Zhong in that regards because the Baxia was just constantly with the Tortoise for voice. So this time Resurgence, they have to be worried about this.
And also, it's a really great pickup as well because they need someone to, besides the Ruby or the Tigreal to dive in towards the middle of the fight, they need someone to push this back.
Are we? This is it.
Go for it.
This is it. Go, Jason. Come on.
I call it. It's either Veil, Chang'e, or Sicilian. Three of these heroes.
Go for it.
That's really good at bursting and controlling here.
Go for it. Please do.
I mean, he's hovering.
That's the thing. Like the Tigreal and the Ruby is gonna be so close up their face, and he's gonna burst them down. But looks like we are gonna see the Veil and the high loss on top of that.
No, because,
oh my goodness.
No, this is great because now you have to look on the side here, Team Todak. Their lineup, they're hoping to fight inside the Zama force as much as possible, and they're like, we need to set up a zone. We need to set up a penalty zone for ourselves to contest them back. So with the Holios, with the Glorious Pathway, a beautiful team fight skill, of course, will able to amplify a lot of the Team Resurgence lineup because they require positioning and getting on top or towards that back line.
Do they go for the Roger or the Granger? Because the Granger has pretty much been buffed up, but Todak is still deciding.
No, they have
Seems
to
to
go
me,
Roger.
AI, they're gonna go for the Roger. A little bit more aggressive strategy here. They're gonna dive up in their faces from the side of Resurgence, but this is gonna be a tough battle here. It's gonna be a battle of rushing coming from Todak, or is it gonna be a battle of sustainabilities in healings and bursts coming in from Resurgence? So who's gonna be winning this matchup here? Who do you think wins the draft? Okay, I'm pretty sure you said Resurgence, Jawhead, you're gonna say Resurgence,
yes,
right?
Hands down.
Well,
I'm biased.
I want to say Resurgence, but I'm still have a gut feeling that Todak stands a chance because I'm really looking forward to see how they play this Ruby Tigreal strat.
Okay, the thing is, okay, I'm not gonna be biased anymore. I'm not gonna be biased.
Oh yeah.
If we're talking about,
How?
I'm being biased because I just love KZP playing the Jawhead. I see him play so many times. I play Altas. He even stream on how to.
So okay, make up your mind. Yes or no?
All right, this is from a caster's point of view, not from
Quick,
not
quick.
I say Todak has a better lineup because they have a little bit more control here. More control, more setups for themselves here compared to Team Resurgence. Team Resurgence had to be taking the initiative. But I'm being biased, so for my bias side, I'm going to say Resurgence is going to be taking the win. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be straight away jump into game number 3 here. This is the last game. Who will be taking it all? Will it be Resurgence from Singapore or will it be Team Todak of Malaysia? We're going to be seeing on these beautiful graphics of the Land of the Dawn.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be an interesting matchup here to see the Tigreal and the Ruby being played from side of Todak. You see Formate's already in the middle side as well alongside Moon, so they're going to stick with the 1-3-1 once again from Todak. Meanwhile, from Resurgence, they are still sticking with their jungle strat. But guess what? Remember we had the discussion, jungle Jawhead up on Sana.
Yes. And it's really cool to actually, yes.
Jungle Jawhead.
I mentioned this yesterday as well, that Jawhead will be an amazing jungler as he can clear things out. But just unfortunately, it's not going to be KCP with the Jawhead. But it still works either way. Anyway, KCP, I love it. He's buying even more time. And just for security as well, he's going to be asking Jason just to be able to assist him. And guess what? Even X-Ray has to leave the lane. But he's doing quite a lot of damage towards KCP. But here come Sing. Now we look at the difference as well. Sana already hitting level 3. Whereas our dear friend, the jungler here on Moon, is still level 1. KGB is doing what he does best. And look at it! He's invading the red side as well!
Wow, Resurgence, they have a good read as well. Jason does not have sprint. They're getting
He's
surrounded
gonna
by
get
4 people.
it.
Can
Oh,
they get
he
it?
gets
Yes, they got it. But at the same time, can they retreat from this here? There's 4 people from the side Todak. They go in for the stun. They catch up to Jason. Jason won't get figures down. Chiku is here, but Chiku is dropping so low. Sana is going to be next as well. And they will lose both the buff. LY4 not in the position to go in for the assist. And they might lose even more as they are going to die for as well. But the flicker from A1 pulling him back. And that's going to be 3 down from the side of Resurgence.
This is what I was saying, right? Like, besides being biased, they have a little bit more control. They have a little bit more control compared to the side of Resurgence, especially here in the early game. It's definitely going to be a lot of difference when we hit that level 4. But same goal to the side here of Team Todak. By the way, unfortunately, that early game, although it was a really great idea to go for the invasion, but Team Todak, they read it a little bit too good for that one and was able to punish not 1, but 3 members of Resurgence at top lane.
Yeah, that was so greedy as well, coming from that pick off here. They had Sana and Jason on themselves, and they did not have KZB in the vicinity. KZB came a little bit late here, but if KZB was there a little bit earlier, probably they would have gotten Chiku. But that's the thing, right? We understand that high loss power spike is great, but high loss needs to be there first hand and not as a secondary damage here. So that's going to be a great decision making coming from Todak to capitalize on that. But fortunately for them, we are going to go and into pause. We did see 4 mates kind of stood still in the tower, getting a little bit harassment from Sing. So great call there, but fortunately for him, he will still be able to disengage from that fight.
True, definitely for sure. But then again, shutting down the Jawhead or shutting down Sana in this case will not be a huge power tilt for sure. Because remember, he was actually 2 levels ahead of Moon. So with his death here, he's definitely going to be on the same exact level. And this is the early game death. So his response time is going to be very short. He's still going to be able to go back to that jungle. But I believe he actually clears things a lot more faster compared to Moon. So once he hits that level 4, he's going to be quite scary.
Well, YOLO Lee, I'm going to ask this again.
Okay.
You've mentioned that if it's KZP Jawhead, it's Resurgence, but it's Sana Jawhead now. Do you still want to change your mind?
I still put my hands on the side of Resurgence.
All right. Seems to me. the game goes on. Todak will lead with the 3-kill advantage here. 600 gold lead, not really big of a difference, but Moon is in perfect control. He's still level 3 though. However, Resurgence, on the other hand, they have a lot of force. 4-Mains already level 3, almost hitting the 4. Sing's already level 4. Can he buy enough time? Meanwhile, X-Ray is in the vicinity. 2v1 situation, getting up again as well. But I don't think they have enough damage to seal him down. X-Ray was in no position to go in for the execute.
Oh no, this is actually not really good at all because currently they're sharing a lot of HP, but the bottom lane, they will be able to shut down Sing. But I believe he should be able to come back slowly towards the game. But LFO coming into the battle mirror image because remember, Roger's early game does quite the amount of damage.
Yeah, speaking of the execute was used to actually take down Sing in the bottom lane eventually. But however, top side, KZB hitting 4. He does have the glorious pathway. He's going to expand here. He's going to disengage. Meanwhile, A1 is very close to the 4 as well. Will he go for the implosion? However, hold that thought for now. At the bottom side, you can see Sana going for the dive. He dies once again. Sing will go for the retaliation. They will get to make that 3. Potentially, no, wait, that's an X-ray in the Black Dragon. So, fortunately for him, he will make it out alive. Very close there, call.
Ooh, very close call, but here comes the Sacred Hammer on top of KGB, followed by the Implosion as well. But then again, KGB, he's going to be able to sustain because he dropped out the Revitalization, and even with the Ring of Punishment, he's controlling, doing quite a amount of damage. But here comes LY4 with the Blazing Duet, but it currently is running out. And now Chico, with his claws, is going to be able to rip LY4 a new t-shirt. But smart plays coming from both of the marksmen here. They're going to be not to be too greedy about this engagement.
Yeah, there's a close call there. The Blazing Duet just doing so little damage towards the Tigreal here, and he was able to mitigate so much damage coming in from A1. But at the same time, he still fall. Todak, they are still in the lead here. Fortunately for them, but Resurgence finally having Sing a little bit more breathing room to actually cut the creep waves here. And meanwhile, Todak, they're going to be focusing on Turtle. So as of now, he needs to be extremely careful because Sing is going to be coming in. Will he go in for the snipe? He sees all the where's the team of Resurgence. Looks like he will back up.
Oh, there's
the
a lot.
Turtle is there. Are they going to reset? Nope, they will not. And Moon will secure it for the count.
Dude, the best part about it is well, because they got information that a lot of members of Resurgence currently in that top lane, so they don't really need to go for this reset. But Chico, on the other hand, he actually spotted how many members was currently in the top lane. He commits the flicker, but he dies right in. Here comes the glorious pathway, but here comes the reinforcement of Team Todak as they're going straight towards his back line. LY4 gets caught up dying. Here comes the execute. Despite Sana's effort with the ejector, he still will be able to punish X-Ray for it. But KZP sustaining for so long, but unfortunately, he will not be enough to pick off Chico.
Resurgence, they are struggling with this fight here. They could not finish off Chico, and Chico is going to be out of control. But once again, the stun's coming from A1. Here comes a big out from Jason. Does he have enough damage? A1's dropping pretty low, but he disengaged here, and he will lose Sana in the process here as Todak survives.
Big survive as well, and best part about it, Team Todak was able to secure the first tower into the game here, and even the middle one as well. So a lot of the maps are going to be open up for the side of Team Todak, and now the rest of the members can be even more aggressive, especially since now they're already bypassed level 4 here. It's 5 minutes into the game here. They have the ultimates, they have the initial items. Now it all comes down to whether Resurgence can research back to the top, or will Team Todak constantly overrun them.
As you can see, KZB, he's all by himself. Glorious Pathway you can use as well. 4-Mains is going to go for the pull. And here comes the ultimate from Jason, but he completely whiffs here. And Todak, they've got to be happy about this here. Resurgence, they have to disengage with this fight here as Jason does not have any utilities at all for this engagement.
Now Sana was able to safely secure that buff for himself. E1 just trying to be the nuisance for himself. There goes the smart missile, including the ejector. But this is a Tigreal, so it's going to be quite tanky into the game here.
Wow, Todak, they're having full control of this situation here. Meanwhile, Resurgence, they're struggling and struggling. They need the blue buff, but this time Chico is in the vicinity. KZP needs to slow down this aggression here, but 4-Mains, he's completely ignoring Hylos. He's going for the backlines. Can he go for the pull? But Chico will slowly make work towards the blue buff. Can he finish off? LY4 is in the vicinity. It looks like it will be uncontested as Sana snipes him off with the Retribution.
Safely securing the blue buff for themselves. At least this way just forces Team Todak to waste even more time. But Moon, knowing full well that even if they can't get the blue, they can at least try to secure this turtle. But Sing giving up a lot of information towards the team here. KGB getting ready to jump in as well. He has the glorious pathway too here because the Zama's going to be dropped out. Turtle gets a little bit down low, but instantly Turtle's going to be secure. But the side here will move with the Retribution. But Jason popping things off. But Moon as well, he's able to find LY4. So there's X-Ray. They're trying to get on top of their hyper carry mark. marksman, and instantly he gets shredded down to pieces, and Chiku constantly on the roll, but Sing sustaining. Here comes Sana with the double. They find Chiku, they find X-Ray, but suddenly they were not able to connect at all because they're just so mobile with the furious dive and the dashes. But here comes Moon. He saw Sana, but instantly they know Sana, even though he has the unstoppable force, he does not want to commit on Moon because he understands too well he cannot catch him. Sing on the other hand finds X-Ray, but just to do a couple of harass, he will eventually back off.
Oh my goodness, Chiku with the side steps on the edge, over the wall, manages to dodge every aggression from Resurgence. That looks so well for Resurgence, but guess what? X-Ray came from the side, disrupted the entire team fight. Beautiful stuff coming from Todak, and they still prevail. However, Resurgence, they have to find a way to shut down Chiku. Chiku is 4-0-5, and Resurgence, they have to make this play here. The next stage is going to be the turtle down bottom. Sing, he's trying to make a little bit of a disruption down middle, but so far no pickoffs yet. A1 dropping half HP, but here comes X-Ray.
No.
They're going to focus him down, and the Revitalize is there. Not going to be enough to survive there, as he will get focused down. KCB making a run for it, but the retribution on him, slowing him down. Not going to be able to do anything. 5 men on top of him, and that's going to be Resurgence losing 2 members.
Oh man, this is really unfortunate for the coming from the side of the team as well, but either way, now we're looking at a total kill score of 6-14, very more obvious compared to the last 2 games. Goal lead difference definitely going to be up by 4K. Tower-wise, the Resurgence has not knocked down a single one just yet. But here comes the Veil Ultimate, followed by the Wind Blade, and the Wind Blow doing significant amount of damage. They instantly had to back off, but it's a beautiful timing with the beautiful retribution on the side here. Sana, he's able to get the blue, but instantly gets punished for it. The controls coming from the rest of the team here. Team Todak with the Tigre and the Ruby making full well and totally telling the rest of the team how strong they are. But anyway, Sing gets caught off guard. But then again, this is a Uranus, so he will definitely be able to withstand 2 members of Team Todak. But what about 4? We'll see it later on.
Wow, this is tough here coming from Resurgence. Todak, they're just going all ham on the entire team here with this Harif as well. Now on top of that, having a turtle buff, this is not going to be a great control onto his moon. Resurgence, they are definitely struggling. They need to find a way to go in for the combo once again here. They need to set the perfect setup with Jason as well as LY4 with the Blazing Duet. Can they drag this game long enough for these 2 heroes to actually come online? That's going to be the question. Whereas Todak, they're slowly but surely trying to end this game as quickly as they can. We are almost reaching the 10-minute mark. They ended all the side from the side Resurgence have 2 outer turrets, and they have to find a way to stall this out, because meanwhile here Sana going for the pickoff, and once again Jason missing the skill. Sana is out by himself, and he's gonna get focused down just like that. Oh my goodness, Jason. Ooh, that does not look good at all.
I mean, it's definitely not going to be looking at all. By the way, here comes the Tony video. Here going to pick up with the fall of it. I'm offended as well. Going to be catching all core members. Here comes the Sacred Hand, constant controlling, stunning. Not even giving Jason or LI40 even the chance to even follow up with it. And that one beautiful flicker is all they need to see pick up 4 members and potentially even take this top inhibitor. But here comes the TP coming from the side here of Sing to be able to hold on one of the lanes. But he is only 1 man, and he cannot defend 2 lanes at once. So there goes the mid inhibitor and potentially even the top one.
Yeah, Resurgence, they will lose a middle tower, and it's going to be a top one as well. And the Black Dragon finally being expanded as well. Resurgence still underestimating the power of the Black Dragon, and guess what? It is still a disruptive force to begin with. But however, Todak, they're taking a chill pill, they're happy with 2 inhibitors, and they're going to be focusing onto his Lord. He's going to be respawn. He's going to be spawning on 25 seconds. Meanwhile, Resurgence, I don't know about you, man, but Sana on the Jawhead, he's struggling to find those pickoffs.
I mean, it's going to be really hard as well, since Team Todak is constantly just sticking and trying to force a fight, because they fully understand their early game and control is way better once they stick together. And even Sing, he's really trying his best to really pull out the line, and Moon even jumping out the Zama Force, trying to zone him out. But here comes Chico coming from the flank, trying to zone him out as much as possible. But hello, Sing, he's buying so much time into the fact that it's going to be coming to transcendable. But Chico can also join him at the same time. Harassing going to be pumping the concentration, and as you know, he's going to try to run away, but eventually he will fall. But he bought just enough time for his teammate to at least secure some of the jungle back into his their favor. Resurgence, they just need to buy a little more time because remember, Roger slowly falls off in the late game and the Claude will instantly come online.
Oh, that was a desperate attempt there coming from Singh. He had the right intention here. Unfortunately, Todak was already prepared for him here. So a little bit breathing room for Resurgence. However, none of the jungle creeps are spawning from the side of Resurgence, so they will not be able to capitalize the best out of their space here. Meanwhile, Todak, they're making work towards the lot, and there's no way Resurgence is able to contest this, as they need to drag this game as long as they can for LY4 to come online. Meanwhile, 1-4-3 up on LY4, Sana 1-5-3. Can they find the pickoff? Unfortunately, Formase is a little bit too tanky. X-Ray in the vicinity. Singh finally respawning as well. A1 going to go for setup. Is he going to go for the pullback? Nope. Looks like they will have a bigger picture here as the target. Bigger target here is going to be Sana, LY4, and also Jason, as the Lord is going to be pushing in middle lane here. They do not want to overly risk just killing a Uranus.
Definitely for sure. Do not want to commit so much for a meat bag that's worth nothing. But then again, Team Todak has a lot of damage and can actually try to shred him a new t-shirt. Chico coming, going to go for the flank. Going to be trying to see if he can poke anyone else. But here comes the Lord. The rest of the team is currently here to really get ready for the engagement. But their priority is this objective. Actually, probably out the Black Dragon will be trying to go for the back line. Zoning out KZP. He has no mana at all. Able to only for the last attempt. Going to be dropping out the glorious pathway. But is it going to be enough? Absolutely not. The Law is going to be finally picked up. But look, here comes the Sacred Hammer with the control of I'm Offender. All the members will fall down. LY4 tries to sustain as much as possible, followed by Jason. But sadly, Team Todak will hit the crystal and end the game here with 2-1. And the rest of the team is going absolutely wild.
Todak undefeated till date in the regular season. 2-1, amazing comeback. But guess what? I was saying the Yuzhong does not work, but seeing how Formase played it, the Yuzhong still works.
The thing is this, right? Like,
sorry, it wasn't Formase. It was X-Ray played it, yeah.
The thing is this, right? I was still gonna point out the fact that I don't think it was X-Ray on the Yuzhong, honestly. I think it was just more mainly on Formase with the Ruby, followed by the Tigreal lockdown, because they just fully understand as well, if we want to be aggressive in this early game, we need to go for that control, especially since both of this team, they both, pretty much both of them, or their captain can pretty much guess what kind of bans is going to be prioritized, what kind of picks is going to be left for themselves here. It's just that in this game, Team Todak learned from game number 1. They're like, hey, Tigreal's actually not that bad. He's actually quite good. And then Ruby just sort of answers a lot of the situation which really calls for it. He's a great controller. He's a great initiator. He actually can tank and sustain quite a lot of damage. So Team Todak really well played with the drafting here. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the highlights brought to you by Udo, powered by Salcom. Terrence, take it away.
Yeah, I like how Resurgence had the idea to steal the buff with the Sana pickup here, but at the same time, it would have been great if KZP was there a little bit earlier, but at the same time, you have to give credit towards Todak. They understood that, hey, they might be doing this, let's pick them off, and that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, on the bottom side here, Resurgence, we saw a couple of glimpses and nice moment from Singh here. X-Ray managed to disengage from the with the Black Dragon, which was a problematic play there, but like you said as well, KZP with the high loss was a little bit, it was struggling. We were expecting to see him playing in the jaw hit here. However, Todak, they were able to capitalize the situation, making full use of A1's Tigreal to set up multiple kills here. Moon was just there, popping the Diamond Force, and people just couldn't get out. But in this small moment here, we saw the power of how powerful Jason's spells was from the side of Resurgence, which does a lot of damage. And we can see this, even in this moment, it seemed like a breathing room for Resurgence to come back, but unfortunately, none of the spells actually connected except for Formase. And Formase, like we know, Ruby is extremely tanky. Bought enough time for X-Ray to come in with the Black Dragon to just finish off the backlines from the side of Resurgence.
And the worst part, they committed a little bit too much on E1 as well, especially seeing that there's not majority amount of hero spells or skills left for them to really fight back. That's just literally like a clear sign for X-Ray to really jump towards that back line and is to get the hold of LY4. And remember, fighting inside the jungle is definitely not that great for the side of the marksman at all because it is a good position. But here is the beautiful engagement with that flicker, by the way. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Ruby, really great initiator. Same goes with the jaw here. We saw this combo, the dirty combo, time and time again. flicker, I'm offender, flicker, ejector, constantly dispositioning. And remember, implosion is still active on the side here of E1. So after the pull, they even committed the implosion. And the best about it, they chain all these control skills. They didn't spam it all at once, they chained it so they're fully maximizing the amount of time they can actually lock down LY4 and Jason. No matter, even though sadly, they have no purifier or anything to really get out of there. And even with the sprint on Jason, it's still not enough for him to get out because there's just too much control.
Yeah, they weren't expecting this kind of wombo combo coming from Todak here as well. And they were able to get away with it, which was really nice. And one that was happening as well, Chico was just mowing them down. Moon was on the side, going for the wraparound. But I think when before it came to this fight, there was a little bit of miscomm there where they actually picked off Sana because prior to this fight, Sana was engaging on the blue buff and it was all by himself. He was hoping to Jason to actually set up the kill, but Jason completely whiffed all his spells and that resulted in them losing 2 members from that fight. So it was just pretty much down south here because they put all their eggs in the basket in Jason and they were hoping that Jason was able to clutch it for the team. And my oh my, Jason is by far one of the most consistent mages in MPL, but guess what? I think the pressure was there and he whiffed all his spell. That was something that I did not expect as well coming in from Jason.
Definitely for sure. But anyway, here comes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the itemization coming from both this team, Team Todak and Resurgence. And of course, we see Resurgence really trying to turn things around. It's just that the lack of control and initiation coming from the side of Resurgence compared to Team Todak was just a little bit more in the favor of Team Todak as they just constantly have more control, more pressure, and most importantly, a lot of damage as well. Because remember, the only person that can actually really lock down Moon, confirm like 100% lockdown, it will be Sana without Solomon Force and that ejector. Jason, he can lock it down with the wind blow, but he has to connect it first. So it was really, really hard to get on top of Moon. And remember, with the existence of both E1 and Formace, they constantly just kept throwing themselves towards his team. The rest of the members had no choice, like, you know what, we had to commit our skills here. And if Moon sort of like shows up from behind alongside with Ashley or Chiku, then we just had to pray and tell that we can actually turn things around later on, and that just never happened at all.
That was a really tough call there from Resurgence because I think things just didn't went according to plan. From Todak, they were just taking full control, making sure that E1 and Formace just causing so much disruption in the whole fight here. X-Ray as the backup plan. Chico was able to just steamroll his way through. We saw a lot of clutch places coming from Chico with Roger. They just couldn't finish him off. We were super tough for KZP as well, and this is really very, very lacking coming from KZP just because of how Hylos is not being able to just finish off some of the teams. Yes, we have the early control. The initial idea was just to win the early game, but it just didn't end well for them. So Todak was able to have the great read for them on that, but this is going to be some stats for you guys here. Resurgence with 6 kills, 23 deaths, and 12 assists. Todak, 23 kills, 6 deaths, and 57 assists. Chiku being the rich guy, the carry going to be Moon on the Harem, doing a lot of damage in that regard. Sandbag going to be Sync, and the forgotten one is going to be Formace.
70 assists coming from Formace is really well played, and it also definitely shows and tell everyone as well, like, this guy is constantly looking for a lot of fights, and a lot of fights that he was actually looking for and initiating it actually were very, very successful. And the thing about it as well, like with the Roger picked up as well, like this sort of fits too, because in the early game they were just controlling, they were always fighting, and then in this case Chico was just like, you know what, fine, we want to fight, we'll fight, I can fight too, I don't necessarily have to farm too much. And yes, in the early game, really unfortunate that Sana actually got picked up when he was going to go for the counter jungle there. It would have been really big if he got it and got away with it, but the problem is that it was a little bit, like you said, greedy. It was very greedy, and yes, although yes, Jorge is really great at clearing out the jungle, but it's just not fast enough compared to 4 members who literally could rotate and get the jump on top of you, punishing 3 members, by the way. 3, not 2, 3 members in that top lane.
Yeah, speaking of the fights as well, pretty clear-cut, Todak managed to actually make a comeback from here after getting the great read on game number 1. Game number 1, they had the problem with the marksman here. Game 2, they fixed it. Game 3, they fixed it again. Seems to be no problems from Todak. Todak, the well-deserved win all the way through with 2-1 and still undefeated in the entire regular season. Completely outclassed everyone in the upper brackets in the top 4 at least. But at the same time, seeing how Resurgence draft this as well, you can see that the Veil had so much impact, but I felt like it was really lacking as well in terms of the cooldown department. It does have the burst damage potential, but it's tough, you know. It's tough to actually kind of set up for the situation, especially when they actually failed the initial early stage game. But ladies and gentlemen, MVP from the side of Todak is going to be none other than Chico with that 1 HP clutch, dodging in the bottom fight. That was beautiful stuff coming in from Chico.
I mean, it's totally understandable as well. Like, he is a marksman. He totally understands what's his role, especially the role he is in depending on the hero he's actually using. So, fully understanding he's playing the Roger, he can both farm and also has to be aggressive at the same time. And every team fight, every time he's positioned, he's like, I'm not going to dive in until at least I know what Jawhead is actually trying to go for. Fully understanding the situation. He was pretty much played the same way as X-Ray was playing. Like, I want to jump on that core. I do not want the Jawhead. I do not want the Halios. I want LY4 or Jason. And every time they constantly switch things around, it just forces a lot of them, especially LY4 and Jason, to be in a position where they're not really comfortable with. They're just like, alright, I can't do this. X-Ray is in my face. There's Chico also in my face. I can't do anything about it. And the worst part, since KGP was opting with the Helios, he's actually on the same category as the Kufra. But either way, we're gonna be passing to Ayman Lafel here, who's gonna be our host, to be giving an amazing interview with Team Todak with that amazing 2-1 win. Lafel, take it away.
Hello X-Ray, apa khabar X-Ray?
Hello, khabar baik.
Okay, khabar baik. Okay, so kita akan terus lompat ke soalan pertama, di mana game pertama tadi you guys kalah, and then game kedua dengan game ketiga you guys dapat comeback. So macam mana situation team Todak selepas kalah game pertama tu?
Untuk yang first game tu kita orang pun tak boleh nak predict yang dia orang akan pick hero apa. So kita orang langgar je yang first game tu, menang ke kalah ke, second game kita buat balik apa yang kacau kita. Then lepas game pertama kita orang belajar apa yang hero dia orang kacau kita orang dan kita orang ban.
Ya, and kita boleh nampak memang jauh berbeza korang punya rotation, disebabkan nampak macam korang betul-betul ambil apa yang jadi kat game pertama dengan game kedua and analyse betul-betul rotation korang, nampak macam korang dah tahu apa Resurgence akan buat. So, boleh tak share sikit macam mana team Todak analyse game-game dalam MPL?
Macam mana? Tak ada lah, semua lane bagi pendapat lah. Lane bawah macam mana dia orang punya rotation, yang tengah macam mana, yang fighter pula macam mana dia orang punya rotation. So kita orang bincang-bincang dan kita orang akan buat yang lain sikit lah untuk second game yang third game.
Alright, ini sesiapa yang tak dapat tangkap, X-Ray cakap diorang semua akan bagi opinion masing-masing, lepas tu diorang terus pilih cara yang terbaik untuk main game kedua dengan game ketiga. So, kita sekarang ni dekat patch yang baru. Macam mana patch tu impact team Todak? Pada pendapat saya, nampak macam Todak akan mungkin lagi kuat disebabkan Moon sekarang nampak lebih selesa dalam patch ni.
Patch ni tak berubah kita orang pun, sebab bagi kita orang, sebab kita orang dulu naik pun dengan patch 122 ni balik. So tapi kita orang pun selesa dengan hyper carry, so kita orang boleh buat dua-dua ikut atas strategi yang nak dibawa. Tapi kita orang pun boleh main hyper ataupun main biasa.
Alright, ini nampak gayanya quality team yang tak pernah kalah. Kita tak kisah patch apa, meta apa, kita langgar semua, kita pakai semua. Thank you very much X-Ray. Tapi sebelum I lepaskan you, ada tak apa-apa you nak cakap kepada you punya family and friends dan juga semua fans-fans Todak?
Untuk family lah. Untuk family, terima kasih sebab support saya. Semualah, daripada saudara-saudara, family, adik, mak, akak, abang. So, terima kasih. Dan untuk fans, keep support Todak. Kita orang akan cuba yang terbaik untuk menang MPL ni.
Alright, thank you very much Aiman X-Ray. Saya Aiman Lefel, so perbualan antara Aiman dengan Aiman. Guys, sesiapa dekat comment section yang korang semua suka Team Todak, jangan lupa untuk beli dorang punya merchandise dekat dorang punya website and everything. Thank you very much Aiman X-Ray untuk very insightful interview. So yeah, Team Todak, they have not lost as of yet. They lost the first round against Resurgence, but they got the information that they need and they managed to win it out the second as well as the third game, which shows the quality of a top tier team where they know how to adjust in the gameplay. So, Game itu adalah game pertama kita antara Resurgence dengan Todak. Lagi sekali, Todak tak pernah kalah. Tapi game yang seterusnya, SMG melawan dengan Team Divinity. Team Divinity, mereka perlukan kemenangan ini untuk mencerahkan lagi harapan mereka untuk masuk pada playoff. Tetapi Team SMG nampak sangat-sangat kuat kebelakangan ini. Jadi, adakah Team SMG mereka boleh teruskan dengan mereka punya momentum ataupun Divinity akan menghalang pergerakan mereka and securekan lagi mereka punya playoff spot. Sememangnya game seterusnya sangat-sangat penting disebabkan kita perlu tengok tim mana yang akan masuk kepada playoff. Sekarang ni antara 10 hingga tempat ke-7. As anybody guess, it's anybody's game. So, macam mana pun, itulah dia game Resurgence lawan Todak. Todak menang 2-1 dan kemudian kita ada SMG menentang dengan Team Divinity. So, kita akan pergi pada short break dan kita akan kembali daripada game seterusnya. Anda tengah tengok MPL-MY season ke-6 dibawakan khas oleh Munton dan ditaja oleh Yudu dan My Game On. Kita jumpa sekejap lagi.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy. Oops. Even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of ally round. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Saya pun tak tahu untuk jadi legend player ni macam mana tau. Mungkin dia capai something yang sangat besar.
A person that has the most titles under his belt.
Don't ever give up lah. Itu definisi seorang legend. So bila ada masa free macam malam-malam, saya main ML ni. Apa yang memotivatekan saya adalah daripada segi sumber kewangan yang diberi daripada game ni.
I felt like I'm a good player. That's when I decided to go competitively.
Untuk ke main Mobile Legends ni ataupun involve dalam e-sport ni boleh datang ke career yang stabil.
Hey, when they ask about my job, right? Always first thing they'll ask, huh? Gaming can earn money, one man?
Saya terpaksa jual akaun saya sebab dia terlampau marah.
It is more sustainable to pursue a career in other fields.
Saya memang daripada dulu dah impian saya memang nak jadi the best player in Malaysia.
And then winning MPL is something everyone would want to continue doing.
Saya akan berusaha lah untuk capai kejayaan champion. Itu memang saya punya objektif. Saya rasa saya boleh jadi legend dalam Mobile Legends ni. Satu hari nanti Malaysia akan menjadi top team dalam dunia MLBB ni. So tunggu je lah dan saksikan.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu, being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oi! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hey, welcome back to another round of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. I'm Lennon, also known as Yolodi. Joining me once again is ICBB 1-2. We saw an epic game between Malaysia and Singapore, the battle between the nation, and finally it came to an end with Todak taking 2-1 away from Resurgence.
Yeah. Seeing how the game go as well, we have a rough idea of how the playstyle is going to be happening as well. We were all doubting the Yu Jong pickup here, but guess what? Todak still played it to the beat and it still kind of worked out. Even though they lost first game with the Yu Jong, but they compensated with their drafts. Game number 2, game number 3, looks like Todak will be undefeated in this entire regular season. Will probably solidify their spots in top 1 positioning.
I mean, remember, this is still the regular season and right after the patch as well. So people are really trying things out. But I get what you mean, right? So that game, definitely Todak research. No, actually, not the right word is not research. They analyze a lot after witnessing their first game, totally understanding what they really need for the sale and what can be replaced with those potential initiatives. Because let's be honest, even before Tigre, before the patch came out, everyone was fighting for Boxers or fighting for the Cool Frost, Jawheads. Now in this case, they're like, you know, take it. We can take Tigre or Ruby for ourselves. By the way, let's quickly bring up the standings to see what is the updated one right after such an intense gameplay. Terrence, take it away.
Well, as you can see, Todak undefeated, 7-0, 100% match win rates, game win rate of 74%, highest out of every single team. Well, they're currently 9 points. There's no possible way that they will be caught up as well unless they decide to throw 2 games in a row, and then maybe Resurgence might stand a chance actually catch up in top 1, but it's pretty much unlikely here. They've already defeated Resurgence, they've defeated Red Reborn, and also Evo's SG. So this is tough. This is tough.
It's really tough, but for a fact, for sure. But then let me hype it a little bit where it's 7-0. It's 7-0. My lucky number, by the way. So really cool. Match win rate of 100%. Game win rate, of course, it's not.
Your lucky number is 0 too?
No, my lucky number is 7. Why would it be 0? I mean, it's a cool name to have, you know, like code name.
Oh, I know, right?
Like, what's your code name? 0.
Code 0. Yeah.
But that is from another game. I'm not
Lucky 7.
Yes, lucky number 7, baby. But either way, yes, game win rate, of course, still the highest in the league, and definitely not 100% for sure, because there were some games they had to give away, especially one amazing plays coming from the side of Resurgence. But Todak instantly analyzed it, picked up the strats, and used it against them for sure. So really cool, and also LYF, I hope you get better soon as well. Hope you're enjoying that bit. But rest of the teams here, next game here, what's it gonna be like for us?
Well, it's gonna be Team SMG going up against Divinity Esports. That's gonna be an interesting one here because Team SMG, they can try and pick up some steam and try and catch up towards the top 4. They have to win the 2-0. Meanwhile, if Divinity Esports wins this 2-0 against Team SMG, it pretty much shuts down all potential chances of Team Bosskurr actually making a comeback coming in towards the regular season. So that's gonna be a tough one to make, but at the same time, it's gonna be a pretty high-stake matches for both these teams here, especially for Team SMG. If they want to go in towards the upper brackets here, that's one additional tournament live when it comes to the playoffs. As for Divinity Esports, just solidifying their top 8 positioning and making it into the playoffs. So it's going to be whether or not do they go for 2-1 or do they go for 2-0. Regardless of either teams here, both teams will want that 2-0 rather than taking a 2-1 win.
I mean, for sure, we can definitely tell that Team Bosskurr is sweating buckets here because this is the last day for week number 5, by the way. We only got one more week, which is week number 6, and that's going to be happening next week. So everything is riding on today. A lot of things riding on today, especially for the side of Team Bosskurr. So I guess in this case, they are praying really hard. I mean, they're going to play their best against Forsaken for sure, because they really want to secure that 2-0. But they're also hoping that Divinity will lose here. But anyway, folks, we're going to be showcasing you an amazing intro video for Team SMG versus Divinity Esports production team. People, beautiful, take it away.
Reposition out of his feathered airstrike, but it's not all. Scott's in trouble.
Oh, Vegas, he has jumped in with the Angela, but he's by himself now. And this time he'll be frozen before he can actually use Fatal Links. He'll use it, but it only catches Saiyajin in the meantime.
So untuk sekarang ni kita dah nampak yang ada 5 band, 5 side biru and then 5 side merah, which is 10. Benda tu sangat baru. So tak mustahil orang yang buat game ni, which is Muntun, dia akan upgradekan lagi untuk kompetitif. So dia akan jadi lagi susah mungkin. So meta mungkin akan berubah.
I think the players' attitudes towards training are all quite okay. The main problem is just the time they have available to actually commit to training. Overall, they all have good attitudes. They don't really tilt. During drafting, actually, I only have the power to give suggestions on what I think is correct in the current scenario of the draft. But overall, it's the players have the final say in what they want to pick. So I have absolutely no power in what they pick, no control over what they pick.
During draft pick, the players with the most influence on hero picking, hero selection will be WJ and Adamir.
Trend dan meta kompetitif dalam MPL Season 6 ni lebih kepada meta hyper carry, which is diorang akan meletakkan 3 hero dekat mid and then side lane diorang akan memakai fighter. So nak dibandingkan dengan season sebelum ni, diorang more to 1-2, which is ada 2 core.
I think in the current meta is always changing. We are seeing different teams with different strategies, being able to adapt to how they play, and at the same time fixing our own play style is important also.
Man, that was very, very informative, especially coming in from the coach of Team SMG, Arthur. Really missing him a lot. Good to see him a lot more towards the team. But anyway, let's quickly bring up the players' profile within both of these absolutely amazing teams from Malaysia and Singapore. We're going to be starting on the right side. It is going to be Team SMG. And their members are both Smooth, Saiyajin, Zion Senpai, Goten, Long, and Rin. And the thing is this, right? They have this long line of constantly retrying all kinds of strats and trying to feel or test the water to see what is the kind of lineup which they definitely love and prefer.
Yeah, and seeing how this team is as well, I'm a little bit curious that are they going to be playing smooth back, or are they going to still keep up with Rin in the pool as well? Because Rin has been performing throughout the weeks as well. He's proven we have gotten an MVP on the LAN slot in that regards as well. Whereas their counterparts here, we have Divinity Esports, we have WJ, Swoop, Adamir, WQXD, Healer, and MSW. We saw a couple of moments from Adamir, but unfortunately was shut down a couple of weeks before. But of course, in the interview, I like how WJ's reaction, man. Like, how is this guy not famous? Because he gives the most genuine, funniest reaction in the history of Mobile Legends, in my opinion.
You mean Stone?
He's not.
He looks so stoned, dude. Even in that intro video, he still looks the exact same face ever since we met him, dude. He's like, yes, we are willing to lose. We are not gonna try our best. You know, that's so funny coming up from WJ. But anyway, enough about WJ. This is Team SMG with their lineup, with their most big heroes, and of course Total Kitty with those heroes. We had both Smooth, Red, Zion Senpoi, Sayajin, and Gotan. Looks like Long is not going to be playing here today as he's going to be subbed out.
Wow, this is going to be the first time seeing Long really subbed out as well, because we usually see Long playing on the fighter role here. So I'm a little bit curious whether is it going to be Smooth playing on the fighter role, or is it going to be Rin playing on the fighter role, because his LAN slot was insane the previous week here. He got a lot of clutches in. 1 HP clutches with double kill, 19 kills in total, 5 death, and 12 assists coming from at Team SMG. And throughout the weeks, we have been bashing on SMG for quite some time. And guess what? They stepped up the game and they look stronger than ever. Now, this is going to be their second time switching their rosters again. This time with Smooth and Rin on board. Without Long, is the game going to be a little bit different here? Because we might see a different variation coming from SMG. However, I'm looking forward. Is Sayajin going to be playing the Cho?
Oh yes, Sayajin, the playmaker for the side here, Team SMG, really knows how to step it up and know where to hurt the enemy, exactly where it really hurts. Just love it, the fact that although yes, his KD isn't as impressive for 1229, but remember, 29 of those assists, let's be honest, 80% of that assist is literally all hyper carry core. So really well played coming from the side here, Sayajin, but enough about Team SMG. Let's bring up Divinity Esports with their lineup with their most big hero and Total KD. We have Adamir, WQXD, Swoop, WJ, and MSW. And interesting enough, Healer actually got swapped out and replaced by MSW. So Healer's gonna be chill, and we're gonna be benched here, and we're gonna be supporting his team from the back line alongside with their coach, the Pacifist.
Yeah, I like how they actually made the swap as well. MSW has proven has actually made his comeback into the game a couple of times as well. His Gado Kacha was insane with his timings as well from Divinity Esports. Maybe they will try to rely on him a little bit more. But of course, his hero choices is going to be Popo and Koopa, 1, 4, and 20. By far, pretty okay, considering that Popo and Koopa has transitioned into a more supportive role. Meanwhile, WJ on the Kufra 5, 12, 19, not the most bestest of stats. Swoop, on the other hand, 11, 9, and 28. Pretty sure has highest stats on his Sicilian. WQXD, Balmont, 16, 14, 17, having a really rough time, but Adamir will be on the Roger here. But so, seeing how the game has progressed, right? We saw in the interview as well, it's going to be relying on a lot on Adamir and also WChai, likewise with WQXD. So, most of the time, we do see a lot coming in from WQXD. Making those kind of plays here, but I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be fared out with MSW on board against Team SMG with Long on the sides here. Meanwhile, on the screen here, you can see it's going to be the player team stats between Team SMG and Divinity Esports. Not looking good for Divinity Esports though.
I mean, the thing is this, right? We're looking at both of this team. Of course, Divinity Esports played at least one game more than Team SMG's here. And even according to the stats as well, sure, Team SMG has been all-rounder, right? They go for objective, they go for kills if they're possible here. But same goes for Divinity Esports. And remember, they are a team that just pretty much a group of friends trying to climb up the ladder for themselves. Sure, first week, very shaky. But the remaining weeks, they started getting better. They started doing more research. And even some of the team really stepping up. And let's be honest, WJ really making the plays with that Hilda. And if Team SMG is not careful, especially with letting Hilda go, WJ is going to make sure he punishes them for it. And don't even forget about Swoop. Although sure, he is definitely not as proactive compared to Moon and the rest of the other more prominent mates players inside the team here, but he is almost reaching that that level. He's on the way there. He's on the road to becoming a legend here in Mobile Legends.
That's the thing. Couple games before as well, they I can't remember which team was it that actually went up against Divinity Esports. Was that they actually shut down Soup as their priority target. They banned off Adamant's heroes and they just shut down Soup, making sure that there's no comeback potential coming in from Divinity Esports here. So hopefully things will be a little bit different here with MSW in towards the pool. But ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be the player head-to-head here. The featured players coming from both teams here. It's going to be Adamant going up against Rin. Of course, the stats here from the side Rin is going to be lesser in terms of death here, but ever since he stepped into the pool, things have gotten better from side Team SMG. He's proven to be the playmaker, the core role coming from SMG with 46 kills, 12 death, and 38 assists. Whereas from Adamant, we've seen it time and time again, hard carrying the entire team, 52 kills, 31 deaths, and 61 assists. But it's tough, honestly speaking, to compare these two because both these teams are, I would say, right now, the identity of both these teams right now.
The thing is this about it as well, like if we both compare the average kill participation and of course, very significant coming from the side of Divinity Esports here, or Adamant in this case, 72%. But that's because all the carry that he has been so far been playing is not like hardcore farms like Lee Sun-Shin, or anyone else. He has been playing like carries and the Roger as well. Heroes that requires you to literally go towards the fight. In particular, Roger so far is Adamant's favorite hero because a lot of people during that 1-3-1 hyper carry meta has always been opting between marksman or assassin. So he's pretty much setting himself up with a very safe marksman. But remember, this patch changed a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
There is no longer, I wouldn't say hyper carry in this case. There's no longer a hyper carry.
Oh yeah.
There's more of multiple carries in this case. We have seen mage carries slowly coming back to the mix here, but undertaking as a role as the jungler, which we saw Moon playing just now, and it works. We even see the marksman or Yi Sun-Shin in particular also can go to the jungle here, but still maintaining his main role as the marksman for himself.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious to see how they're going to play here as well. Throughout the weeks, we've talked about how limited their heroes is, especially up on Adamant, where he can only play a couple of marksmen here.
True.
But at the same time, when it comes to from the side of SMG, they have players that can play multiple roles, not just marksmen, they can also play assassins. In this case, the rinse a lot was a factor that can be considered as well.
True.
Where they can actually just say, you know what, we don't need Yushin Sing, we don't need Roger, we don't need 1-1, we can still play Lancelot, we can still play Link. So this is going to be up for debate here because it's going to be between Rin and also potentially, it's going to be potentially Rin and against Adamant. So it's going to be tough whether or not who has the bigger hero pool. But based on the map prediction here on the screen, you can see Smooth expecting to be the carry role in this game here. Going to be on the gold lane alongside with Adamant coming in from Divinity Esports. So this is tough because Smooth has known to be playing an assassin-based kind of carry, whereas Adamant is very hardcore on the traditional marksman division. So in this case, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to be playing well, but I feel like SMG has the upper hand in terms of the hero pool department.
I mean, of course, for sure. If you talk about hero pool comparison, then yes, Team SMG has fiddled around and has a huge, bigger hero pool compared to the side here of Divinity Esports. But that's pretty much where my concern is, where I only have 2 concerns for Divinity Esports. One, hero pool, not as large as SMG. And second, they finally just got a feel on what kind of meta and what kind of strategy and line composition which they can try to opt for. But now with this one, everything is totally changed, everything is totally new, but I'm fully confident they can actually research and turn things up a little bit. But then again, audience thinks otherwise, as they constantly predicted that Team SMG will be taking the win here of 76%.
Wow, it's not surprised to see this percentage, but I'm a little bit worried here because I am pretty sure I'm going to bring up a very sensitive topic, which is SMG.
Okay, bring it.
Because prior to Rin being swapped up, we saw Smooth playing in the tournament, right?
Correct.
Every game that Smooth has played has not gone well for him, and ever since Rin stepped in, without Smooth in the picture, things went a little bit better. So, will Smooth redeem himself against Divinity Esports? Do you think so?
I mean, I'm just gonna put a quick wall here.
Yeah.
So there's like everything you say is all this negativity just like bounce off, you know? Because like remember, we were like all of us was joking about the Paris-side thing. Right?
Oh yeah.
And then suddenly out of nowhere, he's like, "Hey, Lafayette."
That's the thing.
Lafayette became an honorable martyr with the donation. You started getting jacked up in one day. I became a BTS fan for one day as well. So no longer will I say which player is bad or not, because we have no idea. They can just turn things around. But yes, there are besides smooth and everything else, there is the concern does exist whether Team SMG and Divinity Esports really have stepped up for themselves and prepare for this current patch. But we have witnessed two days worth of epic games, so I believe these two teams has a lot of time to research and most importantly, steal it away.
Well, hopefully things will be a little better here, and this is going to be a smooth redeeming moment here. And this, will they be able to take the 2-0 and shield, huh? All right, we're going there. But at the same time, that's a little bit insights here for you guys. But at the same time, for now, this is going to be the match. Team SMG going up to Divinity Esports. Of course, both teams needs the 2-0. Divinity Esports taking 2-0 will solidify their spots in top 8. Meanwhile, SMG taking the 2-0 will give them a chance to force themselves in towards the top 4s. So this is going to be a match where both teams is going to stake it all once again here. But starting off with the picks and bans, we do see Team SMG banning off the Valor. And the reply from Divinity Esports is going to be the Natalia.
And I love the fact that they actually banned Natalia because for two reasons. One, it is one of Long's best hero, but sadly Long is not going to be playing here. But at the same time, Natalia can also be a jungler in the hands of Team SMG. But instead getting rid of all the engaging hero, there goes the Boxer as well. But here comes the retaliation with the Esmeralda. And the best part about it, they didn't even plan things out. It was very instant, very quick, because they were so sure on which hero they want to remove and do not want to face inside this game.
Yep, at the same time, the Yuzhong has been completely ignored as well from a couple of teams as well. Divinity Esports, we did see, I'm sorry, not Divinity Esports, we saw Forsaken previously still banning the Yuzhong, understanding the power of it as well. In the previous game, we saw Todak also stomping his way through with X-Ray on the Yuzhong. In the third game, was something that was really annoying to deal with.
Correct.
But in this case, Divinity Esports, they have Adamir who plays Yuzhong as well. So we have not seen that since the Singapore qualifiers, and hopefully they will try and consider that for Adamir, considering that we've talked about how limited his hero pools are, and even with the Link, it just didn't work out for Adamir. However, from side Team SMG, we have the Uranus being banned off, when the Selena as well. So Hilda might be a priority here coming from SMG. Do they pick it for themselves? And Long is going to be coaching the team apparently.
I mean, why not? He is a teammate, so he can be there to back them up and support them from the sidelines here. But look at this. Uranus being banned. I wouldn't be surprised if Team SMG locks down this Hilda, because right now, a lot of the junglers here is going to be having a hard time being harassed in the early game. So one of the few heroes that's really great as harassing and also a great support are very fewly mentioned. Hildas, Tigrals, even the Jawhead could be up for the option, but I don't think, especially witnessing from the last game from Resurgence, they actually prioritize the Jawhead as a jungler because he can also clear quite quickly. But instantly, Hilda is going to be the first lock-in. What is Divinity Esports' answer?
Oh wow. Seems to me they are somewhat in the same page with Toda as they open things up with the Ruby pickup and also the Khalid pickup. So they're not really worried about the Yuzhong. They're not worried about the Farsa being picked up as well. SMG, they have to be worried about this here. Cho is still in the pool. It might see a Saiyan Cho in case Divinity Esports decides to take a Farsa.
I think it will.
They have to. They have to kind of take the Cho, I guess.
I mean, it's not they have to, but it's more like they can in this case, because remember, whoever goes up against this Khalid is gonna have a really hard time. But the thing is, I think the SMG might play this a little safer and might just lock in the Balmon just to go up against this Khalid just in case.
Seeing how the game is going to be progressing here, we do see SMG. What are they going to decide? Balmon might be in the pool, but seems to me they will take the Cho for Saiyajin and the Farsa on top of that. A little bit of greed coming in here. They're going to be forcing Ruby to actually jump on towards the Farsa just to disrupt the Feather Airstrike time and time again. Divinity Esports, fortunately for them, they have the Khalid, they have the Ruby. They're not just worried about here. They're okay with diving, and on top of that, they will have Swoop playing on the Chang'e. So that's going to be a lot of magical damage coming in. But who's going to be the front line? But Divinity Esports, they say, banning the Lancelot, no Rincelot this game.
Definitely no Rincelot, but Ling is still in the pool here. But whether Divinity Esports sees it as a threat, or did they want to take it for themselves? And I love the fact that even though, yes, you may call it greedy. I thought it was totally fine because since with the main support with the Farsa, they were like, hey, I have a Hilda, I have a Cho, and Boxer is also being banned now. There's not many heroes that can actually get on top of this Farsa. But this just gives an option for Divinity Esports to go for this Gadakacha pick. But then if they do opt for it, it will be a very funny, like I say, very funny Ruby support.
Yeah.
But unless
it might not. It might.
That's if they go for the 1-3-1.
But at the same time here from side Divinity Esports, I think they're pretty happy about this game considering that how Adamir's heroes are not really banned this game. But as soon as I see the Yishun scene, likelihood they might consider banning all the marksmen away from Divinity Esports. This is going to be a tough one here. Ling being banned, Lancelot as well. Both teams have very limited heroes now on the marksman division. SMG, do they ban off the Roger? Because right now, do they have first pick? No, they do not. Divinity will have first pick first.
I think they actually might want to try
in the second phase.
I think they might just want to try to opt to ban out this carry for themselves, unless Team SG want to opt it for themselves here. Because remember, Roger is only really great because there's the existence of the assassin and his early game aggression. Other than that, the late game starts slowly falling things off. And at the same time, Team SG has to make a choice: carry or Roger for themselves here, or to go for the bans.
The carry is not exactly the greatest hero for side Team SMG, but Tamus will be banned off here. So Divinity Esports, they can opt to go for the Roger just because of how perfectly set up their roster is here. They have a lot of frontline diving heroes, but the only thing they lack is a protector for the Chang'e, but I don't think they really care about that. They're going to go full dive on. Garokacha completely ignored this game, but Divinity Esports, do they pick the Roger for Adamir right here?
Oh, this is a really tough call. Divinity Esports, I'm trying to...
Or they could go for the Yuzhong if they want to, but that's
can?
not going to be no marksman here coming from them.
The thing is this, right? They really have a main support. They sort of have like two of their sidelines here. It all comes down to whether this is going to be a jungle or another tank support to really follow up with the team here. So Yuzhong can jungle. If they want to go for jungle, Yuzhong can jungle.
Well, it could be a core Khalid.
Yeah, it could be a core Khalid, but just for safe measures, they're going to lock down their marksman, which is going to be the Roger. Now Team SJD, last two picks here. It's going to be their main carry and potentially even a jungler if they want to try to fit in with this new meta here.
Yeah, if they go for the Hayabusa... Wait, sorry, Hayabusa has been taken out from the pool.
It's taken out.
It's pretty much banned from us.
There is no...
from Moonton. No Hayabusa allowed coming from them.
There's still the Hellcat, but the Harriet, we have seen it has great works in the jungle.
Alright.
There is a setup as well coming from the side here, Team SNG. A lot of nuking potential. Now all they need is just one more guaranteed carry here.
Yeah, Harif is pretty good here coming from Team SMG. But I think Harif is going to be sole carry coming from SMG. But they need something to stop this aggression. Do they have the thing? But looks like they will pick the Yuzhong pick up here. So no choice, but pretty good pick. Hardcore carried by the Harif. And Yuzhong going to be on the off lane as well. Divinity Esports, what is going to be their reply? And there's no Baxia in the pool as well. So SMG, pretty sure they have something up their strat. They are going to be dominating the early stages here, hoping to win the game as quickly as they can. Divinity Esports, all they got to do is just stall time. In this case, how do they stall this aggression from Yuzhong?
The thing is this, right? Because right now, I don't think Divinity Esports will be opting for the jungle. I feel with this current lineup, which they have to for themselves, they're going to be sticking with what they were very comfortable with, which was the 1-3-1. So in this case, if it's going to be the 1-3-1, they can try to opt for the Garokacha, and they will.
Yeah, they will. It's MSW. I think it's an MSW Garokacha. Yeah, and it's going to be offlane Khalid and Garokacha, and then they're going to have Ruby and Chang'e and potentially the Roger in the mid lane.
Okay.
Wait, this is jungle Roger. Okay.
I mean, but then again, this is the very funny thing where we always get bugged out. So we can only get the full confirmation once we get into the game. But either way, Terrence, let's not think about whether they're going jungle or not. What do you think about the line competition from both of these teams? I'm not asking you to pick a side, don't worry. I'm not a jerk like you.
How am I a jerk for picking a side?
You asked me to.
It's either you like this team's draft or you don't like the draft.
Yeah, but you're forcing me to pick one. I can say I like
okay, based on the draft, I think it's kind of 50-50, but I'm favoring Divinity a little bit more because they have a safety measure. SMG is just going full on aggressive, but anything can happen. It is, after all, a tournament, pro leagues, you know, anything can happen. But ladies and gentlemen, here, we are going into the game. the game of the deciding match, whether SMG is going to be able to step up to the top 4 or Divinity Esports will prevail on the top 8. Ladies and gentlemen, here, this is game 1 between Team SMG versus Divinity Esports.
Definitely for sure. Beautiful graphics. Thank you, production, by the way. And for me, I'm definitely going to be opting for Team SMG because they have just the right amount of control, and I always love an aggressive lineup and team. By the way, coming to the mix as well, looks like they're going to be sending Cho towards the goal lane, and Utah going to be sticking towards that EXP lane here for the side here of Team SMG. By the way, coming towards this mid lane, looks like Divinity Esports going to be sticking it with this 1-3-1, but definitely for sure, Adamir will not be sticking in this lane for too long because he just want to get the initial levels before going towards the jungle.
Yep. Speaking of which, we do see Divinity Esports. They're going to be contesting the Little Wonder as well. But as what SMG, they're sending 4 guys. And Divinity Esports, they're taking a lot of damage. Soup is going to be backing out. MSW taking significant as well. Flickers on the last edge. And it's going to be A-OK. But that's a lot of damage being committed towards Divinity Esports.
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of them setting, although it's very unique to see WJ going to go to the side lane because usually he's always pairing, even for a 1-3-1, he has always been pairing up with their hyper carry, marksman, and mage support. But in this case, they decided to switch things up as he will go towards the side lane. On the top lane, on the other hand, WKXD is definitely having a great time, literally harassing out of gold 10. But you gotta be careful because the more levels Yutong gets, and that's pretty much why he's in the EXP levels, the more damage and sustain he will become.
Yep, speaking of which, SMG, they are going to go for a little bit push here. Zyme only level 2 Saijin in the vicinity, but MSW going for the assist here. Seems to me this is a roaming. This is a tank lead, so we are going to see offlaners coming in from Garo Kacha and also the Ruby instead. So support Khalid, okay.
It's a tank support Khalid. I'm not a big fan of it either. Like, if we had to compare who is going to be better as a tank support, I think Gado will be a little bit more better because he can deal a little bit more damage. He's more ball, and there's a little bit more control compared to the Khalid in the hands of MSW. By the way, Roger is going to be able to, Adamir, in this case, going to be able to casually farm here. But here comes the rotation and Gags and Sally Golden going to be jumping in with the Fear Dive and instantly gets punished for it. He has to commit the flicker, but first blood will be thrown away by the hands of Adamir in Divinity Esports.
Yep, Divinity Esports is sending 4 guys up top, mowing down on the turret as well, trying to do enough damage here, but as well, they are tanking a little bit too much here. MSW will pay to his half HP, but fortunately for him, he does have the Sand Guard. Adamir will continually go for the aggression here. Saijin all by himself, but it is after all a tank. Don't think they want to commit to this fight, but Divinity Esports looking pretty good. Rin, on the other hand, on the bottom side here, could go for a couple of cheap damage towards the turret as well, but Divinity Esports, they will be leading 1k advantage here, but Swoop from the side with the meteor shower. Adamir goes in for a swoop, goes in for the finish, and the Feather Airstrike comes in as well. The Examiner Frost also coming in from Rin, dealing for the fight, but MSW goes in for the dive. Unfortunately, doesn't connect. The Sand Guard is there, but here comes the Black Dragon from Golden. They're forcing everyone from Divinity Esports to back off, and they only lose no one apparently from side SMG, and Divinity lose 2.
I mean, definitely for sure, the engagement was definitely perfect as well, but it's just that they are just a little bit too mobile in the hands of Team SMG. Anyway, first turtle fight here, got the Feather Airstrike as well, there goes our dear friend WQXD, and Silent instantly prioritizes his target, and same goes for WJ. Dash the Fear Drive, dash the knock as well, and Gold 10 and Smooth will both get out of that situation, barely with any HP, and Silent on the other hand, he's so tanky, although getting shredded down by MSW, but they don't have enough control or slows to get on top of Saiyajin.
Now, Divinity Esports, they had the lead, but they lost the fight. Team SMG played it perfectly with 1 HP. Zyme now with the Feather Airstrike doing a lot of damage to his Swoop. So what were you thinking? Why are you still standing there? He's gonna get punished. Adamir as well. And as Rin comes in, Team SMG gets another 2 freebie. As Divinity Esports, they just lost 6 fights in a row. 6 kills just like that.
Ooh, 2 heroes for the hands of the first tier 1 tower. I mean, like, I guess in this case, Divinity Esports, like, we don't care. We're fine with throwing our bodies. Ooh, beautiful timing with the flick as well. He's going to be able to force a way to trail all the way under the turret. And here comes I'm offended and Smooth getting cut down to size because WKSD was so smooth with that reaction play.
What a clutch there. Timing the wave of the dragon just before the edge. He got kicked back, flickered to his tower, immediately pulling him back and going for the clutch. What an insane style points they're coming from WQXD. Divinity Esports, they're they're fighting back here.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, Terrorist, I could hear you silently, your subconscious voice saying, Perisai plays.
Oh, that was style points, man. That's not Perisai plays coming there. However, WKXD is gonna get dived on here. As the full force of SMG is there, they will take him down, and that's gonna be a tier 1 up top. So Team SMG will continue their aggression here, as they know they need to close out this game as quickly as they can. And Clock of Destiny pick up on Zion Senpai already. So this Farsa is going to be a little bit more tanky as the game progresses here. Meanwhile, Divinity Esports, they have to figure out what's their next game plan here. Seems to me they're going to go head-to-head here. Smooth goes in for the push. The Black Dragon from beside as well as Goten comes in. Feather Asteroid doesn't connect. And here comes the King's Call Avatar comes in as well. Catches on WJ. He's a little bit tanky. Cyojin is not going to be the main target here. Adamir trying his best to do damage, but no. MSW will get taken now. They can't seem to find the damage. And Smooth with the Way of the Dragon catches WJ. And that's going to be down for the count. And the Meteor Shower is there, almost finishing Goten once again. Swoop can't seem to finish them off.
Anyway, beautiful way the Dragon coming in from Smooth. By the way, Swoop in this case instantly get bombarded. But Smooth will smoothly pick up the kill for himself here, allowing him to get that first kill inside the first BO3 of the game.
Wow, Smooth with the patience there, with the Way of the Dragon, finally going for the patience and going for the kill here. But at the same time, Zion Senpai here, just controlling the aggression. They're taking about tier 2s down bottom here for Team SMG. Divinity Esports, they have to defend against this here, but where's the damage coming from? They need some sort of damage, and Swoop struggling to finish them off. 0-3-1 thus far. MSW, as of now, trying to push a little bit of a map control, but can't seem to find a target here, as Adamir is in no vicinity to contest this.
Despite getting both of the tower, tier 1 towers for the side of Team SSG, what they really want is to break this middle one, and that's exactly why you see Zion Senpai constantly popping up the towers, trying to zone them out and trying to even clear out the ways. Turtle's going to be taken away for the side of Team SSG, but here comes MSW once again, get caught off, but here comes I'm going to be pulling both of them across the cliffs here, but got that no choice, have to commit the Black Dragon just to disengage. But here comes Adamir, the Wolf King is here, Zion Senpai still has his disengagement, but Ren dropping into Zamafon, Chrono dashing back and forth, getting the mega kill as he pops Adamir off. Here's the slow on WQXD with Smooth with the flicker, Kundo and the Way of the Dragon going to be locking down WQXD once again. Now Divinity Esports losing 2 members, but Zion Senpai has his Feather Asteroid and getting ready to bombard it. But WJ coming in with the Avatar of the Guardian, but eventually tier 1 tower will fall. WJ trying to run for his life, but he gets control, he gets hit up, but he still was able to get a bit of a kill for himself before he leaves the game.
Yup, MSW tries his best, but it looks like he will get focused down by Rin as well, as Team SMG steamrolling in this fight. But guess what? Smooth looking good in this game. Divinity Esports, there's 10, slowly but surely struggling here. They need to figure a way to get Swoop some farm here, as Swoop is only 1-3-1. He needs the blue buff, but at the same time, MSW not being able to do anything in this situation here. 0-3-3 armor him here. He's popping the Athena shield very soon here, but still not going to be able in the easy task here, because meanwhile Rin is going to go for them, almost sniping. So Meteor Shower has been expanded, but Rin is just taking a bath in the showers, literally.
Taking a bath in the showers for sure, with the blood of his enemies of Divinity Esports. And here comes Cyojin, fully stacked by the way, level 9. He's getting ready to drop down the hammer, but there's a slow. Cyojin finding the opening, but he doesn't want to go to the back line at all. But Goten on the other hand, popping the Black Dragon, just so that he can get towards the lane as fast as possible to assist the team. Divinity Esports sees W, Cyojin sees WJ, but here comes the pull on top of Goten. But Goten, nicely timing with the fear attack, he's going to be able to dive away towards the safety, but coming from the back line, Smooth with the Way of Dragon was able to shut down, swoop down for good, but Zion Senpai still going strong, but same goes for Smooth. 3 members going to be fell on one side here, Divinity Esports, and Team SMG is getting ready to siege this mid-tier 2.
Style points there coming from Goten, getting caught from the Iron Foil, and then manages to flicker away out of the team fight with 1 HP once again. Goten, once again, he survives on a belly on the whip here, and Divinity Esports, they can't seem to find the right pick off here. Cyojin does have the 8 stacks. He's going to go for the chop. Do they want to go for WKXD? Yes, they are. Smooth goes for the Way of Dragon. Instantly gets shut down. Meteor Shower is there. Not going to be able to do much. And here comes the arrival coming in for WJ, but what good can he do?
Dude, I love it. The priorities as well. They could have tried to get on top of Sumo and the rest of the members, but they realized that WQXD is the only one that can actually in like 100% control them inside of fire. But anyway, here comes the Emos. Viva RRQ coming in for the side of Gold 10. A couple of BM drop with the teleport spams. And now tier 2 towers has fall. Now all that's left is to break down this inhibitor.
Yep, speaking of which, on the bottom side as well, Smooth gonna go for the fight as well, as he is gonna be farming with the red buff as well. Saiyajin gonna be continuing the pressure. He has 8 stacks despite being a tank. But
Megatron.
Oh wow.
Ooh, loving all these emos, guys. You can definitely try to check it out from the stores, and if you want to get it for yourself to support any of your favorite teams. But either way, here comes Esports logos here, and Saiyajin throws it out and flaunting it in front of their faces here. And the worst part, Divinity Esports cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, speaking of which, Divinity Esports, they are getting choked in the base as well. Necklace Durance up on Soup to try and delay any kind of a regeneration, but they still need more damage. Look at this, Chang'e, they've got the glowing wand, they have the Durance up on Soup, but he needs one more core item. In this case, can they stall this in time here? Because meanwhile, SMG, they're looking to close up the game. Can they go for the setup here? They're grouping up on 4, but 20 seconds left on the clock for the Lord. And SMG, they're still choking them on the sides.
Choking them for sure, not allowing them to get any form of resources, and Saiyajin hitting them hard in the mental warfare here. I'm hoping they're not losing their minds, because right now I would have been losing it entirely as my team, if I'm being hammered both physically and mentally.
Yep, the Lord is going to be spawned as well here. Team SMG, they're holding their backs here as they return to actually focus on the Lord. Rin is 6-0-8. Divinity Esports, all they got to do is stall this game as long as they can and make a potential comeback. But SMG, I don't think they want to risk it here. They are just going to continue to go for the farm. Rim, you can see, does have the double off. He's hitting like a truck, but the Lord completely getting ignored.
Oh man, I mean definitely for sure. The Lord, the thing is, they do not want to take this Lord right now because they know, they understand they open up the bottom blue base of the map here for Divinity Esports. So they want to really ensure that not only can they secure the fact that they know that the Divinity Esports members are in base, but of course to ensure that they can actually take this Lord without being contested on, because Divinity Esports, despite being extremely far behind, we have seen time and time again teams coming back from this kind of situation. So they're being a little bit more safe, and of course they were just waiting for the Lord to be enhanced. But anyway, here comes Saiyajin, able to sustain, and remember, this is the jungle. This is exactly where Hilda lives and stays.
Yep, speaking of which here, they're zoning them off. Divinity Esports, they want to contest. The Lord is going to be built up as well, dropping a pretty almost 50% HP. Rin is going to be contesting as well, but they will reset the Lord. Going for the pick of Divinity Esports, they're full-fledged committing. SMG is going in as well. Goten pops the Black Dragon, hoping for a pick of Feather Extra, connects on the 2, and WKXD is going to be the main target here. He flickers away, but Goten is going ham on him, and the Meteor Shower, full-fledged commitment as him. But eventually, they will take down WKXD, and Goten once again with a sliver of HP, and he survives the onslaught, and Rin will continue to begin and resume his Lord.
Now the rest of the Lord trying to retake it for themselves, and Saiyajin doing an amazing job trying to zone them out and give them the exact wrong idea that maybe they're not taking the Lord. But anyway, Enhanced Lord will be safely secure for the side here of Team SMG. Now it all comes down to for them to call it out and clear this game number 1.
Oh, that was a close call there from Divinity Esports. They baited out the Black Dragon, but like I said, they could not finish Goten in time. They have the damage from Swoop, but do they want to overcommit to this? But it seems to me, SMG, they're chanting evils once again here. Seems to me they want to take them down from that top 4 slot.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure, but you know, Evos. No, they should really come up with a Team SMG one, so at least that way it's more fun. But either way, Lord's going to be called up and moved out.
SMG will literally be like a machine gun sound. That would be really cool.
That would be extremely cool. But anyway, Lord's going to be sent out towards the top lane as he pushes down. This is going to be allowing Team SMG to push split push from all 3 lanes and force Divinity Esports to make a choice. Give up 2 lanes and try to defend the Lord, or just lose it all here.
But in this case, Feather Airstrike being used from a Zion standpoint. The Lord's going to be knocking on the top side as well, taking a lot of damage here. Divinity Esports, they have to defend against here. Meteor Shower being expanded from Soup as well. Not going to do much. Black Dragon going for the backlines, going for the catch, but Smooth catches one. WJ is out in the open. MSW is next. Double kill for Rin. They're looking for more. Rin going for the chase as well. Adamir has to retreat. WQXD getting finished from the Feather Strike, and he will take Adamir alongside with him. Triple kill for Rin.
So there goes the mid inhibitor as well. The last man said is going to be Su, but I don't think he's going to be able to defend this, but they're going to end it. They're diving straight under the tower, but Sally healed the power while it's not going to be able to collect. He gets the shutdown, he gets the double kill, but it doesn't matter. Team SCG had their fun, And after losing their teammate here, they instantly straight away go for the ending.
Well, diving towards the fountain, that was a little bit too much, but at the same time, great start for SMG.
I told you.
Leading 1-0.
I told you before, I love the aggressive plays and confidence coming from the side of Team SMG. Maybe a little too much, but you know what? They were winning. They were totally fine throwing 1 or possibly even 2. And let's be honest, I think if Long wasn't there to keep everyone level-headed, they all probably would have just dived in. I'm pretty sure. Like even a player can would just see Long like, don't do it! Stop doing it! Jangan buat macam ni! Don't waste your life here.
Imagine if Soup managed to just return and kill 4 people right then and there and manage to somehow defend against a creep wave. That would be an epic comeback.
I think that's the point. That's literally the point of their lives where Arthur just starts slapping everyone. Like, it just comes from the meeting room for the live stream. Apa kamu semua buat? Start slapping everyone, you know. But anyway, fantastic.
Violent. You're very violent, bro.
I mean, violent. I like aggressive, baby. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing you up the highlight brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcup. Terrence, explain to us what exactly happened in the early game.
Let's take a look at the game replays here. Starting off, we saw a couple of engagements towards Adamir coming from Divinity Esports, which was great. They had the early start. They had the initial 2-0. What really messed up was actually Zyme Simple with the clutch coming from SMG, and also the King's Calling coming from WJ with the Guardian's Avatar coming in for a drop, not connecting to anyone, just resulted in just countless of return fights coming from SMG. The turning point was literally Zyme Senpoi's positioning with the Feather Airstrike. He got an initial catch onto the Soup early on, which lost them the lead. But while this was happening, you can see, take a look, while they were contesting Turtle, what was actually happening was that Adamir and WG, they were focusing on the Turtle, whereas Rin was focused on just destroying Soup in the backlines, and Zyme Senpoi on the backlines was just making sure that Adamir is not having the greatest time. So trying to potentially snipe the Turtle was the key idea coming from Zyme Senpoi, whereas Goten was just backing up. So in this case, Divinity Esports, they were split into 2 different fights. There were 3 of them against the full 5-man coming from the SMG.
And the best part about it as well, like Rin was literally there, and on top of that, Rin didn't even need to use the Retribution. Anime committed it, but then again, here comes our dear friend Zyme Senpai, who was able to secure the turtle for the team then and was able to punish a lot of them. Here was also, I feel like it was a little bit sad as well. Like they tanked a little bit too much of that aggression coming in from Zyme Senpai and got punished for it. Although they managed to get the tier 1 tower, but the cost of the hyper carry and the mage support, I think that's a little bit costly there.
Yeah, Soup was, I think he was a little bit tilted in some sense, but after dying twice, you can see he was kind of lost. He did not expect what was hitting right in the face from on top here. So that was just a little bit unfortunate here. But at the same time, Rin was just snowballing really through, getting the blue buff, making sure that things get a little bit hard but smooth with the clutch save in this fight here was really nice here. But after they gave back the lead towards SMG, there was no turning point for Divinity Esports. You can see Swoop, he died 3 times. He tried to go for the meteor shower, but time and time again, they just could not finish off Smooth or Goten. And especially, sorry, it was Goten and Saijin who's constantly surviving with barely on the stable of the HP. Even in this fight, Goten overextended. He managed the flickers away, forces every member from the side Divinity out of position to allow the rest of the members from SMG to just clean out everybody.
And the thing is this as well, like, I guess I wouldn't say that maybe they were tilted or maybe they were just really stressed out, because remember, the only one that can actually really control Rin properly was actually WQXD, but from time and time again, Smooth constantly get on top of him, executing him in that mid game before they pushes towards this end, and WQXD is always nowhere near the fight, and whenever he is, he has to use his ultimate for another person just to save his teammates here. By the way, that was one dive, almost got the second one, but instead, he will still be able to survive, and they will be able to clear out the crystal. So really, really well played coming from the side of Team SSG. But this is the animation coming from both of this team here. Anything you want to point out here that is different or pretty much the same coming from both of this team?
I like how Saiji actually opted to go for the magic resist shoes and then transitioning in towards the immortality instantly, just for a little bit more sustainability. That's one of the biggest factors that allowed him to survive most of the damage coming from Soup. Likewise, coming in from Goten. Nope, Goten actually just a little bit too tanky to actually be dealt with. But yeah, Saiji initially soaked most of the magical damage coming from Divinity, especially coming in from Chang'e, and also the Kado Kacha, who's actually got the Curse Helmet as well as the Concentrated Energy to buff up all his damages. So great stuff there coming from Saijin. Does not want to get picked off, and he was able to just sustain his way through in most of these team fights, which was beautifully done. Whereas Zyme Senpoi, he didn't have the Clock of Destiny, but at the same time, no one from the side of Divinity Esports was able to catch him because everyone was so pre-focused on Rin as well as Goten.
Yeah, and the best part about it as well, like Saiyajin just totally understands, since he's gonna be that early game tempo hero as well. He fully understands the fact that who has the most amount of damage, who can deal the most amount of damage in this early phase of the game, as whenever I try to be very aggressive with it, and he totally understands, like, it's Soup. It's only him. The rest of the heroes, they have damage, but it's built up damage over time. But either way, here is the post-game strategy between Team SG and Divinity Esports. The rich guy will be Rin with the most amount of gold. The carry will be Zyme Senpoi, who did the most amount of damage. And the sandbag will be Saiyajin, who tanked the most here. And the forgotten one will be Zyme Senpoi. So all of these 4 categories will be totally taken away by the side of Team SMG.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Zyme Senpoi as well as Rin here, because Zyme Senpoi, he initially made the comeback where he got a couple of early kills here to set the tempo where Divinity Esports was leading 2-0.
Yes.
They came back with 6-0, 6-2, tying in the score in terms of kills there. SMG was a comeback from Zyme Senpoi. What happened was Rin immediately took that momentum and transversing into a snowball momentum and just punished everyone for Divinity. Like you said as well, no one can stop him at all. And this Harry was just out of control by Destiny Gate, and Rin was able to just snowball his way through. And usually we expect a lot of damage coming from Farsa, which is no surprises there. He's 59,000 damage, but guess what? Rin was able to keep it up in terms of damage as well. He's doing 57 damage. 57,000 damage, not 57 damage. 57,000 damage.
My eyes were so open.
Yeah.
It's like 57 damage. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but at the same time, Divinity Esports, they had Swoop on the Chang'e, struggling to do damage, 36,000. Yes, he was doing the damage that he's needed to do, but the earlier deaths being picked off was just super unexpected here, because like he died the first 2. The third death was super unnecessary because there was this feather airstrike dropping on him with no stuns, and he just walked into it and just died.
Definitely for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the MVP for game number 1. It is gonna be your boy Rin with the Harriet. He did a total of 3,982 damage inside the game. He has not died a single time. 9 kills, 9 assists, and this also shows at the same time his timing and positioning before he joined into the fight is absolutely admirable, because remember, he understands that only Ruby can get on top of him, but his teammates giving us so much damage, so much presence, to the point where they're like, alright WKFC, you cannot aim the Harif, you need to try to get a control on Zyme Senpoi. When that happens, Rin just jumped to the mix here, popping the Zama Force, constantly going back and forth.
Yeah, seeing how things is going to be going as well here, I'm looking forward to see how can they maintain their performance coming into game number 2, because as of now, SMG, they are leading in terms of the points here. If they get one more 2-0, they stand a chance to contest EVO's SG for the top 4 spot, whereas Divinity Esports, they are endangering their 6 spots here, because right now it's going to be a long chase if Bosskurr wants to make a comeback for it. But for this performance here, SMG, they played really well. They understood their timings. They understood what needs to be done. But Divinity Esports, initially, they felt like they had full control. After that, they seemed a little bit lost. Hopefully, they will be able to capitalize on game number 2.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure Yu Jong is something that, hey, people thought is bad. But guess what? The Black Dragon is still an annoying factor here. Previously, we were worried that, hey, there's so much damage being done from Black Dragon. But now it's not about the damage, it's about how disruptive it is. So finally, we've seen a little bit more specialized role coming in from Yu Jong. Not in terms of, hey, he's doing damage, he's doing crowd control. Now it's more like he's there to crowd control and be annoying.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. Like, we talked about it so many times as well. Like, he may not be like as scary as he was before because of the cooldown. The cooldown, they increase their cooldown, so it takes him quite a while to pop out all his kits and sustain. But most importantly, the fact that his kit still is able to deliver quite a lot of significant and disruptive damage. And don't forget, his knockoff is still one of the best knockoffs in the game. But either way, Yu Jong sure comes in the mix here. I guess it just fits the requirement to what they were currently lacking. Now in game number 2, we also, what I really feel amazed coming from the side of Divinity Esports is the fact that they actually adapted. They actually learned about how to do the jungle strat. But in this case, the one who had a little bit more control was just Team SMG, because they were playing around their own personal timing, their own positioning, and of course fully understanding of the fact that Rin just couldn't be caught.
Yeah, Rin, I think when it comes to the Harif pickup, right? Like the approach came in from Resurgence was the Kufra pickup, but it still didn't work out. Harif is, it feels like Harif is back in the meta. It feels like Harif is officially back just because how they diversify the jungle roles here, and it actually allows him to actually outshine anybody in the game here. And I'm really liking this change here because we haven't seen Harif meta for quite some time, since about Season 3. But now after 6 seasons, seeing its return, it kind of makes me a little bit happy.
I mean, it's definitely happy for sure. A lot of majors is slowly coming back towards the jungle because it sort of fits. Although I wouldn't say a double matchup, but either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second game drafting here between Divinity Esports versus Team SMG and Team Divinity Esports. They will be taking the blue side, so they will have priority pick and ban, and Team SMG will only follow things up. So starting things off, both teams will be banning the exact same hero which they banned for the last game, both being the Natalia and the Uranus.
Well, well, that's the thing. The bans has not changed here because Divinity Esports, they having the first pick, they're supposed to dictate terms on their banning phase, but seems to me they're not banning specific heroes here. They're still following the usual bans.
It's still early,
and it's kind of tough because if you can see a huge difference coming from Todak as well as Resurgence. They knew that, hey, ban this, respect this guy. You know this guy is going to be playing this. But in this case, Divinity Esports seems a little bit standard. And SMG is also banning standards as well. They don't really care whatever Divinity Esports is picking or banning. They can just do it all.
True. But
it feels like that.
It definitely looks like it too. But anyway, they're going to be banning out the Khalid. So this pretty much tells me at the same time, and probably I think Team SMG might be able to read the situation, that Divinity Esports might just potentially try to want to lock down this Hilda or the Farsa for themselves, because this will be not the first time they actually lock down this first heroes first. Now, coming for the last ban coming from side of Divinity Esports, let's see whether they are going to ban this Hilda or not. I feel they will want to try to pick this Hilda for themselves, so they're definitely going to be leaving it open. But they have the option to ban the Farsa, depending whether Soup wants to take it away for themselves, or they can ban the Harif. The Harif will be an amazing ban here if they want to try to control Team SMG a little bit better. Although there are other heroes to try to ban it for themselves, let's just see how well it goes for this last ban.
This is really tough here, but at the same time, like I said as well, they're going for standard drafts all the way through, coming from SMG and Divinity Esports. They respect the power of the Khalid, but they did not play it towards the tank. But this time, they finally pick off the Cho. So this time, there's going to be no Cho being played from SMG. Saiji did not play the Cho in the last game, but it was Smooth play, and it was something that they actually worried about because Smooth was very patient with his Cho. It's a different approach compared to Saiyajin. And seeing how the game is going to be progressing here, what is going to be SMG's response? Do they ban off the mage or do they ban off the Yuzhong? Just a little bit safety measure, but Esmeralda in the pool denied Uranus as well. Tamus is still in the pool, but they don't really want to first phase ban it. But what about the mages? Selena is in the game, but I don't think Divinity plays it, but it looks like they will ban off the Valir instead.
Oh, speaking of Selena, they lock it in right here, right now, and I believe this is going to be the first time Divinity Esports will be picking the Selena for themselves. And I think this is also going to be throwing Team SMG off the window, but they're pretty much very happy because I'm pretty sure they were expecting WJ to lock down this first big Hilda, but since they didn't, Team SMG will opt their Hilda for themselves, and maybe potentially they might just get either the Ruby or the Farsa here.
The Ruby pickup was okay
for the side of Divinity Esports,
but it was really tough. It was really tough for them to play.
Okay. So now this is going to be forcing Divinity Esports to not lose that carry for themselves at all. But then again, we have not seen Adam. Have we seen Adam playing like any assassin, a Ling or Lancelot?
We did see him play on the Ling, but it just didn't work out. You could see that Adamir was really uncomfortable with the hero. He's more comfortable on the Roger, Yishun Sin, and the Bruno pickup. So it's understandable why they don't exactly want to go for the Ling. But looks like the Atlas being shown from SMG, Roger being picked up as well from side SMG. But there is still no Yishun Sin from side Divinity Esports. So SMG, they may consider just banning it off.
Definitely for sure. And Alice, if they want to go for it, it will be really great because there is a lot of heroes on the side of Divinity Esports that they need to get on top of. So with the Alice, with her ultimate blood over there, she's going to be able to sustain lifesteal and remember, do a lot of damage. But in the end, they're going to swap it off and bring in the jaw hit. So this might potentially be an initiator jaw hit or a jungle one. So I'm really interested to see how well they're going to be playing with this one. It's really cool. So, like, picking the jaw here, not only do they secure a potential jungler or tank support, they also secure the fact that if Divinity Esports were to offer an assassin, they have someone to lock him down with. Terran's thinking very hard about this.
Yeah, this is, okay. The carry coming from Divinity Esports is respectable. They know that Adamir plays a really mean one. Farside being banned, we saw how big of a threat Zaim Senpai was on the Farside game #1. Understandable. But SMG,
I love it, dude. They're setting it up. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban out the Eastern shit right here, or Bruno. Either one to literally force Divinity Esports into a position to either pick a really hard marksman to run away from.
Okay, that's the thing.
Or an assassin.
Like, if I think like SMG, they don't really care if they pick the Yishun Sin or not. I feel it feels like they're gonna just stick with the Lancelot pickup, but they have the Roger. But looks like they will ban the Yishun Sin.
That's why I'm saying they are setting up, forcing Divinity Esports in a position where to either pick the Bruno or go for an assassin. And I think that they're trying to force them to pick an assassin here because they have so many that can actually really fight against them. So.
Even the Jawhead can do well against the assassin. So if Divinity Esports goes for the Link, they're not really that worried. But the Boxer pickup from Divinity Esports to deal with potential Yuzhong coming from SMG is okay. But can they play it as well as Resurgence? That's a different, complete question.
Oh man, come on, bring it in. There is still...
Okay, Loi being banned. That's interesting. Selena.
There is still the Veil. There is still the Kagura.
There is still the Chang'e.
There is still the Sicilian as well.
But looks like we are seeing the Lancelot as well. Okay.
Looks like, yep. They're gonna leave their main support up in the pool for sure.
What?
Bring it in. Bring it in. Do it, boy.
No
Do it,
way.
Rin. We have seen the Rins a lot. Will we see? I can't come up with anything with Rin and Ling. Ring-a-ling.
Ring-a-ling-a-ling. Ding-a-ding-a-ding.
Oh man.
Give her a call. Ring-a-ling-a-ding.
But either way, they're not gonna bring the Ling, of course, because they already have the Roger here. So
okay, makes more sense. Makes more sense.
One carry for themselves, but at the same time, I might blow your mind, but Damo's jungle is also pretty legit.
No. Early game, not.
Oh, trust me.
Early game, not great.
I tested it out with Lafel and Cortex. He is very, very legit.
Not a big fan of it.
I mean, sure, you have not seen it. Maybe now you might blow your mind. But
I've tried it. Early phase is so slow. Mid game, okay, it's fast. Late game, it's okay. But early phase is just too slow.
I think it's okay. 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's pretty very average. Especially since I have no jungle emblems for this. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool. But Leomord, nice seeing Leomord bring to the mix. He is a pretty great guy and also a great person to deal with the Thanos. But we have no idea whether this Thanos is going to be going to the side lanes or going to be the jungle.
Okay, we are going to see the Lunars being picked up from Divinity Esports and Leomord carry. This is very ballsy coming from Divinity Esports. They have to close the game fast, but we have seen GigFam played it before. It did kind of work out, but eventually, do they have enough damage? Wait, sorry, it wasn't GigFam, it was Todak who played the Leomord, my bad. Todak that played the Leomord. Wait, was it Todak? Wait, I'm lost, I'm confused.
It's Red Reborn.
Oh yeah, it was Red Reborn. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Red Reborn with the Roger Leomord pickup.
Definitely. But the last one pickup, hovering over the Kagura. It could be a Kagura or a Veil, but I think they're going to stick with the Kagura because the ability with the Yin Yang Overturn to literally disengage a lot of members of Divinity Esports, allow it to give some space and breather for Team SMG lineup to really reset things should things get a little bit too dicey for them.
Kagura for the mage. Okay, so looks like we have your drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Divinity Esports versus SMG.
What's your take, Terrence?
SMG 2-0.
Ooh. I will also have to agree with you this one because I just love jaw hits, so I'm biased when it comes to jaw hits. So yes.
I just don't see how Divinity Esports can play with this aggression here because they're putting all their eggs on Leomord to go aggressive, and I've not seen Leomord go aggressive on the middle lane. Side lanes potentially, but I don't know. Maybe it might be a 2-0 for the SMG. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2. Let's take a look at how Divinity Esports is going to fare well against Team SMG in game number 2. We might be wrong. They might wow us. But be sure to stay tuned right now because we are going right into game number 2.
Definitely going to game number 2 here on a beautiful settings of the Land of the Dawn. Will it be the comeback game for Divinity Esports? Will Team SMG, exactly like what I and ICBB12 has said, will they closing out 2-0?
Well, MSW going to be on the mid lane here, tank up on towards MSW, but Adamir on the Selena with jungle emblem? What?
So in other words, it is a carry Selena. Pure assassin Selena coming in hot, folks.
Arrow?
Honestly, beautiful arrow. But then again, they're only going to be able to do quite a amount of damage. So I'm just going to be able to flicker out. But then again, it's not the first time we see a mage assassin being the hyper carry. But anyway, here comes Goten trying to slow things down here for the team. And sadly, he will be drawing first blood here for the side here of Divinity Esports.
Well, Adamir taking the first blood. They're looking to close up the game. We've seen the power of the Selena before, but Divinity Esports, they're leading in 300 gold. But that's the same thing we saw from game number 1. But will they able to continue with the progression here? So we'll be playing on the mid lane. WQXD on the top here. Meanwhile, MSW, he's getting harassed in. Zyme Senpai wants to go ejector. MSW immediately bails out of the fight with the Shield Unity.
Shield Unity or not, but either way, here comes Zion Senpai taking a couple of tags away from Anime. By the way, he is level 3, he's going to be hitting level 4 very shortly, and same goes for Rin as well. But Zion Senpai just doing his best. I believe it's going to be his job. He's trying to reset the bear, but either way, Swoop is going to be coming in, swooping to save the day. Let's get a little bit more space for his teammate Adamir. So he's going to be hitting level 4, and here comes the Shield Unity, instantly clashing and banging on Cyanogen. But this is a Hilda, so let's forget about trying to burst her down or even trying to catch up to her.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, WQXD doing pretty okay against Smooth. Nothing too special yet. So trading after trading, we've not seen a lot of aggressions yet. Rin, meanwhile, does have the blue and red buff. He's thinking of going for this push here and possibly poke a couple XP here. But SMG, do they want to do it? Yes, they will. Looks like they will make work towards the tower. That's going to be a little bit of farming there coming from SMG. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Divinity Esports is going to be saved, but Smooth, very smooth, going for the snipe, going for the biggest, and Zyme Saber going for the flicker, and the smart missile will take him down. What a shot coming from Smooth. What is that damage?
Super smooth coming from the mix here. I love it. Zyme Senpai, he was so cute. Almost catching up with the smart missile, but anyway, coming back towards the bottom lane. Goten gets pulled all the way back with the Iron Fender. He's trying to sustain and clear out the creep waves before he fell, and he did a lot of damage towards that secret. But here comes Cyanogen. Now it is his turn for this 1v4. But really well played coming from the side here. Goten, he knew he was going to die. He even pulled the Vengeance because he just wanted to survive all the damage a little bit more because his main goal was to clear their waves. That way, Divinity Esports would not be able to take down that tower so quickly.
That is insane. Speaking of which, your middle lane, SMGs, I'm saying, boy, they are going to be focusing on the turrets here. Cyanogen already set up shops. I'm so boy going to be luring the turret from the sides. MSW getting scout out from Cyanogen. Adamir from the sides going for the arrow. But unfortunately, Smooth will pick off Swoop right there. So that's going to be opening for SMGs. I'm saying, boy, taking a little bit of damage here, but Divinity Esports, do they want to contest? The turtle is dropping pretty hard as well, but MSW looks like he will turn tail and back off. And that's going to be the turtle secured by Team SMG.
Honestly, let's be honest, I'm not sure whether I'm going blind or not, but do you not see the turtle? By the way, before that, anyway, WJ is gone on. Here comes Zyme Senpai winning unstoppable force. They're able to get the control on towards WJ. But look at it, they're taking so much of the tower, and then Goten is so tanky, and with that, Rin will be able to not only secure a beautiful kill on WJ, but even the tier 1 tower. But anyway, yes, coming back to what I was saying, Terrence, do you not saw the turtle like glitching on the wall as if he was leaning on top of it?
No. That was literally them pulling to the sides. However, Divinity Esports, Adamir going for the dive here. Smooth and Saijin taking a little bit low. Rin comes in from the sides here. Divinity, they have to be careful. SMSW misses the stun. Swoop almost goes over the connect. Here he comes the follow-up. They have to back off. Sidestep from the backlines. We're going for the finish off. WKXD, here he comes. He's got the Phantom Steve. He's dropped them low enough, but Adamir not going to be able to do much. He's trying his best to finish him off, but WKXD, he's getting kited around, and WKXD is doing a lot of damage. Where's the follow-up? Adamir, what are you doing? He tries to snipe him off, but unfortunately doesn't connect. Arrow comes in, but they've lost all the teammates here. Adamir not going to be able to do much here as Team SMG continues to strive on.
I mean, Adamir couldn't go in either because he's trying to do his best to keep Rin in check, but then again, yes, like you said, it would have been a little bit more helpful if he can at least toss a couple of Abyssal Arrows to assist his teammate, WQSD. By the way, Blue Bar's going to be taken away, and Saijin going to be quite a nuisance for himself. But he has 3 stacks for that ultimate, and he's level 6. So he's pretty much ready to go. But either way, Tier 1 towers will be falling here. MSW charging up the shield unity, trying to see if he can go towards his back line, and we'll be able to get the catch on Smooth as well. Here comes enemy, diving right towards Smooth as well. It's going to be a point when the Yin Yang overturn, but sadly it's not going to be good enough as he will eventually fall. But here comes Sidestep Boy with the ejector, tossing him into the claws of Rin as he rips in the shred. WJ on the other hand, I love the fact that Rin didn't really fully come in on top of WJ because he noticed that WJ already picked up that nice pickup booster for himself.
Yup, Divinity Esports, MSW has to be careful. Saji's got 4 stacks. Meanwhile, WKXD is all by himself. Gets ejected back. 4 people on top of him, no damage available, and SMG burns him to the ground. And now the next turtle is going to be the focus here coming from Rin. 2, 0, and 4. Adamir needs to set up a couple of potential kills here, but Rin very quickly here making work towards the turtle. That's going to be a free turtle from the side of SMG as Divinity Esports, they have to be careful. MSW going for the Tortoise for poise as he tries to push them back, but like I said, it's only 1 tank. There's no follow-up available from Divinity Esports.
I can tell you this for sure, Terry, that WQXD just now in the middle lane, he must have felt, now he knows exactly how the Spaceman feels from Among Us when he got ejected all the way towards the back line. He was so alone there. His teammates pretty much just voted him out to die. And now once again, he gets voted to die again. But sadly this time, there's the ejector coming from Saiyajin. They're tossing around, dropping the Honest Esports emos all over the map.
Yep, literally got ejected out of the spacecraft, and I'm sorry, you are definitely the imposter for this game. But however, Divinity Esports, they have to retaliate here. MSW getting surrounded once again, but SMG, they are going to be focusing turret here. MSW have to back up, be careful. Ejector is available. Boy looks like he doesn't want to go. It's a pretty tanky arrow coming in. Adamir almost connecting that, but here comes Saiyajin. He wants to fight against Adamir. He thinks twice, but MSW connects on the dot, but he's going to get surrounded. Revitalize is there. Ejector comes in, and he gets forced out. And SMG, they continue to assault. Adamir is going to be next. He's dropping half HP. Arrow doesn't connect on Siam Senpoi, and SMG, they continue to steamroll. And that's going to be a blue buff secured once again as well.
Securing all the buffs, especially taking down the Tier 1 tower. This is exactly where Team SMG starts applying pressure, asserting that dominance in all the lanes here. And Goten, he's having the time of his life, pushing this bottom lane, but Zion Senpai once again coming in, trying to go for the ejector, but sadly, he's able to get out alive, and his immortality wasn't even popped.
Oh, Saiyajin getting caught off. He has immortality here, but looks like there is not going to be any follow-up here coming from Divinity Esports. They just need to set up the perfect arrow, but can't seem to find the opportunity here as Team SMG. They're once again focusing on the creep, clearing the creep wave. The turtle will be spawning in 2 seconds. At SMG, they reset the fight, and you do see Rin setting up already, making work of the turtle, protected by Saiyajin as well. You can see Saiyajin's move. Oh, almost catching Adamir. Very close call there from Adamir.
Oh, very close indeed. But here comes Zion Senpai, and W trying his best to try to control that and hold it back as long as possible. But sadly, a little bit too much damage coming from the side of Team SMG. Decimation Assault, trying to mitigate that damage. And Zion Senpai, he has his immortality. And don't forget, with his flicker as well, he's trying to go for the back line, but no choice, he had to commit the flickers because he got connected with that Abyssal Arrow and trap.
Oh, as you can see, they're focusing on the red buff as well. WJ gets it. Yes, IJ holding WKXD all by himself, but Goten lying patiently, goes in for the snipe. That's going to be WKXD on the sides. That's going to be Ruby as well as SMG. They're going ham. They're taking the tier 2, and Divinity, they can't do anything. soup so low. They have to reset this as SMG gonna make work on towards all the outer turrets.
Making all kinds of work as well. So the last tier 2 tower is going to be towards this bottom side.
Arrow?
Up for a while. Abyssal Arrow did connect, but without any confidence at all, because the president of Team SMG was able to set for themselves. They do not dare to leave the very premise of their base at all. Team SMG choking them hard right towards the core.
Oh, SMG. This is gonna be a perfect game for SMG here. But meanwhile, Divinity, they're trying to make work towards Cyajin. Cyajin begins the biggest nuisance ever here. The IMO Fender doesn't connect, and SMG, this is gonna be the opportunity here. Divinity, they have to back out, if not ultimates here. But Cyajin lying very patiently here, waiting for the toys for poise, and they've baited out 2 ultimate spells from Divinity Esports without doing anything.
Without doing anything at all. By the way, here comes the rest of the team. Ejector going to be committed just for fun. Throw Cyajin all the way towards the back line. He is fully stacked, by the way. Fully stacked over here for all of his ultimate. Here comes the Abyssal Arrow. Sally is not going to be able to connect here. Bigatron Emo is going to be dropping down for the rest of the team here. And Goten constantly pushing this top lane. And Cyajin totally fine with taking all this damage because they just want to prepare to take this Lord.
Well, the Lord is going to be coming up here, but SMG, they're pretty confident. They know they have no ultimates available, but just right on the edge of the market, they will have the ultimates right now. Divinity Esports, they have to contest this here, but half HP already being worked from SMG, and Divinity Esports, they are in no position to contest this right now. So that's going to be a free Lord from SMG. Cyajin and Zion Singapore is there, and they will take down the Lord. Great stuff here from SMG. Divinity Esports, they are getting choked out.
You know, the thing is this right now, the rest of the team, ooh, look at this. This sneaky plays coming in from Team SMG.
They know.
Yeah, they know.
They know.
Like,
They saw it. They're
like, nope. And now going to go towards this bush. But anyway, here comes a final push from the team here. Here comes the Lord here. Wolf going to be dictating whether this game is going to be ending from this single push or will Divinity Esports will be able to defend against them.
Oh, they're lane controlling right now, holding the creep waves here to push, synchronizing with the top side, but Rin... I'm done. This emotes.
Yeah, man, this emote is totally cute. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, here is the final moment. All 3 lanes being pushed at the same time, and Lord's coming in and hammering at the door. MSW charging out the shield unity. He's trying to find the rest of his back line. Managed to end it, connect, but suddenly here comes the ejector, coming to get able to cut the drop on WKXD. Here comes the Phantom Steed, but he doesn't have the HP to follow up with the rest of the team. And Smooth, he's coming in hard and popping up that yin yang overturn. I think at this point, I realized that maybe SMG really stands for Smooth Memang Gila in this case here.
Well, he is the smooth criminal indeed here because right now the game's not over. SMG pushing towards the tower as well, and Zion Singapore a little bit low. Divinity Esports can't seem to find the angles to begin with. However, Team SMG, they're going to the south here. MSW taking a lot of damage here. Gotem just burning him alive. He almost takes him down. WJ still hanging onto his umbrella, but SMG, they take down the top tower. They take down the middle. They're going for the bottom, and they are just taunting with the emos as they back off from this fight. Divinity Esports, they're looking for a pick as well, but they are fully resetted here, but they don't really care from SMG. They're pretty strong. Here comes the creep wave from bottom. This is going to be the next attempt coming from SMG. Adamir looking for those arrows set up here. Zion Singapore looking for the flicker ejector. Can he get one? It seems to me can't seem to catch WQXD, but meanwhile on the bottom side here, Rin bursts down the box here. That's going to be easy pickings. Now here comes the Iron Fender. Finally they take down Goten, but now there's still 4v4. Can they contest this here? Immortality up on Zion Singapore is still available.
Oh, dude, Smooth is absolutely insane with that full burst of that yin-yang overturn. But ladies and gentlemen, here comes Cyajin trying to find an opening for the rest of the team as well. And Zion Singapore a little bit too low, so he has to fall back. But he has an immortality. So in this case, Team SMG, despite the sieging and everything, they were successfully able to get 2 inhibitors, both middle and the top. Now all that's left is to wait for this final law, which is going to be coming on in 80 seconds before they end the game.
Ooh. Taking their own sweet time here from SMG, but Cyajin once again being a nuisance, just holding down the fort here, making sure they do not contest this buff very easily here. Arrow to check the situation. They know Cyajin is there, but it is after all a tank Hilda with the dominance eyes also available. So that's going to be extremely tanky for them to actually take this fight. Meanwhile, Zion Singapore going to be joining the fight as well. Cyajin goes for the stun, the arrow connects, but where's the follow-up? Is super tanky. Zion Singapore just throwing around here, but Divinity Esports, they can't contest it against Zion Singapore. He's looking for the push, but he will push by MSW. Here comes the ejector as well. And what can they do? MSW force out the toy poise and also the revitalize. So that's not going to be a great sign here for Divinity Esports.
man, at first I thought Zion Senpai was having the time of his life, but he actually made it happen, forcing out the ultimate and the hero spell. But of course, Revitalize is going to be coming out in exactly 80 seconds, but that 80 seconds might be just crucial here, because the law is coming up in 26 seconds. But Zion Senpai, at this point, he's just throwing around. He's throwing around anybody who could get his hands on.
Throw
Oh
him,
no,
throw
he
him.
didn't.
Oh, he did it,
no.
he did it, no.
Zion Jin. He's trying to run for his life, but here comes the flick as well, so he's going to be able to escape from that perilous situation. But either way, all fun in the game. That's pretty much over because the Lord is out in 3 seconds here. Now Divinity Esports, they have to take this fight outside of the base because they know they can never defend the full brunt of the enhanced Lord.
Well, the Lord is going to coming in. Zion Senpai going to be the first one to hold down the fort here. They pull SMSW from the side, but look at this. MSG immediately goes for red round, but the ejector from Zion Senpai. MSW in some trouble. Needs to back out, but the backlines gets cut in. Adamir and Smooth won't get taken down as Adam Smooth goes in for the backlines. WKXD is going to be engaging from the backs and Red won't mow him down. That's going to be legendary for him, and the fight's not over. Smooth's pretty much spread out. WJ is there, but here comes Zion Senpai with the saves as he goes in for the save. Beautiful stuff. But meanwhile, the minions are making work towards the crystal as Divinity Esports, they're getting that back push against the wall. SMG looking for the close. Unstoppable Force and the ejector from Zion Senpai. Oh my goodness. And now, just like that, it's gonna be a team wipe as Team SMG cleans out 2-0.
2-0 for sure, because this game is all about all or nothing, folks. Here, Team SMG absolutely clapping their hands, high-fiving here and there, just waiting for Arthur to come into the room to say, like, why were you tossing them around? Why were you ejecting them all over the place, though? But then again, I feel it was one misplay coming up for Divinity Esports, and that was literally splitting up your forces. Like WQXD went a little bit too deep there to save MSW, went all the way to the backline. When that exactly happened, we saw Goten cutting off their supply depots here. The supports couldn't even get to the front because Goten cut them off. WQXD wasn't really there to really back them up, and they were all alone, and all that was left was easy picking and Smooth. Let's be honest, Smooth in this game was absolutely insane.
Yeah. Smooth was nuts in the game. Like, I've not seen Kagura do that much damage for so long, and he was able to perform it and just came out of nowhere. And I'm pretty sure Divinity Esports did not expect that at all. But to further include in what we were trying to talk about here, let's take a look at the highlights for those of you who missed it up at home. This is a highlight by Yudu, powered by Cellcom here for MPL Season 6 here. To start off the bat here, we can see a couple of replays here. What was going on in this fight? Because you can see that they had to disengage from this blue buff right off the bat coming from Divinity Esports just to dive onto a Goten. And was it really a great call here?
Well, the thing is this one, you also must understand as well that his early game was very strong as well. And remember, that's pretty much why we see Selena being one of the best early game pick up for themselves. Because remember, she's the kind of hero where she doesn't really need her level 4. Her pre-level 4s, it does significant amount of damage. So that alongside with the rest of the team, which is of course WQXD, not WQXD, the Bucks here and the rest of the team, they were able to actually hammer them pretty hard. So in this case, Goten actually got punished super hard for it, but then again, he was just trying to delay the farm as much as possible. But sadly, his own personal disengagement was just not enough.
Yeah, at the same time as well as the game progressed here, we were talking about this engagement here. Like, they were spread out. Like, this one, they had 5 members from inside SMG. Divinity Esports was in no position to contest this. WJ did not expect them to go 5-man up here. And because of that, they were able to go for a couple of pickoffs here as well. You can see WKXD completely struggling in this fight with Adamir as well. Team SMG managed to split the fight, baiting them into a very awkward situation to go in for the commitments. And Team SMG was able to capitalize on that. Likewise for Zion Senpai as well, very patient with the ejectors here. And I feel like he is... I'm not sure if he's the MVP, but he has been on point with his ejector and also the Unstoppable Force. As the game progresses as well, you can see Rin a little bit out of position, but they forced an early Phantom Steed coming from SMG. What they did was literally waste their time and waited for Zion Senpai to actually catch the right target with the Unstoppable Force.
And then even the rest is history, because literally Team SMG just started breaking them apart one by one, picking up crucial target, of course, course, yes, Goten dived a little bit too far back there, getting a little bit punished there. Just really unfortunate. But this is the part, right? The Lord was already coming out, so Divinity Esports totally understand the fact that they cannot defend against the Lord and fight against Team SG at the same time. But this is exactly where things started to go a little bit south, right? Goten straight away dived towards the front line the minute he saw the Fantasy coming from WKSD towards Rin, and then he knows exactly that WKSD doesn't really have enough damage to 1v2 two of his members of Team SG, especially when Rin is there. So literally the rest was just cleaning the rest of the house here, cleaning up. The cleanup crew is pretty much here, and after that they ended the game by beautifully destroying the crystal.
Yeah, pretty straightforward match here coming from SMG, but at the same time, I think Zyme Simpoy deserves the MVP because honestly, I felt like he played it super well in that situation. He was very patient with Ejector. He didn't just go over aggressively as well, and Goten was also in the vicinity, but it was just kind of there in sort of situations. But the one that stood out the most was definitely Saiyajin and also Zyme Senpai, who's constantly just pressuring the lanes here. But what's really surprising is that Zyme Senpai not playing on the mage role and opted to play a fighter role. That's interesting for me to see. So they are switching up a little bit more coming in from Team SMG. So seems to me it is an interesting play style coming from SMG. But I like how Saiyajin just has an amazing item, man. Molten Essence all the way, bro.
Oh my lord, no, I think that's just a troll. Like, he just pretty much, like, before the game ended, he just sold off everything and bought it for himself. If he actually went into the game with just that kind of itemization, I can tell you this, Saiyajin, you are a very naughty boy. Very, very naughty. But in this case, itemization-wise, besides Saiyajin, of course, the rest of the team, very standard, very normal, coming from the side of the pick up here. And yeah, pretty much the rest is history. Just really well played coming from the mechanics. I'm still not a big fan that they actually swapped out the positioning between MSW and WJ. But of course, this was the existence of when Hilla was still in the game. So, so I guess in this case,
it's weird to see Adamir is having to switch roles as well. Yeah, 2-1-2, yes, he did not die much. He was trying to set up as much arrows as he can, but unfortunately, he just can't seem to catch any arrows here because SMG was just, I would say, smart. I would say they have more experience in dodging the arrows here coming from Divinity, and because of that, they were just able to sidestep most of it here and just deny any kind of potential aggression coming in from the Adamir. But this is going to be some stats for you guys here. The Rich Guy is going to be Rin, the carry is going to be Smooth, the Sandbag, MSW, and the Forgotten One, Goten on that demo. So he's got 10 assists. He's always been there for the cleanup crew, but he was doing the things that is needed out of him here. Carry, Smooth, none other, doing a lot of work with the Kagura, which is kind of surprising because I did not expect this much damage on a Kagura. 79,000 damage. This is my first time seeing this much damage coming from Kagura.
That's why I'm like asking myself inside this game, what does SMG stand for? Does it stand for Smooth Must Be a God or Smooth Must Be Killer? Either one of these two here. Is that what SMG really stands for? Arthur, please let me know this, because he was absolutely insane. 79,000.
Pretty sure that's not the story, but you can always Google that. But I get where you're coming from. But I'm pretty sure when you Google it here, it will either come out with the face of JJ Lin, or it will come out with the face of literally a machine gun shooting these people down.
I know, but can you imagine if it's actually Smooth Must Be Killer or Smooth?
Yeah, somebody's gonna meme that right now. Like someone's gonna crop that and post it in the captions here and hack MLBB.
Yes, oh, that would be pretty funny. But instantly, this game, very clear example of Smooth really popping things off. But of course, at the same time, Divinity Esports really totally understanding the game and trying to research for themselves. But either way, let's bring up the MVP for the game here. It is going to be your big man, Rin.
You almost said it.
I almost said it. Right?
You almost said it.
Man, I really wanted it to be Smooth, but in this case, Rin.
I know.
Rin as the jungler, totally understanding his positioning, knowing when to go in, when to go out. Typically, position coming from the side of the marksman, which is exactly what all these players should be trying to opt for. And his timing of execution with the side of the team is very flawless.
Yeah, he was doing so much damage in those team fights as well. Rin did not die a single round. He's doing objectives after objectives here.
Yes.
The team was just buying whatever time it needs. Whenever he comes in, people are gonna die regardless here. So overall composition here, it felt like a it felt like a team effort. But Rin definitely deserves the MVP, not being caught out a single time, able to just farm his way through. And compared to Divinity Esports, they just couldn't do anything. If you think about it here, Rin versus Leomor, the horse versus the wolf. The wolf just hunted them down, and
yeah, pretty much it.
Great stuff here coming from SMG, and congrats to them because they do have 2-0. However, it's going to be unfortunate for Divinity Esports because right now their 8th place on the regular season leaderboard here might be jeopardized here because later on we are going to see Bosskurr playing out. But before we get into the later stage of the game here, we have a short interview with the guys from Team SMG. So I'm NFL, take it away with the boys in SMG.
Hello, saya Jin. Apa khabar saya Jin?
Hello, Lapel.
Okay, baik. So,
Hai, khabar
first, okay, good. So, first question. Minggu lepas saya Jin berjaya untuk dapatkan MVP of the week. So, macam mana perasaan saya Jin berjaya untuk dapatkan title tersebut?
Perasaan saya sangat happy sebab sebelum ni MPL saya tak pernah dapat MVP. So, saya MVP pun sebab teammate saya lah yang membantu saya mendapatkan MVP tersebut.
Ya, speaking of teammates, selepas masukkan Rin kepada main roster, boleh nampak team SMG dah start menang banyak. So, apakah perubahan bila Rin start main dekat regular season?
Perubahan Rin. Perubahan.
Okay, maksudnya bila Rin masuk, macam mana team berubah? Boleh perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus?
Bila Rin masuk ni, Team SMG nampak lebih kuat lah sebab dia berdisiplin dalam game. So, kita orang dapatlah rentak.
Yeah, and honestly, bila cerita pasal rentak, Team SMG sebelum ni, team yang tak pernah menang tempat ke-10. Tapi sekarang, sebelum game Divinity, Team SMG tempat ke-5, lonjak dengan sangat-sangat tinggi. So, macam mana benda tu effect chemistry dan juga mood dalam Team SMG selepas tengok ranking naik sangat-sangat tinggi?
Berapa minit?
Okay. So, Team SMG sebelum ni tak pernah menang, nombor 10. Tetapi kebelakangan ni banyak sangat menang sampai tempat ke-5. So, macam mana perasaan team selepas nampak Team SMG naik sangat tinggi?
Perasaan team tak boleh nak cakap lah. Masa minggu ketiga tu kita nombor 10. Nombor 10 tu memang semua macam sedih lah. Macam dah give up lah nama ML. Lepas tu bila dah naik nombor 5 ni, diorang semangat sikit lah. Bila dah naik nombor 5 ni, nampaklah yang diorang happy sangat-sangat. Itulah.
Okay. Saya appreciate dia punya honesty sampai rasa tak nak main ML. Thank you very much. Itu akan di-clip dan itu sangat-sangat cantik. Tapi sebelum saya lepaskan, saya Jin, ada tak apa-apa yang saya Jin nak cakap kepada family and friends dan juga kepada semua peminat-peminat Team SMG?
Kepada family saya, terima kasih kerana support saya bermain ML. Dan terima kasih juga kepada abang saya kerana banyak membantu saya lah. Dia banyak support lah saya. Kepada fan SMG, teruskan menyokong kami. Kita orang amat memerlukan sokongan daripada korang.
Alright, thank you very much kepada saya Jin. By the way guys, sesiapa yang nak SMG punya merch, you guys boleh check dekat IG dorang. Dorang punya jacket sangat-sangat cantik. Tengok saya Jin pakai. Oh my god, it looks so good. I sendiri nak beli nanti. But yes, thank you very much saya Jin. Satu interview yang sememangnya menarik daripada last week MVP. But yes, that is the interview, and Team SMG has been performing very, very well. But based on the comments, I tahu semua orang tengah tunggu satu match ni. Semua orang tengah tunggu untuk Team Forsaken main. Yes, I tahu semua orang tak sabar nak tengok performance daripada Forsaken. So ini dia match yang akan datang. Forsaken akan bertanding dengan Team Bosskurr. Banyak peminat Forsaken dekat sini akan tengok macam mana perlawanan tersebut akan dilangsungkan. Adakah Team Forsaken akan mendapatkan kemenangan pertama mereka ataupun Team Bosskurr akan mendapat kemenangan kedua mereka? So far, kita boleh nampak Team SMG mereka dah dapat rentak mereka, and Team Bosskurr dah main dengan patch baru dan juga Forsaken. Mereka masih tak sure macam mana nak main dengan patch baru ini. So, kita kena tengok bila dua-dua team ni main, who has the upper hand. Forsaken and Bosskurr are both in the bottom of the tiers, number 9 and 10 respectively. But hey, That's all life. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. But anyways, we will watch Forsaken going up against Team Bosskurr just after this. So, sekarang ni anda tengok MPL-MY SG Season ke-6 dibawakan khas oleh Munton, ditaja oleh Yudo dan juga My Game On. Jangan ke mana-mana, kita akan tengok Team Forsaken bermain sekejap lagi.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now, with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Saya pun tak tahu untuk jadi legend player ni macam mana tau. Mungkin dia capai something yang sangat besar.
A person that has the most titles under his belt.
Don't ever give up lah. Itu definisi seorang legend. So bila ada masa free macam malam-malam, saya main ML ni. Apa yang memotivatekan saya adalah daripada segi sumber kewangan yang diberi daripada game ni.
I felt like I'm a good player. That's when I decide to go competitively.
Untuk ke main Mobile Legends ni ataupun involve dalam e-sport ni boleh datang ke career yang stabil.
Hey, when they ask about my job, right? Always first thing they'll ask, huh? Gaming can earn money one man?
Saya terpaksa jual akaun saya sebab dia terlampau marah.
It is more sustainable to pursue a career in other fields.
Saya memang daripada dulu dah impian saya memang nak jadi the best player in Malaysia.
And then winning MPL is something everyone would want to continue doing.
Saya akan terus usaha lah untuk capai kejayaan champion. Itu memang saya punya objektif. Saya rasa saya boleh jadi legend dalam Mobile Legends ni. Satu hari nanti Malaysia akan jadi top team dalam dunia MLBB ni. So tunggu je lah dan saksikan.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
folks, welcome back to another round of the MLBB Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now, it's been a long day, last day of week number 5 here. First game, we start off with an amazing, intense matchup between Resurgence and, if I'm not mistaken, Todak as well. The beautiful score was 2-1, Todak taking that beautiful win. Second game, which we witnessed just now, was between Team SMG against Divinity Esports, and SMG cleared things out where Smooth was absolutely insane with 2-0. Now, final game. The one game we have all been waiting for. Casters was throwing all kinds of prediction as well of whether who will take the win. That matchup is Forsaken versus Bosskurr. Who is the true bottom fragger? Deep breaths coming.
Deep breath, guys. Deep breath.
Deep breaths.
The battle of the bottoms, ladies and gentlemen. It is Team Bosskurr versus Forsaken.
No.
Bosskurr is their chance to make it into the top 8. This is gonna be their moment. Do you think it's gonna happen?
I don't think so, my friend.
I don't know too.
Why? I'm gonna try to make myself sound like Emperor Palpatine. But you know, anyway, coming back to our normal voice, I'm Lennon, also known as Yodely. This is ICBB12. Now let's bring up the standing to see where exactly a majority of these teams currently stands here. So right now, after an update to score, sure, the ranking has not changed much, but the score has changed quite a lot, and very obvious as well, as Divinity Esports here will be dropping down to -6 here, and Team SMG from 0 points elevated by 2 with a beautiful 2-0. Now you see how close this is, Terrace.
Yeah,
Team Bosskurr.
I know. Like I said, they need this 2-0. They were hoping for Divinity Esports to lose 2-0. Guess what? They lost.
Yes, they lost.
Now it's their moment to shine. Will Bosskurr make it towards the playoffs? This is the moment to shine. Can they win 2-0 against Forsaken? Forsaken has not won a single match throughout the entire regular season at all. 0% match win rate. Game win rate of 8%, which they won 1 match.
Yes.
I think it was a match between Divinity Esports.
Correct.
Yeah, it was a match against Divinity Esports. 1 match. Whereas Bosskurr, they've won 4 matches. Can they clean 2-0 against Forsaken? If they do that, they will finally be in the spot of top 8, and they will actually stand a chance to make it towards the playoffs.
Oh yes, they definitely want to try to get themselves towards this playoffs for sure. And the best part about this as well is that the patch just came in last Thursday, and so everyone has to go back to the drawing board and has to start back at square one. So this is the prime moment that if Team Forsaken would want to try to turn things around, they can try and elevate and beat over Team Bosskurr if they really work their best to do so. But either way, Terrence or ICBB12, let's go down with all kinds of predictions. Lafel calls it Team Bosskurr. Mamba, if you guys remember Mamba as well, all the way as the M1 caster, also called things his Team Bosskurr's game. I know what you're going to say, but the crowd wants to hear from your mouth.
2-0.
2-0 who?
Bosskurr.
Bosskurr. I'm going to be calling it Forsaken because I love that underdog story. But either way, here is that intro video between both of this team. Production, please.
Biar akan dikena stun dan nampak gaya JPM masuk ke depan. Aeon juga cuba untuk cari angle. Potato berjaya untuk dapatkan satu kill, tetapi Potato terlampau ke depan. Dia akan mati pada tangan Evil C. Ops masuk ke depan, dia berjaya untuk dapat Team Forsaken. Oh, seorang kena stun, tetapi Evil C masih berjaya untuk dapatkan blue bar tersebut.
Aeon dengan hampir 3 orang.
Oh!
Pantas di situ, tapi lambat dia menekan sebentar.
Ini Arts seorang yang masuk ke depan. Kenapa dia berada dekat situ dan sekarang ini Arts akan dikejar. Dan killing speed diberikan kepada Fix. Zorn dekat bahagian depan. Zorn banyak damage. Beside kat bahagian belakang mengejar Ozora Venki. Tapi tak berjaya untuk dapatkan kill tersebut. Zorn akan dikorbankan dan Venki ditarget oleh Kaiser. Dan sekarang ini Kaiser menjadi frontline yang bagus. Dan nampak gayanya mampu untuk melakukan. Mana bos sekarang kita dah nampak Luminous Slot masuk ke dalam base defense. Scott ke depan masih dapat angkat Zaffer. Zorn ambil terlampau banyak damage. Fix ke belakang. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Zorn. Fix sekarang cuba untuk melakukan damage yang tinggi tapi dekat bahagian belakang tak sempat lakukan apa-apa. Dan Team buat macam gini. Ya, Hurricane Max tak kena kepada Zaffer. Fix dekat belakang. Dia kejar Fix tapi tak kena damage dia. Sekarang ni Fix tak ada. Dia punya damage tapi dia berjaya untuk mendapat.
I think the trend for the competitive meta, right, it will be still the 1-3-1. I think it will not change, but you know,
who knows? There might be teams that might come out with something new.
Pendapat saya tentang meta season ni tak banyak berubah daripada season lepas. Cuma season ni banyak lebihkan kepada hero yang OP lah.
For a team that play in MPL, I think they are easier to coach because the players have much more drive and discipline. They do their own research on metas also.
Dekat tim Bosskurr ni ada yang streamer, lepas tu kita campur lah. Jadi pada mulanya memang susah, tapi bila dah biasa semuanya okey lah.
Because the players have their own drive to compete and to win in the tournament, right? It actually lessens my workload because they themselves have the discipline to do their research. And then as a team, we can always come back and discuss what would suit our gameplay the best.
Selalu yang bawa meta baru adalah tim Filipin lah. Jadi kita orang banyak tengok Filipin punya meta.
I think many teams are exploiting the new system where the more you kill the player, the lesser goal you have. So Digi is a very good scout for teams. It's really very annoying.
Bagi saya yang akan banyak pilih antara Yuzong dengan Khalid lah. Sebab kalau kita tengok pun mana-mana draft pick dia akan prioritikan dua hero tu dulu baru dia akan pick hero lain.
Against Bosskurr, I think we have a very solid strat and we are very confident with it. So whoever team comes our way, we are still going to put on a good show.
Team 4 Second mungkin akan bawa meta biasa dan mungkin juga akan bawa meta yang lain. Tapi apa-apa pun walau diorang bawa meta apa, kita orang tetap akan boleh lawan.
Well. After seeing that video, I'm a little bit shaking right now. They seem to be prepared for Bosskurr, but that's the thing, Leonard. I was about to say, haven't you learned your lesson?
Yes.
Did you see the full video of Bosskurr trashing Geek Fam?
That is very true.
It cost you your hair. It cost me my arm. It cost Lafell his chair. Well, not really cost himself.
It made him very honorable.
He did an honorable donation because of that.
That's true, but either way, ladies and gentlemen, this are your team player profile and lineup is OBS, Dara, Gorpiang, Q, Evil C, and Bosskurr from Forsaken. Now the thing is, yes, I agree. When I was watching that recap video as well, I felt a lot of heart pains too as I was watching.
Meanwhile, speaking of the one that, well, have you not learned your lesson yet?
I mean,
2-0 Bosskurr from my side. Still, I'm not gonna doubt them anymore because why? We have Purisai, Scott, Scoopops, Sakura, Kaiser Jin, and also Fakers playing from side team Bosskurr. Will they get their 2-0? That's going to be the question here because they need the 2-0 if they want to stand a chance to make it in towards the top 8, kicking Divinity Esports. Whereas Forsaken, they have not won a single game, a single series, only winning a single match thus far throughout the entire regular season. And I don't know, after seeing that video here, it seems like they have something installed for Team Bosskurr. But Leonard, well, you have to tell me here because it seems like you have some kind of insider info that makes you decide that Forsaken will take 2-0 against Bosskurr because right now Forsaken is pretty much mathematically not possible to make it into the top 8.
Not possible, but they can always be an amazing team to
they can always be a douche and just deny Bosskurr their chances.
No, not a douche. It's called an amazing team and just prevent another team's chance to become towards that playoffs. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the player lineup. The player lineup for Team Forsaken here is OPS, Evil C, Q, Gorpiang, and Dara with their most big hero and their total KDA. I like how you say.
But that's the thing, right? If we're talking about countries, right? We're talking about Malaysia and Singapore. They can actually just mess up Bosskurr's chances of making it and making sure that hey, Divinity Esports, there's another Singapore team in playoffs.
Exactly. So they're gonna be an amazing team and also.
So do they want to help Divinity Esports or they just want to,
I mean, come on.
I don't know.
Remember what Lafell always says on this cast, Kahinaban Esports, or in English, long live Esports, right? So
Viva la Esports.
Viva la Esports. No, we can't use that one sadly because it really belongs to RRQ, But
no, it's just a tagline. But I think it's what, Spanish or French?
I have no idea, but either way.
Oh no, it's Italian. If not mistaken. Wait.
Yep.
Okay, I'm mixing up my languages. Yes. But never mind, ladies and gentlemen. There's gonna be some stats for you guys here. Kyo on the Barca. he's been performing on that.
True,
Yes,
true.
they've been relying on QO a lot in these situations here, but the key player here from the side of Forsaken is gonna be Dara. And I feel like Dara stands out the most coming from Forsaken time and time again. In most of the matches here, he was doing his best, but unfortunately, they just can't close up the games. Meanwhile, from Bosskurr, we've seen a lot of ups and downs as well. We've seen School Pops also switching up their playstyles as well, almost winning as well, where School Pops were playing the marksman. Finally, they will switch up a couple roles here, but I'm looking forward to see how Parisa is going to be playing this game, because this time they have School Pops, Fakers, Parisa, Scott, and Kaiser. And is Parisa going to be able to play his Natalia again? Because his Natalia was one of the biggest reason, when I mean biggest reason, I mean big reason that you got your hair pink and you are, you kind of look like...
I like how you're emphasizing me, and I'm just like, did you not also bet in this thing?
That's the thing, that's why I learned my lesson. I'm supporting Bosskurr 2-0.
I live it up to my... I love that underdog story, but either way, yes, Peruna's side really did step up for that game with the Natalia. And
I'm pretty sure, right, if Bosskurr makes it to top 8 and they win MPL this season, all of us casters have to be kind of like...
No, we're gonna retire.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna get fired.
No, we're gonna retire for sure. But anyway, yes, coming back to precise about the Natalia, like what you were
We don't deserve to be casters if we...
Yes, but we're going. But we have always been going on stats. But you know.
Oh yeah, stats don't lie, right? Stats don't.
Yeah,
lie.
Stats never lie. But anyway, yes, coming back to what you were mentioning about precise Natalia, right?
All right.
He did play an amazing Natalia, and what's even better, Natalia also works in this jungle manner because with the smoke bomb, you're able to mitigate quite a lot of damage, and you're able to clear and gang very well.
You know, for a second, we are just super mean, you know, like, but at the same time,
how we mean?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely the mean guy, but here's
I'm good cop. He's bad cop. Just saying. But anyway, here is the.
No, actually, we're bad cop. What are you talking about? Good cop's Lafel.
No.
I'm not gonna lie. Good cop's Lafel because he's the one that donated to charity. We were self-damaging ourselves.
I'm a BTS fan, that's why I went full pink. By the way, this is the head-to-head for the former team of Forsaken and Team Bosskurr. Terrence, since you love Team Bosskurr after that bet, please explain a little bit about the stats we all can see.
Bad. Do not encourage betting, guys.
Yes, gambling's bad. Don't be a good boy.
Yeah.
And girl.
We've learned our lesson.
Whoever's watching this.
Yeah.
Don't gamble.
It's prohibited.
Yes, but anyway,
Here's some stats for you guys here. You can see Team Bosskurr has played 16 games, Forsaken 13 games thus far, and this is going to be stats so far. Bosskurr having 1.9k team damage per minute, first blood rate of 56%, average kills per game 12.2 as compared to Forsaken 9.5 on average kills, average towers per game, Bosskurr with 5, 0.6 Lord coming from Bosskurr, and 0.2 Lord coming from Forsaken. Thus far, average damage wise here, Team Forsaken has the upper hand, but overall in general, the rest of it here, Team Bosskurr has at the upper hand out of the rest, except for the KO participation.
I mean, definitely for sure, because Team Bosskurr has always been that tactical team that's always really playing around that objective one by one and just start picking off and peeling down the defenses of their opposing team. And don't forget, remember, like not just the rest of the members of Team Bosskurr, in particular, there's one member which I always love to highlight because I've been highlighting him ever since watching his play back in week 1 and week 2 of this MPL Season 6 for the regular season. He is School Pops.
Oh yeah.
Very consistent when it comes to using, whether it's going to be his mate support or the side lanes. We saw him playing the Khalid, we even saw him going to the rest of the games here. He knows how to step out and replace the team, which they really needed help in a certain amount of roles. Now, for the sake of Forsaken, we will never be seeing Ambrosk's going to be playing as well because their lineup has always been
I actually spotted out Bosskurr during the qualifiers.
Oh.
It was kind of a really interesting Popo Koopa player. I was hoping to see more of him in the regular season, but it's just unfortunate we did not see him at all the entire season here. But however, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the player head-to-head here. It's going to be Dara with Kaiser. Dara, we've talked about him as well. The guy that stands out the most from the Forsaken. We have 31 kills, 42 deaths, and 51 assists with an average goal minute of 535 and kill participation of 66%. Flex role for him, he's played multiple heroes of course. But from the side of Kaiser, on the fighter here, 53 kills, 38 deaths, and 51 assists. A pretty standard, I would say. Kaiser has been there throughout the entire season. We do see him occasionally doing the right things at the right time. But at the same time, we do not see him do a lot of flashy plays though.
I mean, the thing is this, right? We saw a couple of him doing flashy plays yesterday as well during one of the games. But the most important thing, the clear difference between both of these side laners here is that the fact that Dara is more disciplined. When I mean by discipline, that means like if he learned and what he researched was split push this lane, stay in this lane, or depending on his lineup or depending on his composition, if he has to stick with the team, then he will stick with the team. You know, that kind of thing. He will not be too greedy. There'll be times where he will see some signs of over-commitment, overextension. But other than that, if you tell him to do anything else that's outside of the comfort zone or outside of his notes, he's going to be like, no, that's not the right way. I'm going to do it what I know. Whereas Kaiser, he's more flexible, right? But then again, more overconfident compared to Dara here, because there'll be times where he tells himself like, I think I can 1v3 these people, right? And then in the end, he gets punished really halfway. But then again, there are times that overconfidence really pays off for Kaiser. Because he was able to set up a lot of those big fights. And remember, both of these players, they love to play Khalid here.
Speaking of the offlane wise department here, I think when it comes to discipline plays, Dara is more of a risk taker as compared to Kaiser. Kaiser is more disciplined in that regards here, but hopefully they will be able to punish this coming from Dara. But as of now, this is going to be some map predictions for you guys here. School Boss will be on the gold lane here instead of playing his traditional mage role, which is interesting. They have swapped roles a little bit here. Fakers will be predicting to be playing in the jungle role, Parisai on the mid lane, Scott will be roaming, and Kaiser on the XP lane. Likewise for Dara, QO on the mid lane, Evil C on the jungle, OPS on the gold lane, and Gorpang on the roam here. So all these are predictions for now just because of the new patch coming in. So we don't exactly know how they're going to be laning this year. Or we could still see the potential 1-3-1.
Yep, I mean definitely for sure. Like, although yes, it was only day number 1 of the MPL week number 5 here that we only witnessed that people are trying to go for this 1-3-1 buy, and both tank and mage support buying the Wooden Master to stick towards that middle lane. But then yesterday as well, in day number 2, we saw a little bit of a change. People going with this 1-1-2-1 or 2-1-1-1-1, which we all and I also discussed with everyone about. And then in game number 3, very solid, very consistent. Everyone's like, you know what, forget the 1-3-1. This one we get a little bit more EXP than usual. And the jungle, especially after getting that first or second and first 2 waves, you're able to get that level of advantage compared to the lanes who actually split the EXP.
Yeah, seeing how the game is going to be progressing here, I'm looking forward to see if Scott is going to be able to pull some amazing plays coming from Bosskurr as well. He's known to be one of the top global in Malaysia, coming in from the leaderboards himself here. But after recent season reset, I'm not exactly sure where his current standings is here. But ladies and gentlemen, this could be your audience predictions, and seems to me the audience favor me. 69% expecting Bosskurr taking the win here, and 31% towards Forsaken here. The odds are not looking good for you, my friend.
I know, but you know what they say?
Yeah.
Predictions and stats and rules are made to be broken, and we saw it time and time again. Still,
you don't break the rules, bro.
Yes, we do.
What rules have you broken so far?
I took a cookie out of a jar without asking my mother.
That's not a rule. I'm pretty sure that's a swear jar you're talking about.
I'm a very innocent kid, okay? But either way, yes. Forsaken, everyone loves an underdog story. I wouldn't be surprised if at least Forsaken was able to take 1 game away from Bosskurr.
Okay.
So either way, well, 40 seconds before we jump into the Battle of the Bands here. Not Battle of the Titans.
Battle of the Bands?
Yeah, Battle of the... I can't say
Battle of the Bottoms, bro.
No, we had the Battle of the Titans this morning. So in this case, it's a little bit down to earth. So, you know, Battle of the Bands.
Battle of the Gladiators.
No, they're not gladiators. So let's just stick with bands. They're musicians, you know? Where sometimes they mess up a note, but they still play anyway. That kind of thing. They can't be Battle of the Gladiators. It doesn't make sense. The term never exists. Terrence, Icy Baby 1-2. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, comment down in the comments section.
Battle of the Bands? You know what? Guys, ladies and gentlemen, here, let's take a look at what our amazing musician is going to be playing for us for today. Ladies and gentlemen, here, we are going to be having Forsaken going up against Team Bosskurr, game number 1. This is going to be drafts here coming right off the bat as Forsaken on the blue side. But, Leonard, really, YOLOly? Battle of the Band?
I mean, come on, we might see the symphony, we might hear the symphony of fails or the symphony of skills. We'll have to see later on, but loving the Husky coming from the side here on Team Forsaken. Very cute, very cuddly. I love how he's... I love how the dog or the Husky position his hierarchy where he is the top dog and the rest of the players are all below him. Ooh, by the way, first bans coming from both of the teams will be the Uranus and the Farsa instantly out of the mix as well. And the thing is, we saw Forsaken, same goes to Divinity Esports, they have this tendency of first picking the Farsa for themselves. And with this, in this game as well, Team Bosskurr is totally fine letting the Farsa go. Why are you staring at me?
Yeah, you're just me. Look at the faces of the players. Like, they must be really mad and upset with us right now.
About what?
If they were watching us, they would, like, if they see us, it feels like they were gonna punch us in the face.
Come on, I'm supporting them. You said Bosskurr.
That's the thing. Look at Bosskurr's face. You're not supporting them. They're gonna punch you in the face.
No, what do you mean they're laughing? Look at that. He's literally laughing at the screen while playing the situation. Look at Scoopball still smiling all across the board. By the way, coming back to the drafting, ladies and gentlemen. So, Farsa commonly noticing that Forsaken tendency likes to ban it. Likes to pick it first, bans on the Farsa. And look, all the mage supports instantly telling Q like, hey, it's time for you to step out of your small hero pool of yours. And now I want to see what else can you bring to the table. Forsaken,
I feel bad right now because there's a saying, right?
Wow,
words can cut where knives can't, and I feel bad because we're just, well, we're making the best of both worlds, I guess.
You know,
the battle of the symphonies, I guess.
I mean, let's be honest, like Terrace, whoever wins here will get the better end or the worse end here, right? So either way, oof, all the priorities banned here, which have totally been feared and hard to deal with for the side of Forsaken, instantly get off the board. But remember, Khalid is still in the pool, so Team Bosskurr, they have a choice to either ban it out right here, right now, or probably they already suspect that the fact that Forsaken would not lock it in first.
Well, seems to me, not Uranus, Link, and also the Esmeralda being banned. Forsaken, Team Bosskurr. What are they going to be banned here? They banned the Farsa. They're going to be respecting QO's Farsa. We've seen a little bit of works coming in from them. Hilda also being banned. And the Chang'e on top of that. So seems to me, what is going to be let off the hook here? What's off the hook here?
No, the thing is, Khalid is off.
Yeah, Khalid is off. They're going to let them play the Khalid, especially up on Dara potentially. The Yuzhong is also up, but I don't think Bosskurr wants to play it. Mage department, there's still a lot of mage. Gushen is still in the pool, but I don't think they would pick the Gushen.
It all depends on whether they're going to go with this 1-3-1 or this new jungle strat, right? But either way, right now, Khalid is in the pool. I love the fact that Forsaken is hovering over it because Team Bosskurr, they made a bet and it worked in. It's working out because they have no idea who to pick. And instantly, they're going to lock down the Yuzhong because they totally understand the fact that we have no idea what kind of mages or backline Team Bosskurr going to bring out for themselves. They're going to lock in the Yuzhong, but Bosskurr, they're so happy. They're like, we got the Khalid for free.
Yeah, I'm curious, do they want to take a similar approach to how Resurgence took the approach with the Baxia pickup to deal with the Yuzhong? But so far, Bosskurr, we have not seen them play too much of the Baxia yet.
I'm waiting for the Cho though.
Yeah, Cho is definitely a safe pick coming in from Bosskurr if they want to as well. They have the Kagura to pick up as well. But seems to me they will take the Valir here.
This is good.
Very greedy approach, but it is still... Yeah, just to deal with the Black Dragon is a little bit tough, but at the same time, with Chang'e out of the pool, Valir is a force to be reckoned with in the mage department here. Farsa's pretty much taken out. Forsaken, they have the choice here of picking their mages now or risk it getting banned off in the later stage of the game.
I mean, definitely for sure. And like, I love the thing is this, right? Like, you are a little bit too unsure about this Valir pick. For me, I think it's pretty much great because it just shows their priorities, right? They're just saying like, hey, we want to be jumping all on top of you. We do not want to have some amazing support that's constantly able to poke at us and peel us off. So instead, blocking the Valir for themselves is going to be at least telling Forsaken, you're going to play any engaging heroes, we're going to be there to put you down. And instantly, there is the Valir to deal with this Kufra. So coming to the mix here, final pick here. Team Bosskurr sees on the side of Forsaken, they have the side lanes, they have their carry, they have an initiator as well. Now who else really want to try to pop things up? The Joy will be an amazing addition for them. Should he be either a tank support or a jungler?
Well, seeing the Jawhead being picked up here, so a little bit of a disruption coming in here as well. But the Kufra on top of that. Yeah, Natalia is still in the pool for Parissa if you want to actually go for it here. Team Bosskurr may consider that, considering they have a pretty strong frontliner with the Khalid. Disruptive force coming with the Jawhead here. Forsaken, what are they going to do? Bosskurr right now is on Bosskurr for the bans. They have to ban some sort of mages here. The Sicilian is something they can up to actually ban. Likewise for the Kagura as well. Esmeralda is pretty much banned, Chang'e as well, Farsa as well. There's so many mages being taken out of the pool, but looks like they will start with the Kagura. They don't have their own marksman here, so Forsaken, they have to make a choice. Do they ban the Yishun Sin? And Bosskurr, they don't have the link in this regard, so what is Faker's gonna play here?
Oh, good ban.
But they will ban the Harif here. They will respect that. Nicely done coming for Forsaken.
Really good ban too, but either way, now without the hurry to go towards the jungle, there are still other options in the pool. Team Bosskurr on the other hand.
Wait, what other mages are there?
There is the Veil. Wait, mages that Forsaken can use? Or we just...
Forsaken can use right now because you can see Esmeralda's banned, Harif is banned, Chang'e's banned, Farsa's banned, Kagura's banned. They have the Valir already.
They can try to opt. Yes, Sicilian is one.
Yeah.
Veil can be if they're
Okay,
confident.
Veil. Yeah.
If they're confident on the fact that they actually can
Ban
be
the Sicilian.
more aggressive compared to Team Bosskurr.
Ban the Sicilian. Let
Or-
them play the Veil. Let them play the Veil. It's okay.
There is still... I was
That's the thing. For Team Bosskurr, they have so much utility, but okay, I think Kadita is definitely a safer choice.
No, okay, the thing is, right, getting rid of the Kadita just tells me and a lot of people at the same time, like, they're gonna go with a certain lineup where we do not want Forsaken to be able to evade here, especially their mage support. So a potential assassin might be picked up with a hands of Team Bosskurr.
It makes sense. Like, the possibility of a Kadita just instantly one-shotting Khalid, who's currently on the Sandguard here, is very, very high. So there is a chance for that here. Whereas compared to a Sicilian and also maybe who is it called again? A Sicilian and a Veil to one-shot Khalid is very, very unlikely. But Kadita, very possible.
Yeah, very, very possible indeed. But now Team Bosskurr has to make a choice. Do I want to secure another initiator or jungle, or do I want to pick up my main core carry right here? Now they can try to opt for an assassin, but remember there is a Roger and a Kufra in the hands of the side of Forsaken. But like I said, it all comes down to which team is going to be taking the initiative inside this game.
Yeah, what is Skupov's going to play? Skupov's going to play Valir, right? There is good Gushen to pick up as well if they want to.
He can play the Khalid.
The Yishun Sin is still in the pool as well for Fakers if he wants to.
He can play the Khalid as well. A lot of these heroes that's currently in the pool can be selected by Team Bosskurr.
Oh, come on, bring it! Oh, come on, I want to see a Karina.
Karina is not to say she's bad.
Oh, please! Oh! I was waiting for this for quite some time. It is in the pubs, ladies and gentlemen here. The Karina jungle. I want to see how quickly they can farm and how scary they can become.
But remember, you also have to understand, despite how fast Karina can clear the jungle, she's not really that tanky or doesn't have really a major disengagement either. So the minute she gets caught out from this entire range or any control heroes or Forsaken, she's gonna get hit really hard. I'm not even joking. I'm not sure, maybe you can agree or disagree with me, but I think Karina is in the same category of the Gushen at this point.
Yeah, I think Karina is great, especially for jungling as well. He's definitely jungles faster than the Gushen as well. He's able to reset his cooldown as long as he gets a kill. So to be able to snowball, it's going to be heavily dependent on whether or not Karina gets the level 4 early. But seems to me the reply coming from Forsaken is going to be Angela and also the Ruby pickup.
Things are not looking that great for Team Bosskurr in this case. But if they were able to dominate and get the initiative towards this early game, especially with this Karina and Joy pick off, then let me tell you something, they will totally overwhelm Forsaken for sure. But with last play, it's going to be locked down. It's going to be the Natalia for themselves, despite the existence of the Angela and the Kufra and Ruby. And the Roger, they are totally fine bringing 2 assassins into the game here. I believe this will be in the hands of Perisai.
Double assassins coming in from Bosskurr. Perisai on the Natalia and also Skupov's on the Karina. That's gonna be a lot of damage here. It's gonna one-shot the Roger potentially here.
Yeah, but I guess that's pretty much why they were willing to bring the Roger and the Kufra into the game, because they're already anticipating a potential existence of an assassin.
I have a rough idea about this, but I'm really liking it here coming from Bosskurr just because like Natalia solo jungle.
Yeah.
It doesn't give as much value. Yeah, you get the 4, you get 1 kill, but the cooldown's a little bit slow and you need very, very limited precision here. But whereas Karina, movement speed is always on top and you're going to be able to one-shot anyone here. With double assassins in the pool, they are going to be able to snipe their way through here. And I think this support Natalia is going to be an awesome pick here. Just having the assassins running at the supports. That's going to be the key objective here. Hopefully it will work out, but that's all interior crafting. But as of now, I'm liking Bosskurr. He's liking Forsaken
Yep,
ladies
I'm
and gentlemen
liking
here.
it.
But we are going to witness the battle of the symphonies.
Battle of the bands for sure between both Team Forsaken and Team Bosskurr here. So Terrence has his money on Bosskurr. I have my money on Forsaken. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen,
We did not
we're jumping. Yeah, we did not bet. But anyway, jumping into the light of the dawn here. This is the final BO3 of the day. It is its very first game.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to witness as well. Faker's going to be on the Karina. Scoopop's on the Valier instead here. So Parisa's going to be playing the Nasala here. He'll be sending 3 people down mid. Forsaken, Gorpiang. He's going to be checking the side lanes as well. Evil C in the middle lane here. Parisa going for a couple snipes. Tags up. Evil C a little bit here. A little bit of tickle coming in. But Fakers not going to be focusing on the jungle yet thus far. They're going to be sticking in the middle lane here. But seems to be Parisa they're going for the snipe. The execute comes in. Evil C will bow out. Gorpiang underestimating here. Did not expect for them to go in for the kill. Instead, while checking the objectives here, OPS taking a little bit damage here. Scott looking pretty strong here. And this is going to be my first time seeing Scott playing the jaw hit coming in from Bosskurr.
Yep, same for me. It's going to be really excited to see Scott in the hands of the jaw here. But anyway, this is the part where Team Bosskurr constantly applying pressure here because, like I said, very scary coming from the side of Team Forsaken's lineup with the amount of control. But if Team Bosskurr were to take the initiative and be aggressive in the early game, then they will start popping things off.
Yep, Parisa being a big nuisance here. Scoopop's dropping a little bit low here. Surprising enough, Forsaken not opting to go for the dive towards Valier here. But Scoopop, great positioning thus far. But top lane, once again, here comes Parisa. Another assassination here. Forsaken, they lose 3 right off the bat.
3 people right off the bat in this game as well. Really great stuff for the side here of Team Bosskurr for sure. Gold, they have literally a 1700 goalie, but here comes the engagement with the rest of the team along with Gorpia. Remember, Kaiser, this is the Desert Surmiter himself, Khalid, with a quick send guy. He's going to be able to re-heal all that damage. But anyway, bouncing ball, going to be keeping in check. Gets a little bit down low, but here comes Fakers, easily assassinating 2 members and potentially making this a 3. But sadly, the 3rd kill will be taken away into the hands of Kaiser.
Well, look at how quick he's going to be able to rotate as well. He's managed to take the Retribution and back off on top of that with the red and blue buff. He's looking for more. Here comes the Roger. Kaiser going for the dive as well. He's immediately trying to bait Evil C, but Fakers, he's looking for more. This assassination coming from Bosskurr has been ridiculous thus far. Fakers looking for the right moment. Scoopop's just holding the fort for now as Fakers is pretty much hiding in towards the bush, looking for a potential snipe. They will scout out Evil C. Here comes Faker. The Shadow Assault will get the kill, and that's going to be a reset up on Fakers.
Oh, dude, what was he doing, my friend? Going around, especially rotating alone. Really unfortunate there. But either way, Evil C going to be level 4. Same goes for Fakers here, who is currently level 5 with 3 kills.
Here they come.
Dara going to be trying to follow up with the Fear and Die, but Celebrity now Son of a Force. And the Smart Miss is trying to hold on the line as much as possible. But Dara instantly, with the Shadow Assault, Fakers will assassinate him, and there goes the mid lane for Kaiser here as well. Quicksand God, but trying to see if he can get a couple of kills for himself, but with Scoopos constantly scorching and burning, there's no way he's going to be able to catch up with the rest of the team.
Great assist there coming in from Scoopos, and because of this, Bosskurr, they're in the lead with 3k advantage as they will focus down towards the turtle as well. Fakers trying to set up for his next set of the buffs here. One more hit, yes, he will get it. And he's going to be transitioning into the blue buff. Hopefully he has the mana going for another snipe here. Meanwhile, OPS going to go 1v1 with Kaiser, but Kaiser very annoying thus far on that Khalid here. He's got 3 kills thus far. Gorpiang will get scouted out from Scoopos. He's trying to set up for the team. You can see the rest of members from Forsaken are coming, but Fakers waiting for the right moment here. They see Dara a little bit low. Looks like they might transition for that, but Parisai going for the snipe. Tags up Q a little bit here, but the bouncing ball will connect onto them. But Gorpiang, look at him. HP a little low, but Tyrant Blade comes in and Scott comes in for the assist to finish off the Tyrant.
Oh man, the Desert Tyrant really, there goes our dear friend as well, being scorched and burned and even hammered towards the wall too. But then again, it was a beautiful rotation coming from the side here of Scott as well. He was fully confident despite being quite far, but with the Unstoppable Force, he was easily able to close the gap between both the players. And of course, Kaiser coming in with the Raging Sandstorm. Sadly, unfortunately, he was not able to connect it on top of OPS, but he did significant amount of damage. Kubus on the other hand is going to be harassing Gorpiang, and definitely he's not having the time of his life.
Yeah, blue and red buff up available on Evo C. Forsaken, they have to make a play. Gorpiang, he's looking for a couple players here, but meanwhile OPS, he's gas scouted out. Here comes Marisa and Fakers as well. And the nice clutch saves here with the Angela. OPS goes in for the I'm offender, but it seems to me they're trying to hold him in place, and Fakers will get taken down. Great setup there coming from OPS, and Team Bosskurr, they overextended their stay here, and Forsaken, they will bite back.
Dude, a bit of a timing coming for Q as well, with the hard guard as well. Clean communication, very clear communication coming from the side of the Team Forsaken members. But then again, Team Bosskurr having quite the lead for themselves, but they still have the towers and the lanes. All they have to do is just hold down the fort. But Marisa going to be jumping right into the mix as well. Going to be holding down and silencing, but then sadly enough, it's not going to be enough for the Black Dragon to run away. But ooh, beautiful ejector, going to be able to secure Marisa's life.
Yep, Scott's gonna make work towards the bottom tower as well. Forsaken, they completely ignoring this as well. Turtle is gonna be up on the bottom side. Meanwhile, as Forsaken, they're gonna send the Angela QO down bottom a little bit here. But what can an Angela do at this point? Because as of now, he rotated from the top. He had to come down, losing this lane. That's gonna be a free turret from Team Bosskurr. Necklace Durance up on Scoop Offs. Later have this on Furry's side and the Calamity Reaper Fakers as well. So there's gonna be big item pickups coming in from Bosskurr. And Forsaken, they have to be extremely careful now.
Calamity Reaper on the hands of Fakers. But ooh, here comes our dear friend with the revenge. But it's not gonna be now. It's gonna be able to eject the Evil City all the way to the back line. Absolutely insane. But look at the amount of damage, but it doesn't matter in the face of Fakers and his Shadow Assault. Now diving into the mix as well. He gets pulled all the way back by OPS. But then again, Scott was able to take the turret damage away from Fakers, and he's diving in for the triple kill. But sadly enough, he will eventually fall. But that's going to be a full 5-man wipeout for the side of Team Forsaken.
The power of the Karina. I got it, what I want. Team Bosskurr, they're going ham on this game. Seems to me, Kaiser is looking around here, looking for the kill, but at the same time, like you said, full 5-man team wipe, opening a lot of space here. This is going to give them a lot more fun, and this is what I'm talking about. The 3 major item pickups allowing Bosskurr to just run rampant, and Forsaken is still staffed up. Meanwhile, Kaiser continue to creep up the pressure here, while Forsaken will gather up to make sure that Evo C gets his red buff.
Anyway, Kaiser gonna be chilling inside this bush. I'm not sure whether Dara knows he's actually in there. But anyway, just for good measure, he's gonna be walking away. But it's gonna give for some time for them to go for the farm. But here comes the rotation and gang as well. They really want to try to get a hold on Kaiser, but he's gonna be committed to Raging Sands, so try to get away. But Parasite going straight for where it hurts, instantly assassinating the Black Dragon. But here comes the Republic on the street, gonna be able to root down Parasite. And there goes the big man himself. But you will see constantly got zoned out and cut away from his escape path, and instantly Evil C has to try to run for his life, but he gets rooted down by Angela. But sadly enough, he's not going to be able to run away from Fakers with the Shadow Assault.
Fakers making in time as well. Great assist coming from Scuba to set up for him and immediately getting 2 free kills. Fakers now on 8-2-2 on this Karina. And OPS going to be the last man standing for now, momentarily outside in the fights here. Team Bosskurr continuing the assault. The Lord is going to be up for, the Turtle is going to be up for grabs here from Team Bosskurr. And Scott is going to try and pressure the blue buffs here. Is he going to eject the creep away? Seems to me he's not here. Gorpang is going to be providing assist. OPS trying to set up for the Roger to get the kill, but unfortunately to say, Roger does not have the red buff. As you can see, Fakers finally taking the turtle buff, and they are going to be making way towards the top lane to get a little bit more farm. Scott trying to set up for the team here. Scott is in the vicinity. They see Gorpang. Is he going to go for the ejector? Gets caught out, but nope, no follow-ups to avail.
Definitely sure, no fall to avail, but once again, Parasite finding Dara, forcing him to go back to the lane again, and Kaiser doing what he does best and what he feels relaxing, and that is just split pushing and breaking down the towers of Team Forsaken's bottom lane.
Yep, Karina, Fakers, going to be farming a little bit more jungle creeps here just for the additional buffs coming in with the jungle item. Meanwhile, Parasite getting hooked back here as well. Can he survive this? Looks like he will not, but here comes the Desert Tyrant as well. Kaiser coming in, trying to set up for the team, but here comes Fakers from the sides, goes in for the swipe, and they are going to shut down them. Flicker coming from Scott as well, and Forsaken, they are ripped apart, and you can see Evil C, he's manning up with the fight. Angela wooing there as well, but Scott will pull him back and take him down as Fakers kills him off the bat.
Woo! A lot of hero spells and ultimate was definitely committed in that fight, but of course Team Bosskurr is gonna get that better half. Q instantly gets engaged, one instantly gets brought down to halfway speed, but with I'm Offender and the pop of the string, instantly will shut down and bring Fakers to the down to earth. Really well played coming at the side, because like I'm saying, and this is exactly the control that Team Forsaken's lineup is supposed to be playing like. And Team Bosskurr instantly understanding the fact of the control ability coming from the side of the team here, they had to take the initiative. They had to be aggressive and get control of that early game tempo, which is exactly what they did, and I hope for them to do. And now Team Bosskurr slowly asserting dominance, literally preparing to steamroll Forsaken in game number 1.
Yeah, seeing how the game progressed as well, I'm really liking to see how this Carinians woke up as well, but I'm a little bit worried because of one thing. They do not have late game potential here. We saw a glimpse in moments where EvoC is starting to come online with the Angela on the Roger. Look at how much damage he was actually dishing out, almost actually turning the fights around as well. So as the game drags on, Forsaken actually stands a chance of making a comeback, but the more they throw coming from Bosskurr, it is gonna swing in that favor.
It's hard to say as well, like definitely they really want to try to end the game as fast as possible, but they also at the same time they realize that the Roger doesn't really do that great in the late game either. But that same goes for all of these assassins. So it just comes down to if Forsaken is able to hold down, farm enough, and each of the members is getting ready to pop off, then they will be able to be tanky enough to withstand the oncoming onslaughts and skill. And once they can do that, that's when both assassins will get punished really hard. That's why we see Team Bosskurr constantly hammering and hammering wave after wave, lanes by lanes, and hoping they get even more control later on.
Well, seeing the games as well here, how will they play this? As you can see, Forsaken, they managed to somehow prevail. We are going to be hitting 10-minute mark here as the tier 2s are still standing from the side of Forsaken. Bosskurr, they have to be careful here as they drag this game long enough. EvoC will bite back eventually here. As you can see, he's starting to hit hard, I guess. Not that hard yet, but it's hard enough and quick enough for now. As you can see, he's picking up a couple items coming in here. Endless Battle is going to be available very soon, and once that comes in, he's gonna hit some serious damage soon. But hopefully School Pops has something to say for that coming from the Bosskurr.
I mean, he definitely has a lot of things to say about it, but I'm a little bit concerned because right now Parasite is just level 8, although he'll be hitting level 9 very soon. But the majority of the members of Team Forsaken is already in the double digit. I mean, well, except for Gorpion, because who is only level 9. So as long as the game transpires, things might get a little bit difficult for Team Bosskurr if they don't try to close things now. But when here comes OBS gets jumped on and instantly has got coming in with the eject and the Raging Sensor right into the clutches of the Shadow Assault. There goes our dear friend OPS.
Yep, speaking of which, they have to be careful. They do not have OPS in the fight as well. And OPS is pretty much the only one that can shut down Fakers at the moment. That's going to be a free lot up for grabs from Bosskurr, and they continue to steamroll in towards their base. As Forsaken, they have to buy time for OPS, but at the same time, to what avail can they do? Because EvoC is still not going to be able to find those pickoffs here.
But either way, look at it. He's still farming. Team Bosskurr is giving a little bit of space, especially for certain part of the lane as well. This could allow EvoC to steal.
Not anymore. Look at this. Parasite.
But I don't know. The thing is this, even with Parasite, he doesn't have enough damage to really burst down one person just yet. Maybe he can kill Q, but it's going to be taking quite a bit first because the majority of the damage has always been in the hands of Fakers. But Gorpion gets jumped, will get ejected all the way towards his back. But he's a tanker, so it's going to take quite a while.
Yeah, as of now, OPS going to be a little bit fight here. Towers are going to be coming down as well. The Lord going to be pushing in from the bottom side as well. They're making work, but they will begin. Forbian going to the backlines as well. He gets focused down as well. Black Dragon coming in from Dara, and Bosskurr there like just tickling away. This Dragon does nothing to us, and now without the Black Dragon available, they're not afraid to push in. OPS in the front lines. The Lord's going to be pushing the bottom side as well. There's going to be a full commitment push down bottom here as Bosskurr pushing in. Dara from the side. Scott trying to eject here. He misses the eject. He's going to get focused down, but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? But Scott flickers away, and he survives that team fight. And the Lord makes work towards the bottom tier 3 here. Parasite tries to go in for the snipe, but he takes a little bit of poke damage here. And Scott needs to be careful here. OPS looking for the I'm Offender. Not going to be committing here. Here comes Kaiser, pushing them back, and Forsaken will respect this and back off momentarily.
Still definitely chilling in the backline as well because Team Bosskurr, their main goal was just to break the inhibitor. They don't need to go for anything else. They can just be relaxed about it. They can't, although sadly they cannot end the game right here, right now. But either way, they are happy with the current outcome. And what's even more better, even if the Lord even if they don't really take the lot to end the next fight, they still has enough damage and levels to really pull things off. But I'm really concerned what is the itemization coming for OBS, because he's actually softer than usual.
Well, it is a Ruby after all. And speaking of itemizations here, that's your answer. Hardcore and also Endless Battle. So he's going to go for a little bit Oracle for more HP regeneration. But once he gets all his regeneration up here, things are going to be a little bit different here. So once he gets his Oracle, he's most probably going to transition into the Queen Wing. But to drag it to that stage, that's going to be a long story here.
Oh man, by the way, beautiful engagement coming from the rest of the team as well. As OBS going to be jumping right towards that back line. Kaiser coming in with the Raging Sands up. But here comes the Permanent Strain, going to be rooting him and immobilizing him. But again, he's sustaining, he's living. The quicksand guard is doing it. They have nothing to disrupt it. Although the Iron Fighter does come up online just enough time, but that's not going to be enough. Even see, he managed to get towards his back line, but Parasite, remember, there is 2 assassins inside the game, and Faker is going to be able to pull off a beautiful triple kill, and now he is an absolute maniac with the 5-man wipeout as they break down the crystal.
Wow, Fakers with the Karina. Guess what? I called it out, but guess what? I have it. I got what I want. That's the perfect definition of how you play the new Karina now in this patch. And it's something that I'm really afraid of because I've met it in a couple of pop games. It is quite scary. Look at how quickly Fakers was able to steamroll the entire game, and they were just caught off guard because they were so worried about Natalia. At the same time, they had forgotten about Fakers. It was balancing between switching the timing of allowing Parasite to pressure and also swapping in with Fakers to go in for the finish. So they were buying so much time to actually pull this off. And once they had the major items, things went really well for Bosskurr. Great stuff here from Bosskurr, and they're 1 game away to potentially standing a chance to make it to the top 8.
I mean, yes, definitely for sure, really well picked up for Team Bosskurr. I'm not going to hype too much for the Karina, although yes, she does significant amount of damage, but I strongly believe this Karina will not work out against certain teams here in the regular season, because let's be honest, the rest of the teams is just too smart. They know how to deal with it, they don't know how to counter it, and in this case, it wouldn't be as one-sided as this game. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be showing you the highlights brought to you by Udo, powered by Cellcom Terrace. Let's see what else has been happening in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, you can see starting off here, Parisa being a huge nuisance on the Natalia, which is the reason why a lot of teams actually prompt to actually ban it off. And once they actually got that going here, Forsaken will kind of lost a little bit of momentum just because of why they have to back off in some of those situations here. But ever since Fakers came up online, they were just getting pressured time and time again. Likewise, juggling between Fakers and also Parasite. Look at this. As soon as Parasite disengage, Fakers joins in the fight and finishes them off or apply more pressure. And they were just juggling between these 2 assassins. Even in this final match, a little bit over commitment from Fakers just because it wasn't the right target here. Because Ruby has so much a little bit of control, which was really nice. But as the game progressed here, Team Bosskurr was just controlling the entirety of the fight. You can see Parasite constantly splitting the fight here. And you know, Assassins, when they split the fight, it's not going to be looking good for the Forsaken. Things are going to go down. Things are going to go south, especially when they're all by themselves.
Definitely when they are all by themselves. Unfortunately, Fakers did have to go down here, but in the end, the team just had enough damage. They had a great amount of tempo, and most importantly, I love the priorities coming from the side of Team Bosskurr inside this fight. They still going for Q because Q can literally hard gun anybody to escape, or even Evil C. He went straight for Dora, who literally used the Fierce Dive, and there was no way for him to disengage at all. And literally, after killing Dora and leaving Oops alone, there was no one else to help to peel and defend Q or Evil C.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there coming from Scoopos as well. He was setting up here, trying to bait Evil C to kill him. As soon as he goes for a bait, he sets it up perfectly for Fakers to go in for the finish as well. And even in this final fight, Bosskurr, they're just taking full control of the fight. And like I said as well, the juggling between Fakers and also Parasite in taking these engagements was insane. Look at this, Parasite is always in front lines. He forced people to come back, especially when Evil C commits here. He splits up the fight, and everyone from side of Bosskurr just go in for the wraparound, which was beautifully done. Even Scoop-Offs, he was buying time for them and to actually juggle their cooldowns.
Definitely for sure. And with that as well, in this first game, we're going to be seeing Fakers. I believe this will be his first Maniac pickup here in the regular season. But anyway, here, this is your itemization between both Team Bosskurr and Forsaken. I'm not a big fan of OPS item build. I'm going to be flat honest here. The Has Clause is totally understandable because it works with your passive and everything, right? But the Endless Battles is I feel all these damage items, especially you must also understand your role. Sure, you are a side laner, but you also must understand you are also one of the people who's going to be initiating, also be peeling and controlling for the rest of the team here. And if you're too soft to really sustain in the front line, then you shouldn't be going for these endless battles, because the main damage should be from both Dara or Evil C. But I might be wrong, but I'm trying to say, after witnessing all the other Ruby plays from the other teams, they have been just building flat tank and only keeping that Has Claws.
I think it's more like it's a... They just lack defensive, right? I think it's pretty standard build coming from the Ruby, but at the same time, it's when it comes to the itemizations and the hero pool, right? They were lacking in damage from the drop from the get-go, just because of Ruby doesn't do a lot of damage. You're relying on Roger for the damage. Yuzhong doesn't do a lot of damage now, except for being disruptive. Angela does non-existent damage. And without magical damage on the pool here, from everyone from the side of Bosskurr, they don't exactly need to build items for magic defense because Angela doesn't hurt. So all they gotta do is just prioritize on focusing on physical defense here in the itemizations, which just rendered Forsaken not being able to do much. So I feel like it's just a draft thing. It's not really the item thing. It's just that they do not have magic damage. That's all.
True.
And when it comes to the wins here, you have to give credit as well. The carry is going to be Kaiser. Rich guy Kaiser as well is just doing so much damage on this team fight. 78,000 damage on his own. He's not been picked off time and time again. He was always there in those kind of commitments. But at the same time, it enabled him to shine just because, like, we saw a lot of highlights from Fakers and also Brave Side, right? But the one that we did not highlight a lot was Kaiser, because he, on his Khalid, was doing so much damage, but we were just completely ignoring him because we were too focused on those assassins coming in.
No, the thing is this, right? We didn't really highlight Kaiser too much either, because he is the fighter, which is pretty much playing the Khalid. It has the same role as the Yuzhong. You have to get towards his backline. You have to be disruptive. Although, yes, he did a lot of damage towards this game, but that's because he's been fighting a lot compared to the assassin, which their main goal is just to dive in and instantly burst someone down. So a lot of initiation also was being made by both Scott and Kaiser. So in this case, of course, really well played, getting 78,000 on the Khalid. But that's because there's a lot of heroes on the side here of Forsaken who's also on top of him. So that allows him to do quite a lot of damage. But anyway, let's bring up the MVP to see who is top boy here. It is gonna be our friend Kaiser from Team Bosskurr here, with 5,708 damage inside that game.
Yeah, I think he actually deserves this as well, because most of the team fights here, he was just dishing out damage. People just can't seem to focus him down. And the assassins, they were just juggling between going for the potential crucial pickoffs, especially on Roger. But Kaiser was the main one, just keeping all the tanks in front bay and just dishing out the damage, especially on the Roger as well, in those kind of team CCs. Especially when Ruby tries to go for a setup where they're grouped up. I think it's the perfect dream for Kaiser to just dish out free damage all the way through, just because of how they're all clumped up together against him. So that's going to be the perfect situation for Kaiser to win that and dish out so much damage. 9-1-30, no surprises there.
Right.
Great stuff coming from Bosskurr for now. And like I said, they need one more win against Forsaken if they want to stand a chance to make it in towards the top 8, pushing Divinity Esports down. Will they make it? We shall see. Thus far, the dream is still alive for Team Bosskurr.
Dream is definitely still alive for them as well. Now, I'm just going to be concerned on the fact that what kind of bans and picks is going to be made by Team Forsaken in the second game. Let's be honest, I was extremely shocked at the fact that they actually instantly first picked the Yuzhong over the Khalid or anyone else, by the way.
And the Yuzhong just did not do enough damage, right? The Black Dragon was annoying, but besides the Black Dragon, we weren't seeing a lot of burst damage coming from Yuzhong as compared to the previous patch and the one before that.
I mean, definitely for sure, because you must understand all the amazing games we have seen Yuzhong after the patch coming in is the fact that the team was able to sustain all the way, able to farm up and contest even on even matches, not one-sided like this game, where Team Bosskurr fully understand at the fact that their lineup is scary if they get onto a certain level.
Oh yeah.
They are scary if they get 1 or 2 items.
Oh yeah.
We have quite a lot of early bursts, and of course our rotation is a little bit more faster compared to the rest of the team here. So they went on the offensive, which I said that if they, like I said before the drafting, if they do not take the initiative, then they're gonna be in big trouble.
Yes.
But in this case, they did, and they hammered them really hard. And let's be honest, tankers or fighters who are out of farm and literally far behind, it's a very impossible game to come back from for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how game 2 is going to be happening here as well. Would they ban off the Karina again? And Bosskurr is forced to pull out another pocket strategy to win this game. But against Forsaken, do you think they need a pocket strategy?
Honestly,
you think so?
Honestly, if you ask me, I think they just need to get the drafting right. I think they got too confident. Like their drafting would have been perfect if this was before the patch. Now this is after Yutong and everything got picked up for themselves, so he slowly fallen off. But in this game, what they can do is not really a pocket strategy. It's more like they need to think again. They need to remember, new patch, Yutong's not that strong. He has an amazing kit, but you also need to start prioritizing which hero is a threat to you. So in this game, Karina, painful, but she needs setup. She needs someone to dive in first before her. So
I think that when it comes to the damage output-wise coming from both teams, Karina is magical, Valir is magical, and the rest they are mixed damage between physical and magical. Whereas compared to Forsaken, they just don't have an Angela, which doesn't do a lot of magic damage at all. And we compared it with the burst coming from School Pop as well as Kaiser. They are actually doing way much more than what Angela was actually completely offering. So it comes back to the point of the itemization as well. They didn't exactly need Oracles, Athena Shield, or even Curse Hammers up on Bosskurr to even contest anyone from the side of Forsaken. So I think like instead, if they wanted to go for the Angel, they need one more secondary mage. Maybe an Esmeralda would be much better as compared to the Yuzhong, which unfortunately was banned off.
The thing is this, right? I told you before, like their entire play style is just teams just stick and fight.
Oh yeah.
Once they get that level 4, once they get that 1 or 2 items, then they will stick and fight. And Team Bosskurr, totally understanding that and seeing their entire line composition, they just hammered them hard. So, but anyway, for this second game, this second draft thing, I'm hoping for them to just let the Yutong go. If the Kali is open for them, just try to secure it or take it away for themselves. Or at least in the banning phase, get rid of the Natalia. Don't need to ban the Karina. Karina can be dealt with. It's just the Natalia is a little bit too difficult for Team Forsaken to handle right now compared to the other teams.
Well,
if they have to dedicate back, you
Well,
know.
coming to game 2 here, I don't know. I'm still liking the Karina pickup here.
I mean, yeah, sure. She's always
okay,
fun.
what are the chances that Forsaken write out first ban Karina? Do you think it will happen? It might.
No, I don't think so. I think they'll first ban Natalia because.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
Makes more
sense.
Karina is someone they can at least see and deal with. Natalia is just more like, how many times we saw them go an exclamation mark, then they start panicking. Is she on the left? Is she on the right? Is she at the bottom? Who knows, right? But either way, first ban. Forsaken is going to be standing on the blue side, so they have first ban and first pick. Team Bosskurr is going to be chilling on the red side, and of course the doggy has his new human chair. Oh man, that husky looking so
therapy,
cute.
man. That's therapy right there.
Yep, there is. They need all the therapy they can get for sure, man. This game was definitely rough for them.
Yeah, it's rough. It's understandable. You know, sometimes when we get in a spot like this where we hit rock bottom, sometimes we will rise from the ashes here, because sometimes it's better to learn from your mistakes and better than not to try at all. Making mistakes is a part of a learning experience, and if you do not succeed now, doesn't mean you will not succeed in the future. Of course, failure is a part of a learning process to success.
Oh man, but either way, Farsa, it's the same ban coming from the side of Team Bosskurr as well. Not sure what they're going to be trying to ban out for the other bans for sure. Forsaken still has the second ban, hopefully. I believe they're still going to go with the exact same two which they did in the last game, which was the Uranus and the Esmeralda. That's going to leave to Team Bosskurr whether they want to ban out the Khalid or not. We shall see. I see that Team Forsaken right now is thinking really hard about this, whether they want to go for dedicated bans or just ban out heroes that was a little bit too difficult for them to deal with for the past few weeks. So instead, Esmeralda is their answer. Maybe the third ban will be the Uranus if Team Bosskurr doesn't ban the Uranus out. Still chilling into the mix here. I love Team Bosskurr members. Some of them looks pretty exhausted, by the way.
Well, they are one game away to stand a chance of making the top 8. But based on the drafts here, Esmeralda ban Link again. Similar drafts once again coming from Forsaken. Team Bosskurr, Chang'e, Farsa just denying all of KO's hero pools again. Targeted ban coming from Team Bosskurr. Seems to me they found a weakness in a way.
I mean,
and we talked about it in game 1 as well, right?
Yep.
I said that just now, hey, they don't have magic. But you notice that Bosskurr has been banning all the mages away, and we were wondering what is Forsaken going to pick on the mage department.
No, but they went with the Angela because they just wanted to really assist Dara for going towards that back line. But it just never worked out because Team Bosskurr took the initiative first. But anyway, new game, maybe they won't try to focus down on one hero here or one player. They might just want to be a little bit more versatile and flexible. But in this case, they didn't ban the Uranus. They're actually opting for the Khalid. So now Team Bosskurr is definitely going to be banned on the Uranus. Now, Hilda is in the pool. Do you lock down the Hilda or not?
Who's going to play the Hilda on Forsaken?
Well, for the side here, for a second, I have seen Dara playing the Hilda, but it's not the tank support Hilda. It was the actual
the assassin run, right?
Yeah, the side lane Hilda. So, not sure. They can try to offer it for sure if they really want to try to contest that early game, but it's entirely up to Team Forsaken and to what we actually know from past games.
Okay, Hilda being picked up from Forsaken. Team Bosskurr was going to be their reply here. Baxia still in the pool if they want to, but we have not seen them play at all. For the Baxia, Arkai is great for stopping that as well.
The playmaker,
or they could play similar to Jason here, rush early Winter Trunken. In this case, they will prioritize the Valir pickup on Scoopos.
Anyway, either way, Valir still in the hands of Scoopos. They can try to offer the Cho if they want to, but
Natalia.
Natalia.
Pick the Natalia.
Pick the Natalia.
Pick the Natalia. Pick the Karina. Please, Bosskurr, show us one more. Show us one more Karina.
Definitely.
Yeah.
One more Karina would be fun to watch for sure, especially a team that Forsaken has no idea how to deal with
the Cho.
The
Cho is still in the pool as well.
They can try to offer the Cho. By the way, they're going to be locking down the jaw.
Same drops, guys. Get prepared. We're looking at same drops potentially. Scott jaw hit.
I mean, you know what they say, right? If it ain't broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah,
but,
true.
But it all comes down to these next two picks, whether a potential Natalia or Karina will be locked down for the third pick.
It might be a final pick, Karina and also Natalia, but if Forsaken doesn't want to deal with it, they will just immediately ban it off.
True.
But Forsaken, as of now, what are they going to pick here? They need to pick a mage right here. If not, they're going to get fully fledged ban once again. The marksman is still a lot available. Seems to be they made the right choice. They will pick the Selena for Forsaken. So this is something they have to be a little bit worried now from Team Bosskurr. A lot of aggression coming in, but nothing too much they can't handle. Forsaken, on the other hand, what's the last pick? Balmond off lanes here as well. So Hilda going to be tanking, and off lane is going to be from the Balmond potentially. As Team Bosskurr, what is there going to be their reply here?
Yeah, I love it, right? They are picking up fighters, at least this case. Should a potential assassin come out, they should be able to out-tank and also out-damage the assassin at the same time. But in this game, Team Bosskurr decides to change things up a bit as they will let go the assassins and they'll go for the Roger core. I mean, they can still go for the Karina jungle or the Natalia should they want to, but I guess it depends on what else kind of pickup is going to be coming towards this game. But remember, the existence of both Selena and Hilda, both of these heroes that was never paired up together inside a lineup composition before, because both or either one has always been banned out or picked away by the opposing team.
Well, with the Roger being denied here, Bosskurr is going to be banning off all the marksmen for
Natalia.
sure, but Forsaken banning the Natalia. Bye-bye, Natalia.
I told you, man.
Nice knowing you.
Instantly goodbye, Natalia.
Looks like we're not going to see the Karina this game. Or will we?
Potentially, yes. You are not wrong, Terrorist.
Yeah, we will not see the Karina this game.
They can go for the Karina, but it all comes down to what kind of fighters you want to try to opt for. They can try to go for...
Ban the Yishun Xin first from Bosskurr. They have to ban the Yishun Xin.
They can ban the usage.
Oh, wait!
But they do want the lack of control.
Oh, no.
We might see a
Karina again.
We might see a potential Karina and Thamus on the side.
Ban it for a second.
Team Bosskurr.
Don't ban the Karina. Ban the Karina. Don't ban the Karina. Ban the Karina. What do they do?
I think they should safely ban out the Thamus here. It's a little bit more safer here. Compared to the Karina.
Thamus up on Kaiser?
Kaiser to replace his Khalid, yes. Because both...
But that's the thing, we've seen Bosskurr play Terisla as well on Kaiser.
That's because in that game it had to, because they
won that game.
They were lacking of fighters, so they had to go with the Terisla. And it was sort of, it fits the bill, barely fits the bill.
Okay, they don't ban the Karina. They ban the Yujong. Team Bosskurr, do they pick it?
Oh no.
Karina, are you there?
If they want to pick the Karina, it will be last pick. It will never be the first pick for sure.
Maybe. Yeah, it's highly, it's highly
No, Team Bosskurr just full confidence that Forsaken will not know and whether they will have the Karina for themselves. So they
True.
They won't lock it in.
Highly unlikely they will pick Karina. Considering that how many seasons we have not seen Karina in ranked games, it's hard to do with it here. But ooh,
so instead of
Xborg.
Instead of the Thermals, they're going to be opting with the Xborg here. Great initiation, great amount of tanks as well, especially once you get that immortality, you can play a little bit more aggressive on the line against the lineup of Team Forsaken here.
What do? They have a lot of creep clear here coming from Bosskurr, but Mage coming in from the Valier as well. Forsaken, they have the Selena, they have the Balmond. What's gonna be their marksman? The Yishun Sin is pretty much not much of a choice, I guess.
I think...
Yeah, I think it's either Yishun Sin, 1-1 or Cloud, but I don't think we've seen Forsaken play 1-1 or Cloud at all. So it should be a Yishun Sin from Evo C.
I would prefer
and
Claude.
the Cho being... Oh wait, no way. Don't pick the... Oh no! Why? Why would you pick the Moskov?
No, I believe in this case it's a comfort pick. This is a comfort pick coming from the side here of Team Forsaken. And of course, his ultimate is sort of like an execution skill, but come on, bring it in. But no, it's not.
Masha?
No.
Jungle Masha?
Jungle Masha.
Jungle Masha?
Nope.
Nani?
Nope, they're just upgrade all the fighters here. but it's gonna
Okay.
be The Leomord.
Fighter strat. Yeah, Leomord Roger strat still works. Okay.
Yep, it definitely still works for sure. Gonna be able to run them down, and now, I'll be honest, I'm more preferring Team Bosskurr's lineup a little bit better. Coming from the side of Team Forsaken.
Yeah, why Moskov? Oh.
No, I mean, no, like I said, Terrence, this is at this point comfort picks, right? This is comfort picks coming from the side of Team Forsaken because of their lack of heroes and their insanely small hero pool. Should they have, I believe in this case, even if they have the Yi Sun Shin or even a Cloud, I don't think they are confident enough to really play it against Team Bosskurr here. So, but either way, they're bringing out their comfort pick. Hopefully, their most comfortable heroes should be able to pull through.
Why?
Don't ask me, I say why too.
Why?
I said all my whys. What do you want me to do, Terrence? I can't do anything about it. They picked it and locked it in. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the game number 2 of the last BO3 of the day. Or could it be ending it right here, right now? It's Team Forsaken versus Team Bosskurr on potentially the last game of tonight. Terrence, any words about it?
Well, it's not going to be a potential last game here. It might be the last game. At the same time, Team Bosskurr leading 1 game advantage here. We are going to be going in towards the game number 2. But obviously, I'm going to be dodging the question. I don't want to answer that.
No, come on. You literally just said...
Bosskurr's going to get 2-0.
No, you literally just said it might not be the last game, but it is the last game. I'm like, what are you talking about, Terrence? What are you doing, bro?
Let's cast the game, game.
Yes, we are casting the game. That's why I'm asking you.
Let's cast the game.
I'm analyzing you.
All right.
But either way, ladies and gentlemen, back towards his mid lane. It's going to be Fakers on the Rogers, Kupox on the Valier, and Q definitely not having the best time of his life against the Valier. But look at that Scott literally tossing back the blue buff, resetting the play. Something what KZP would have done. Really well played.
Yep. Forsaken. They are going to be guarding their way through here, taking a little bit long time with the blue buffs up top here. They have 3 people stacking up on there as well. QO going to be a little bit disruptive, but Scott, do you really want to fight him? And a Purify immediately forced out by Scott here. So QO forcing the Purify immediately here, and there's going to be a free blue buff contested by Team Bosskurr. Scott looking for the right one here. Is he going to find the right target? Forsaken arrow coming in, doesn't connect onto his Bosskurr, so he's going to be A-OK. The trap comes in, Scott goes in for a toss, and he will catch QO. He's out of position here. Looks like he's going to get finished off as well. Smart Missile is there, popping the slides as well. Kaiser from the slides trying to slow him down, but no follow-up available as Forsaken, they're just buying a little bit more time. Scott getting smashed a little bit more. QO coming in. Dara with the flicker, connects the stun as well, but the ejector on towards the turret. Do they want to dive? No, they do not. Space created by Scott.
Dude, so much skills and hero spells was committed and they didn't even get the kill. Dara had to commit the flicker as well just to try to connect that Jit Kundo, but it's not even enough. An interesting fact too, Q is not going to be the main support here, but Parasite on the other hand, not having the time of life against Gorpiao. Now he's trying to spin to win here. Will it be enough? It will, as First Blood will draw and take it away by Team Forsaken.
Wow, that's a great start there coming from Gorpiao. Meanwhile, Scott, he's buying even more time again. Ejector on the QO. The tanks are fighting a way through here. Scoop Ops as well, going to be tickling down on towards Evo C. Does not have enough mana on the Moskov, but as of now, it's going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, Kyo going to be applying the pressure. Fakers taking a lot of damage here, but here comes Scott as well. Kyo is going to be in some trouble, and that's going to be a dead Hilda.
Dead Hilda indeed. Rest in peace. But here comes Fakers though, getting ready to jump into the mix as well. But Gorpel, he actually jumped on top of them, on 2 of them, and even tried to flicker up. But sadly enough, you are gonna get punished really hard for that.
Well, what happened to the... Oh, okay, this is the XP lane and gold lane as well. So this is going to be a free one as well. And before the 3-minute mark, they got the full bar. And look at this damage from Fakers and Barista instantly taking the turret before the 3-minute mark. So that's going to be a great start.
Oh,
but the
no.
ejector coming from Scott and the push coming from School Boss as well. Just messing around with the rotations coming from Forsaken. Kyo taking half HP. Smart Missile once again from Scott. Kaiser from the backlines is flickering away. Fakers is in the vicinity. But here comes the Fantasy. Kaiser with the setup as well. And OPS immediately gets shut down. Scott dropping a little bit low. Dara is in the vicinity, but here comes the Way of the Dragon, kicking the wrong target. Could not finish School Boss, but Fakers will kill him as well.
Oh, dude, definitely not looking good at all. But of course, I want to update you guys as well. Q, who is no longer going to be the main support, he is going to be playing the tank support. You will see going to be on the hands of Selena, and OPS swapping out to be the main core of the team with the Bosskurr.
Well, they're finally going for an all-in strat here, swapping their rosters, but unfortunately, they are getting pushed back from Team Bosskurr.
Dude, despite of all these fights and contention happening, Q does not have a single stack at all. But either way, look at the rest of the team, right? Now, I'm not a big fan of what Q is doing because he's not being over-aggressive. Oh, here, God, you can do followed by the Way of the Dragon as well. Going to be doing quite a amount of damage towards Paris side. And instantly, that is going to be the first stack for Q. And will it be the stepping stone for Team Forsaken to turn the game around? We shall see later on. But look at the amount of items. Fakers, Random Machete, Kaiser, Endless, Bloodless Axe. Oh my lord, that's a lot of damaging item coming out here.
Yep, Skopop's going to buy a little bit more time here. Scott trying to go for the ejector here. Posh Q towards the tower. Dara is there. Scott a little bit out of position there. Will get caught out. 3 people on front of him. So the ejector comes in. Evil, he gets caught out. Scott eventually goes down. Dara forced the flicker, but here comes Fakers. Here he comes. He's going for the double dash here. They're dropping very low. Parisai pops the last Insanity, drops them out pretty low, and will try to burn them alive. OPS will be the sacrificial lamb, and will try to save the rest of the teammates here. This is going to be a great start. Fakers continue to bust out here, but Kyo, what are you doing?
He's gonna run, he goes through the bush, but sadly enough, the best part about it, the team just decided I'm not gonna waste too much time trying to kill a Hilda in the early game because that is nearly impossible unless you have pretty great position and many people anyway. Anyway, School Boss gonna catch it, jump to the moves here, but here comes the Series Torre. But then again, there's a lot of damage gonna be locked out, even with the power walls. It's still not enough to pick up School Boss at all. He's still alive, but he's still willing to jump back into the mix as well. Here got a Fantasy followed by the last Insanity as well. Gonna be dishing out so much damage. 3 people of Forsaken will fall, and so will the Tier 1 mid tower.
Well, Team Bosskurr's dream is still alive here. They are keeping up with the 2-0. Gorpyang split pushing up top here. He's all by himself. And Kaiser trying to go for the fight here. Phantom Steep not available up on Kaiser, but there's going to be another case here because Scott is there with the ejector. Can he pull back? Nice flicker juke coming from Gorpyang. Beautiful stuff. As Team Bosskurr, they will concede that fight, but they will consider towards the Turtle. Turtle making way for this on the bottom side here. Scott still bringing a huge nuisance from the side of Forsaken here. He's going to get dived down as well. Scott is always getting surrounded by 5 people. Kaiser is there, and the Chop comes in. The Fantasy finally being expanded as well. The Way of Dragon with the Purify is trying to survive as long as they can, but Fakers will concede the Turtle as well, taking the Turtle, coming for the fight. They get another kill, and will they go for more? But Bosskurr, they're pretty happy with the trade-off.
Very, very happy indeed. We're going to be talking about Scott for Q, both tank support, which is totally fine inside this game. But most importantly, Burrow-side is constantly hammering and split pushing. Goes to this guy. Here comes the last Insanity as well. But then again, remember, Burrow-side has his immortality, so it's totally fine. Time for this, but Dara coming in with Sally. Oh, he's going to miss the Shimpo, but then again, he's still able to connect and reflag back. Here comes the Way to Dragon. But look at Burrow-side, but eventually he gets sniped off.
Oh, that's going to be a small win there coming from them. But meanwhile, on the top side here, we do see Evil C getting a kill here on towards Fakers. So that's going to be an opening statement coming from them. Can they buy enough time for OPS to come up on the line? But Scott continuing to apply pressure here as Team Bosskurr. They have School Boss up with the Necklace Endurance. And the first item coming from OPS is going to be the Scarlet Phantom. So that's going to be a lot of attack speed and creeps coming in from OPS.
Oh, yes.
Can they buy enough time for this Bosskurr to come online? As you can see, OPS already making work. He's farming very quickly. quickly here. Team Bosskurr, they have to be careful.
Yeah, very careful indeed. And this Roger or Vegas, in this case, he almost got his endless battles too. He's going to be dishing out quite the amount of damage, and especially he's going to be trying to clear all those jungle buff for the team. But Gorban on the other hand, trying his best to go for the split push, and eventually he's going to be able to take down that top tier tower.
Scoop Pops, he's gonna get dive in. Dara as well. You can see Scoop Pops immediately getting focused down as well. He will go down, and that's gonna be a small opening for Forsaken. Team Bosskurr, they were not expecting that kind of aggression here. Forsaken grouping up as 5. Team Bosskurr, you can see Scott going for the ejector. Can he catch anyone? Flicker being expanded here, but meanwhile, a solo kill down bottom by Kaiser as he takes down OPS. So without the Moskov, they're going to be pretty confident about this fight here. Gorbank is out alone here as they try to go for the push, but unfortunately will give up and choose to go for the safe approach, which is focusing towards the turtle.
Focusing towards the turtle, and the turtle will be safely secured for the side here of Team Bosskurr. But Q on the other hand, tanking a little bit too much there, underestimated the full damage of the Wolf King. Fakers himself instantly loses his life for it. Now EvoC just trying to try his best. Oh, he got the Spear of Destruction though, coming for the side here from OPS.
Yep, EvoC trying his best. He's all by himself. He might get caught out. Scott is there, but nope, he gets stunned off from the arrow coming in from EvoC. So they're going to be blue buff stolen once again from Team Bosskurr as they continue to assault. Dara going to be hiding in the bush. Does he catch a Wave Dragon? And the arrow, the perfect setup. But where's the follow-up? Paris side protecting with the Insanity. Dara forced the flicker away. He's going to be fine for now. Kyo is trying to go for the stab. And another arrow coming from EvoC. Scott, he is in trouble. He's taking a lot of damage. He goes for the flicker. But meanwhile, Dara from the sides as well, getting chased down from Kaiser and Fakers. They will take him down. He's going to go down for the count. Scott on the side as well. Bosskurr, they're all super rate. But here comes the wraparound. Kaiser from the back. They take down 4, and OPS the last man standing, and Bosskurr, they will win that fight, and here comes a long arrow coming in. OPS, can he fight? Barisai baits it out. Insanity is here. Kaiser gonna go for the finish, and they will get a full 5-man team wipe.
Full 5-man team one today, but Fakers, he doesn't want to win anymore. They're going for the crystal. They're hitting it, and Team Bosskurr closes the game with 2-0.
The dream is alive, ladies and gentlemen. The dream is alive. Team Bosskurr has won 2-0 against Forsaken. My, oh my, this might be a potential upset, potentially.
Upset?
Yeah, it might be a potential upset because why? They might actually make it in towards the top 8 in the standings.
That is very true. I'm really excited to see how the standing will be looking like for both of this team as well. And the thing is this, right? We still have one more week, and even if they weren't able to hit that top 8 this week, they still have a better chance happening in the following week. But it all comes down to who else Team Bosskurr is going to be facing. And if they were to face Divinity Esports next week, oh my lord! Now that game would dictate who's going to be able to go towards top number 8.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough call here, but we're going to be having the standings very, very momentarily for you guys here to actually find out whether or not if they make it in towards the top 8. But as of now, let's take a look at the highlight of how the game actually went down here as well. This highlight is brought to you by Udo, powered by Cellcom here. And you can see, based on the highlights in that engagement here, great stuff coming from Gorpian, taking the first fight with 1v1 fight. However, a lot of commitments being used here coming from the bottom fight as Scott was baiting so many rotations coming from Forsaken, and they eventually lost a lot of casualties on that team fight and also losing OPS in the progress.
The best part about it is he was actually trying to jump towards his backline but got caught off instead. Spear of Destruction also wasn't able to connect on either one of them or even try to snipe Scoop Balls in this case. But last Insanity, a lot of spells, and the best part about it was Team Bosskurr was at a level or at a certain point of the game where they just had to just stick together 5-man and just constantly punish people one by one. And this is the beauty part about Learmod, right? So he's the kind of hero where literally once the fantasy is coming in, he can quickly turn a one-sided battle into totally towards his favor here. And now the rest of the time, you see Kaiser constantly going to the backline, and most importantly, he kept Dara in check because he totally understands that Dara in this game is the playmaker, and the playmaker that Forsaken really needed to win this game.
Yeah, speaking of the entire game itself here, we can see they were struggling a little bit in this kind of situations. Forsaken trying their best to go in for the fight, but at the same time, it was too out of favor here. Bosskurr, they had the upper hand. They know what they needed to do, and from game number 1, they were able to win the fight. In game number 2, seems to me, they've gotten better, I guess. Yeah, feels like they've improved a lot from their last journey, coming from Bosskurr.
Oh, it's coming from Bosskurr. Okay, I was trying to understand, like, wait, coming from who?
Coming from Bosskurr.
Who are you talking about?
yeah, they've come a long way. They proved to us time and time again they managed to win games that we did not expect to win. GigFam 2-0. Now with Forsaken 2-0, this might be a little bit of a breeding room for Bosskurr to actually make it into the top 8.
And the best part about it as well, like coming from both of these teams and the rest of the team as well, after witnessing and experiencing the patch, I believe it is the next 4 days. All these teams needs to go back to the drawing board when it comes down to figuring who's going to be the dedicated jungler, who's going to be the one that's going to be carrying out the retribution for themselves. Because remember, commonly we can see all the teams here picking up the marksman or the mage carries to go towards the jungle here with the retribution. But what happens if you go to a game which you cannot pick them or gets banned out? You have to increase, everyone has to start increasing their hero pool. And I believe Team SNJ, Team Original Esports, if I'm not mistaken which one of the two, has a really great start as well, since they were the one that brought in the, either one, I forgot which one who brought it in, but they had the one, no sorry, Red Ribbon as well, who brought in the Hellcurt jungle. So those people who started off with the Hellcurt jungle instead of the marksman as well, they have a bright idea and definitely has more options for themselves. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the post-game strats here. We have our rich guy, Kaiser, who had earned the most amount of gold, the carry, who did the most amount of damage, which is also Kaiser. Sandbag is going to be Q, who tanked the most, and the forgotten one is going to be Scott with 8 assists.
Yeah, and thus far here, Kaiser being the MVP for game number 1 here, did a lot of damage. In game number 2, he did exactly what he's needed of him as well. His Leomon has been out of control in game number 2 as well. He's got 17 kills thus far from the side of Team Bosskurr. Total of, well, a lot of rotations coming in here. If you pay attention to damage down here, it wasn't coming from the mages here. It was all completely coming from Kaiser. So this is great stuff coming from Bosskurr. Hopefully this is not going to be the end of their journey here in the regular seasons here. This might be the rise of Bosskurr once again. However, from the side Forsaken, unfortunately enough here, they've lost another 2-0. And thus far, it's mathematically impossible for them to make it towards the playoffs here, but hopefully this will be a lesson and experience for them to learn from for next season, which I think time and time again we did see a couple of interviews coming from Divinity Esports as or is it Resurgence, to say that hey, they have potential, but they need a couple more seasons to be a veteran.
Definitely for sure. And Soul also made a very good point as well in one of their intro head-to-head video between Forsaken and EVOS. He totally said that Forsaken still needs 2 more seasons before they can really catch up to that experience. But anyway, let's bring up the MVP. It's going to be Sansai or Team Bosskurr, and it's going to be Kaiser once again with the Leomon. And I totally agree this time for this second game as well, because in this second game, we see on the side of Team Bosskurr has multiple front lines and initiator as well. So not necessarily Kaiser has to be the one that's manning up in most of the situation. But at the same time, like we also saw a few clips inside the highlights. We saw Kaiser going straight for the more important cores. Not necessarily have to be the carry. He went for the one that really sets things up. He knows exactly who is the one that sets things up. The playmaker for the team of Forsaken, which is Dara, and he constantly pressured Dara constantly.
Yeah, and that's gonna be great stuff going with Team Bosskurr. Hopefully we will see the standings momentarily here. But before we go into the standings, we are gonna be jumping into a very short interview with the guys from Team Bosskurr, as Iman Lefel will be talking through with the boys in Team Bosskurr as of now. But anything you wanna ask them?
No, take it away, Lefel, because we love you.
Hello Scott, how are you, man?
I'm fine, bro.
Okay.
Long time no see you.
Ya, lama tak talk to you, tapi itu kita punya romance behind the scenes. So, sekarang ni the question that I have to give to you. First of all, congratulations menang lawan Forsaken, but how does that make your team feel after winning in the 2-0?
Perasaan untuk team, kita orang rasa happy lah sebab so far kita lose streak kan. So dapat menang lagi satu game ni, InsyaAllah lah kita dapat a bit momentum lah untuk kita kejar ke playoff.
Ya, speaking of that, Team Bosskurr dalam keadaan yang kurang okey sikit. So, macam mana you guys handle the pressure dengan stress yang banyak kalah dekat MPL sekarang ni?
Kami tahu kami memang sentiasa kena pressure semua, tapi kalau dalam game tu macam apa yang kita orang dah prepare, kita orang dah training semua, kita redha je lah. We just go with what we plan lah before.
Yeah, honestly, very, very wise words sebab kita boleh plan tapi benda tu jadi tak jadi, it really depends on the situation sebab apa kita plan sometimes doesn't work out. So, the final question, ini the new patch, okay, the next update. Kita boleh nampak sekarang dah ada jungler. What do you think of the jungler punya role? And mungkin boleh sentuh sikit you guys punya idea dengan Karina jungle.
Karina jungle ni kita orang ambil inspirasi daripada Filipin punya team sebab banyak kita jumpa dekat Scream ke apa ke memang diorang banyak buat meta Karina lah, Karina jungler, because kalau siapa yang main daripada season 4 dulu dia tahulah Karina memang fast jungling, dia cepat clear jungle, dia ada early burst damage, lagi-lagi dia dapat red buff and blue buff. So I think it's a very good jungler for current meta.
Yeah, honestly nampak you guys main tadi pun Fix main dengan sangat-sangat aggressive with the Karina jungle, and honestly it doesn't look too bad. But that is it for me. But before I let you go, ada tak apa-apa yang you nak cakap kepada you punya family and friends and semua fans-fans yang tengah tengok MPL season 6 ni?
Untuk family, daripada fans dengan family sendiri, saya minta korang banyak bersabar dan sentiasalah support kita orang walaupun kita orang ni banyak melakukan kesilapan, tapi dengan sokongan korang, dengan doa-doa korang, insyaAllah kita orang sentiasa work hard lah. Never give up.
Alright, thank you very much Scott. Very, very humble words daripada Scott and juga menunjukkan reality menjadi professional player. Tak semua benda is very, very nice. Kadang-kadang benda training, sometimes it doesn't work out. Again, thank you very much Scott for the very, very good interview, and I hope you guys will have a good momentum and can make it to playoffs. Anyways, thank you again to Scott just now. We can see that Team Bosskurr, they do feel the pressure. They do feel like every single thing is on their shoulders, and it's very, very heavy, and they're trying their very best. So over here, I can say that as an analyst and all the casters, we appreciate all their hard work. Anyway, speaking of casters, I will bring it back to the English casters as well as the Malay casters. Guys, please take it back and please wrap up the show. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, LaFell. We love you so much over here from the English caster desk. But yes, that is a lot of responsibility on the shoulder. We did mention as well currently, which I believe we can see clearly on how the standing is going to be like when the standings slowly show us on exactly where Team Bosskurr's position is currently going to be at. I'm pretty sure it's pretty much very tight with Divinity right now, but we shall see right now as our production is going to be bringing up the standings right here for all of you to see, and instantly exactly Terrors. Both Divinity and Team Bosskurr at the borderline here of -6.
Oh, this is really tough here for Team Bosskurr and Divinity here. They are in the borderline, but Bosskurr will still remain on the 9th place because Divinity Esports is 1 game behind Team Bosskurr. So they have more matches to come. Of course, Team Bosskurr, they gotta be praying to the stars here if they actually meet up against, well, they actually lost against Divinity Esports, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be a tough battle here because Divinity Esports, they may have lost against SMG, but they still are currently in the standings for top 8. So Bosskurr, can they keep up with the momentum to get more 2-0s to push themselves out towards the top? We shall see. This is going to be giving a little bit of glimmer of hope for them, but of course, it all comes down to the gatekeepers in the name of Divinity Esports. And looking forward to see how next week is going to be happening here. But as of now, let's do a little bit of recap of how the whole game begun. Todak is still remaining on the top with undefeated streak towards the early stages of the day. Resurgence on the 2nd place, Red Reborn on the 3rd place, Evo's SG on the 4th, Team SMG closing the gap against Evo's SG on 5th place, Orange Love Esports on the 6th place, GigFam on the 7th place, Divinity Esports on 8th, Bosskurr on the 9th, and Forsaken will still be on the last. This is going to be the end of the schedule, the leaderboard coming in from the end of week 5.
Definitely for sure. Very clear difference on who is the top dog and who is the bottom frag here. So unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but facts is facts and stats is stats. So unfortunately, I believe Forsaken has literally no hope in coming back towards any of the places here. for the standings. Team Bosskurr and Divinity Esports, that is going to be a very interesting matchup back in week number 6 to decide which of the 8 teams will be going towards that playoffs. For the rest of the team, of course, it's still depending on how the placement will be like, but I'm pretty sure we already sort of can see our top 7 for sure.
Oh yeah.
Top 7 for sure. While 8th placing will be decided on how the game's going to be like next week between Bosskurr and Divinity Esports.
And seeing how the game is going to work again as well. But as of now, let's take a look at what next week we have prepared for you guys on next Friday.
Ooh,
as we are going to be having the match here. As you
okay.
can see, to start things off, we will have Todak going up against SMG. Wow. For SMG to actually make a push towards the top, they need to win 2-0 in order to stand a chance to take the 4th place here. Todak remaining undefeated thus far. And the second match here is going to be Orange Love Esports going up against Geek Fam. So it's going to be an all-Malaysian roster starting on week 6, day 1, which is going to be happening next Friday. So be sure to come back and tune in for the MPL-MY SG Season 6.
Oof, I love it. Every Friday, we're starting off with an all-Malaysian teams, man. So gonna be really interesting stuff to see here. And hopefully this time, Geek Fam, I pray this will not be the 3rd loss in a row.
I think Orange Love Esports would really want to win this win as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a really tough call to see who's going to be taking that win against Orange Love Esports and Geek Fam. Todak and SMG, that will be very interesting because at least now we can see how far Team SMG has come from week number 1 with that new roster for themselves here. But anyway, it has been a fun week 5 for us between both of each other. We had last couple of jokes, saw some interesting games, maybe at the same time, secretly some boring ones too, but who knows, right? Loving it, baby, loving it.
Yeah, I'm loving it as well. I'm really glad to see a little bit of a glimmer of hope being given towards Bosskurr. But the exciting match that happened today here, Todak was Resurgence. That was a really close call here. Nail biter between both teams here. Both teams still experimenting the meta, but eventually Todak had the comeback mechanics, and I like how flexible they are when they adapted the situation after that first loss. But let's see, tomorrow to start things off, sorry, not tomorrow, next Friday to start things off is going to be Todak going up against SMG. That's going to be something you guys would not want to miss next Friday.
Definitely do not want to miss for sure. Gonna be super excited for it as well. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be all from me and Terrence here for the cast staff. Thanks to our official sponsor, Udo Official Digital Calo, our official media partner, IGN, and of course everything else is brought to you by Muntun. Ciao!
Saya pun tak tahu untuk jadi legend player macam mana tau. Mungkin dia capai something yang sangat besar.
a person that has the most titles under his belt.
Don't ever give up lah. Itu definisi seorang legend. So bila ada masa free macam malam-malam, saya main ML ni. Apa yang memotivatekan saya adalah daripada segi sumber kewangan yang diberi daripada game ni.
I felt like I'm a good player. That's when I decide to go competitively.
Betul ke main Mobile Legends ni ataupun involve dalam e-sport ni boleh datangkan career yang stabil?
Okay, when they ask about my job, right? Always first thing they'll ask, huh? Gaming can earn money one man?
Saya terpaksa jual account saya sebab dia terlampau marah.
It is more sustainable to pursue a career in other fields.
Saya memang daripada dulu dah impian saya memang nak jadi the best player in Malaysia.
And then winning MPL is something everyone would want to continue to win.
Saya akan terus usaha lah untuk capai